Chapter 1281. Long Fei's face was filled with uncontrollable rage. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, that handsome and delicate pet of his had already rushed in front of him to comfort him. "Young master, you don't be angry. If shopkeeper Chow said anything wrong, I'll make it up to you," the male pet said as he drank the wine. He finished it in one gulp and didn't forget to show it to Long Fei. At the same time, he threw a coquettish glance at him. "Young Master Yi, this is the first cup." Soon he poured a second cup. Holding the wine cup, his fingers curled up like an orchid. When the wine cup reached his mouth, his orchid fingers covered his eyes. However, his coquettish gaze could still be seen through the gaps between his fingers. He shyly stole glances at Long Fei. Long Fei's expression was really indescribable. Han Yunqi watched from the side and was on the verge of bursting into laughter. However, that male pet still misunderstood. He didn't realize that Long Fei was angry at them. He only thought that Long Fei was still angry at shopkeeper Chow. After the second cup, he actually took Long Fei's wine cup and filled it to the brim. His lips lightly touched the rim of the wine cup as he looked at Long Fei and slowly drank. Long Fei was about to kick him, but when he saw this, he suddenly turned his head away and retched. "Ha ha ha." Han Yunqi couldn't help but burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that she almost fell off her chair. What was the saying, "The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear"? What was the saying, "I disgusted myself"? This was it. If it weren't for yesterday's incident, today's farce wouldn't have happened. Shopkeeper Chow was dumbfounded. Jun and the other two were also confused. They were like two monks who couldn't figure out what was going on. That male pet was anxious. "Young Master Yi, what's wrong with you? Is your stomach uncomfortable?" He was about to approach Long Fei when Long Fei finally couldn't take it anymore. He kicked out and sent that male pet flying out of the window. Splash! What a loud splash! Everyone turned to look in the direction where the male pet flew out. Long Fei looked coldly at the tall male pet. He was the one who had really provoked his anger just now. How dare someone in this world seduce Han Yunqi in front of him? Long Fei really wanted to pull out his whip. Who knew that when he met his murderous gaze, the male pet was so scared that he turned around and ran. He jumped out the window and directly jumped into the lake. At this point, shopkeeper Chow finally understood what was going on. On one hand, they lamented young Master Ye's bad temper. On the other hand, they lamented that this young Master Yi was really devoted. He couldn't tolerate other people's seduction at all. Shopkeeper Chow was filled with regret. He wanted to go over and apologize, but seeing that young Master Yi was in a fit of anger, he didn't dare to move. Jun and the other two looked at each other. In the silence of the room, only Han Yunqi was still laughing out loud. Long Fei looked over. His face was gloomy as he asked, "Haven't you had enough fun yet?" Han Yunqi stopped and looked at him. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Still laughing, Long Fei said. This time, shopkeeper Chow and the others were all nervous. They wouldn't overreach and cause young Master Yi and young Master Han to quarrel, right? If this really went on, it would be hard to tell if this business deal would go through. Han Yunqi really didn't want to laugh anymore. She covered her mouth, but the more she acted like this, the more she couldn't hold it in. Even though she covered her mouth, she was still laughing. Long Fei suddenly leaned closer to her and said coldly, "I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you still laughing?" Han Yunqi wasn't afraid. On the contrary, it was shopkeeper Chow and the other three's hearts that were all in the air. Han Yunqi looked up at Long Fei. "Young Master Yi, I don't want to laugh anymore, but it's really funny. Ha ha ha." At this moment, shopkeeper Chow and the other three's hearts almost stopped beating. However, Long Fei suddenly reached out and tickled Han Yunqi. He said, "Let's see if you can laugh again." Long Fei tickled Han Yunqi's armpit, Han Yunqi's waist, and Han Yunqi's stomach. Han Yunqi laughed as she struggled and dodged. The two of them started fooling around just like that. This sudden turn of events stunned shopkeeper Chow and the others. Not long after, Long Fei Yi pressed Han Yunqi onto the table. Han Yunqi stopped laughing. She tightly pursed her lips, which were about to stiffen from laughing, and looked at him. Long Fei Yi stared at her. As he stared, he suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. He asked snappily, still laughing. Han Yunqi obediently shook her head. I don't dare to any more. But Long Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. He kissed her gently on the lips before pulling her to her feet. Shopkeeper Chow and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. At this moment, the sound of rustling footsteps came from outside the door. It seemed that quite a number of people had arrived. Everyone looked towards the door. Xie Yujun suddenly shouted, "Oh no!" and was about to rush over to close the door. Unfortunately, before she could reach the door, a group of handsome and lean male pets all rushed over and blocked the door. There were at least 10 of them. This was what Xie Yujun had prepared for young Master Yi. Shopkeeper Chow wanted to curry favor with young Master Yi. So why wouldn't Xie Yujun want to do the same? If he could get on good terms with young Master Yi, he would have a heavy bargaining chip in the future when he fought for the position of the head of the Xie family. The male pets walked in one after another. Xie Yujun immediately went to stop them, but who knew that 2 large groups of male pets would surround them from the left and right sides of the door. In just a short while, the door was completely packed. These 2 groups of men were naturally invited by 3rd young Master Zhou and 9th young Master Morong. They also wanted to get on the good side of the East Origin Palace young master. 3rd young Master Zhou and 9th young Master Morong were also anxious. They quickly followed Xie Yujun out to chase them away. Han Yunqi raised her head and glanced at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi also happened to be looking at her. Seeing that Han Yunqi was about to laugh again, Long Fei Yi immediately covered her mouth and turned his head away, not letting her see his expression. Shopkeeper Chow looked at them and finally understood one thing. If he wanted to curry favor with young Master Yi and befriend him, he must first serve this young Master Han well. This was the true definition of catering to one's interests. After Xie Yujun and the others chased away the large group of male pets, the surroundings finally quieted down. When they returned, Shopkeeper Chow was apologizing to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. The 3 of them also hurriedly went to apologize, but were stopped by Han Yunqi. "You're so annoying. Are we still going to talk about the matter?" Han Yunqi pretended to be impatient and said to Long Fei Yi, "It's boring. If we don't want to talk about it, then let's go." "Let's talk." Shopkeeper Chow quickly walked over. "Young Master Yi, we haven't finished talking about the matter just now. Let's continue talking." Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, but Shopkeeper Chow very directly said the name of the smuggler. That person is called Ning Lu from the Winter Crow tribe. A while ago, he lost a deposit to buy the goods, but he hasn't come back to talk about it, nor did he say when he would come again. He asked for 300 carts. Young Master Yi, I'll tell you the truth. Only 300 carts of salt can be stolen from the Chongning salt pans in the past few months. If you give it to him, you'll have to wait until next year. If you can settle the price today, I'll give you face and only do business with you. I guarantee that I can help you deliver the goods to Winter Crow tribe. Ning Lo? Long Fei Yi was suspicious. There weren't many people with the surname Ning in the Great Qin Empire, so how could there be someone with the surname Ning in the Winter Crow tribe? He didn't ask Shopkeeper Chow any further and straightforwardly stated his price. This young master will add 20% to Ning Li's price. Shopkeeper Chow had already misstated Ning Li's price, so when he heard this, he was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Long Fei Yi also very straightforwardly paid a large deposit. He said, "Send 300 carts to Northern Li first. You must deliver them within 2 months." Of course, of course. Shopkeeper Chow was very confident. Long Fei Yi accepted the receipt and didn't stay any longer. He left with Han Yunqi. As soon as they returned to their residence, Han Yunqi hurriedly bowed and said respectfully and timidly, "Your Majesty, this concubine will definitely keep this concubine's mouth shut about today's matter. Please, Your Majesty, spare this concubine's life." Today's matter was probably the most embarrassing thing Long Fei Yi had ever done in his life. If others found out, they might really be silenced. Seeing Han Yunqi's mischievous appearance, Long Fei Yi was both amused and helpless. He raised the emperor's flag and replied loftily, "For the sake of the crown prince, we will spare your life. Ha! You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. Serve me in bed tonight." Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi was about to cry. This was one of Long Fei's sure-kill moves. As soon as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi left, Xie Yujun and the others came over to ask shopkeeper Chow for a reward. Shopkeeper Chow readily agreed. That night, shopkeeper Chow spent the entire night figuring out a fast and cost-effective route. He reported it to the true leaders of the 3 great clans early in the morning. Shopkeeper Chow was responsible for designing the route and how to deal with the various checkpoints along the way. Naturally, the 3 great clans had to work together to complete the inspection. The 3 great clans had always trusted shopkeeper Chow's ability. In addition, he was the young master of East Origin Palace. Therefore, although there was a lot of goods, it didn't arouse too much suspicion from the leaders of the 3 great clans. After asking shopkeeper Chow a few questions, they began to arrange this matter. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't stay in Long Fei Yi for long. They only stayed for 2 or 3 days before leaving. On the night they returned from the negotiations, Long Fei Yi sent people to investigate the person who reported the illegal salt. Not for anything else, but because the name Ning had aroused a lot of speculation from him and Han Yunqi. A few days later, Su Donglin brought the informant to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. It was because of this informant's report that the supervisor of the Long Ning salt pans passed a report to Long Fei Yi. "How did you know that someone was transporting illegal salt to Winter Crow Kingdom?" Long Fei Yi asked. The informant didn't know the identities of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, but he was also afraid. He hurriedly answered, "Someone else asked me to do it. He gave me 500 taels and some evidence to report." "Who is this person?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "I don't know." The informant thought for a moment, then said, "He covered his face, but he looked like an attendant." Long Fei Yi asked 2 more questions, then let the informant leave. As soon as he left, Han Yunqi said, "Ning Lu must be a fake name. I've checked. There's no one in Winter Crow Kingdom with the surname Ning, but there's a big shot with the surname Lu. He has a strong background and specializes in slave trading. Most of them are sold to Xian Kong. Slave trading is much easier to earn than illegal salt. They don't need to get involved in this. Since it's a fake name, why use Ning? Using Lu again?" Long Fei asked. Chapter 1282. When choosing a fake name, one would usually choose the most common surname and avoid arousing suspicion. However, this smuggler had chosen the surname Ning, which was not available in the Winter Crow tribe, and the surname Lu, which was used by the Winter Crow tribe's largest slave trader. Why was that? "The deposit he put down is not a small sum," Han Yunqi muttered to herself. "He put down the deposit, and he still doesn't want the goods." Han Yunqi suddenly realized something. Long Fei Yi, Ning Lu doesn't want the goods at all. He did it on purpose. Long Fei Yi also understood that Ning Lu didn't seem like a real smuggler. Instead, he seemed to have deliberately set a trap for shopkeeper Chow and then reported it to Long Fei Yi so that Long Fei Yi would pay attention to the illegal salt trade. "This person can't be Ning Cheng, right?" Han Yunqi muttered to herself. When she heard shopkeeper Chow say the word Ning, the first person she thought of was Ning Cheng. If it's him, why did he use the word Lu ? Long Fei Yi actually had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. He looked at Han Yunqi and frowned, deep in thought. If Ning Cheng had deliberately put down the deposit to attract their attention, would Ning Cheng remind them that the trafficker, Le Zheng, had set his sights on the Great Qin's illegal salt trade? If it wasn't Ning Cheng, then they had to find out who the smuggler was. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't dare to jump to conclusions on this matter. They could only wait for news from Shopkeeper Chow. With the trap that Long Fei Yi had set for Shopkeeper Chow and Shopkeeper Chow's eagerness to befriend him, they believed that as soon as there was news about the smuggler, Shopkeeper Chow would tell Long Fei Yi. After leaving Chongning, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi continued their journey to the south. They were visiting incognito while waiting for Shopkeeper Chow to deliver the goods. 10 days later, Shopkeeper Chow sent out 100 carts of goods. Shopkeeper Chow was not careless enough to reveal the route of the goods to Long Fei Yi. He only said that the first batch of goods had been sent out and it was estimated that they would reach the vicinity of the three-way black market within a month. The weight of 100 carts of salt was not small. If it was purely transported by land, it would take at least 2 months to arrive. Long Fei Yi reckoned that this batch of goods should be mainly transported by water. From the south to the north, there was only one canal that could be used, and there were many checkpoints on this canal. Such a large quantity of goods actually dares to be transported through the canal. This is too brazen. Han Yunqi was furious. This meant that the 3 families of Jiangnan had a lot of shady dealings in the water transport industry. Long Fei Yi did not inform any of the local officials, nor did he alert the relevant, high-ranking officials. He only sent people to investigate secretly. 5 days later, the second batch of goods was sent out. The time that Shopkeeper Chow gave was also about a month. Without a doubt, the second batch of goods was also transported by water. 10 days later, the third batch of goods was sent out. This time, Shopkeeper Chow gave them 2 months. Han Yunqi sneered. There are people in the river and on the shore. These locusts. Long Fei Yi still did not make a sound. He only sent his confidants to continue the pursuit. Like this, all the civil and military officials thought that the emperor and empress had gone to Northern Li to investigate incognito. Long Fei Yi and the others were secretly investigating the illicit salt in Jiangnan. A month later, the first and second batches of illicit salt arrived at a large warehouse near the three-way black market. Shopkeeper Chow sent a letter asking where Long Fei Yi was sending these 2 batches of goods to Winter Crow country. Long Fei Yi replied that he would send them together with the third batch of goods. A month later, the third batch of goods arrived as scheduled. 2 months of time, 2 months of tracking. Long Fei Yi basically knew all the people involved in the transport of water and land, from the south to the north. He also had evidence. There were many officials who had been bribed by the 3 families of Jiangnan. There were also those who had taken the initiative to curry favor with the 3 families. There were also those who were timid and had been forced by the 3 families. The matter had been investigated to this point, but Long Fei Yi was still not in a hurry. He continued to use the name of Master Yi to have Shopkeeper Chow send the first batch of goods to Winter Crow country's Shaoshan Castle. This time, Shopkeeper Chow actually gave him 1 month. A month. Han Yunqi was very surprised. It would take about 2 months to travel from the three-way black market to the border between Northern Li and Winter Crow country. The distance between the 2 places was not long, but there was no direct path to reach it. They had to go around many large mountains and even snowy mountains. It was also a long journey from the border to Shaoshan Castle. In total, it would take less than 3 months. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunqi and did not speak for a long time. Could it be that they have another way to get to Winter Crow country? Han Yunqi muttered to herself, I understand. Long Fei Yi suddenly understood, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He said, It must be Ning Cheng. Good fellow, so he was hiding in Winter Crow country to ask for wine. Han Yunqi still did not quite understand, so Long Fei Yi explained to her seriously. The horses of Winter Crow country were of excellent breed and were most suitable to be used as war horses. The Northern Dynasty's emperors had spent many years and sent many envoys across the mountains to Winter Crow country to buy horses, but they had never succeeded. But it was Jun Yixia who brought along a few imperial princes to complete the task. The route that Jun Yixia had taken back then was different from the usual route of the envoys. It was a secret route. Even in the cold winter, there was no need to worry about the snow blocking the way, and it could send the war horses to Northern Li in a timely manner. The two princes had died at the hands of Jun Yixia, so the only people who knew about this secret route were Jun Yixia's people. The people of the Black Tribe later fell into the hands of Jinzi and Ningcheng. Long Fei Yi did not know whether Jinzi knew about this route. However, with Ningcheng's personality, he would definitely find out about this route. Shopkeeper Chow and the others were able to send the smuggled salt to Winter Crow country in such a short time, so they must have used this route that Jun Yixia opened. I understand, Han Yunqi muttered. After Northern Li was destroyed, all of Northern Li was under Jin Zi's jurisdiction. Jin Zi had been busy with disaster relief and reconstruction, and could only relax this year. Jin Zi hadn't reported anything about the secret route, while Long Fei had been so busy with Jiang Nen that he'd forgotten about its existence. In other words, that secret route was not guarded at all, and there were no checkpoints. Whether it was smuggling goods or human trafficking, they could use this route. Ningcheng had used the word Lu in his fake name, which was the surname of Winter Crow's biggest human trafficker, Lu Zhang. This was undoubtedly hinting that Lu Zhang had something to do with this matter. With Lu Zhang's ability in human trafficking, it was not difficult for him to find out about this secret route between the two countries. Whether Lu Zhang wanted to use this route to smuggle salt or human trafficking, or for other purposes, with his influence at the border, he must have the ambition to control this secret route. Since the three great families of Jiangnan knew about this secret route, there was no doubt that they were in cahoots with Lu Zhang. The three great families would not be involved in human trafficking. Han Yunqi said seriously. Long Fei Yi, they must be in cahoots with each other to smuggle goods. Winter Crow country is just a small place. How much business can they do? Lu Zhang was only involved in the slave trade between the mysterious continent and Winter Crow country. The three great families of Jiangnan and Lu Zhang probably have their eyes on the mysterious continent. Han Yunqi was really angry. She had wanted to trade in tobacco, alcohol, and tea from the mysterious continent. She wanted to do it legally, but Gu Beiwa had advised Long Fei Yi to raise the tariffs. But these people of Jiangnan were actually smuggling and evading taxes. They had originally come to investigate the illegal salt trade, but who knew that they would find out such a big thing? Ningcheng is so considerate, Han Yunqi said seriously. Long Fei Yi said coldly, beating around the bush. Haha, he better not let me find him. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi immediately canceled their trip to the Plum Sea and headed north with Rui Er. When they passed by Medical City, they handed Rui Er over to Gu Beiwa, and the two of them continued north in plain clothes. After the batch of illegal salt entered Northern Li, they secretly looked for Jin Zi. Jin Zi was still the same. Even though he held a high position and had done a lot for the people of Northern Li in the past 2 years, he hadn't changed at all. He was still very thin and didn't like loose clothes. He wore tight black clothes, short hair, and thin fringe covering the corners of his eyes. He looked cold and gloomy. If someone who didn't know his identity saw him, they would think that he was a cold and taciturn killer. In fact, his martial arts could be said to be average. What he was best at was making money, and it was easy money. While cleaning up Ningcheng's mess in Northern Li, he had secretly returned to his old business and opened an underground money house. Of course, the capital came from Mu Ling, Er's gold card. He had already donated the large sum of money that Mu Ling, had returned to him in various ways to deal with the disaster in Northern Lee. The overdraft, or the part that he had scammed, was used as capital to open a small money house. Although it was a small money house, with his ability, it would become a big one in a year or two. He had been waiting for Mu Ling, to come to him. After all, he had carefully calculated the amount. At this time, Kingan Money House should have already gone to Mu Ling, to collect the debt, unless Long Fei Yi, his brother-in-law, forgave Mu Ling's debt and blocked the gold card. There was no reason for Mu Ling not to come to him. In the past few days, Jin Zi took the gold card to the money house almost every day to withdraw some banknotes to see if the card was blocked. However, he was still able to take out the money every time. Therefore, he was more and more looking forward to Mu Ling, rushing to him to quarrel. He really didn't expect that instead of Mu Ling, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi would come to him. In fact, Manager Luo of Kingan Money House had already asked Long Fei Yi about the gold card. Long Fei Yi was too lazy to care about it, so he left it to Han Yunqi to deal with. Han Yunqi thought for a whole night. In the end, she didn't intervene. She just replied to Manager Luo, "It's official business." In the tent, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi sat in the main seat and drank tea. Jin Zi stood beside them. Except for the luggage, he hadn't said a word so far. Han Yunqi thought that if she and Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, Jin Zi would probably be silent for a whole day. She was really curious. Was this guy born to be quiet, or was he quiet in front of the two of them? This guy worked for Ning Cheng. Was he talkative? If he was a man of few words, why would he take a fancy to Mu Linger? After all, Mu Linger was a very noisy person. She often chattered away, like a sparrow without stopping. Han Yunqi wanted to experiment to see how long Jin Zi could stand and be silent. However, Long Fei Yi wasn't so interested. Coldly, he asked, "Ning Cheng is in Winter Crow country." As soon as he said this, Jin Zi immediately looked up. Really? Chapter 1283. Jin Zi's expression surprised Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. They had always thought that Jin Zi and Ning Cheng were in contact in private, and that Jin Zi must have known about Ning Cheng's whereabouts. But at this moment, Jin Zi's agitated and resentful appearance made Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi realize that the relationship between Jin Zi and Ning Cheng was not as harmonious as they had imagined. Long Fei Yi was determined to drag Ning Cheng out for no other reason than the fact that Ning Cheng had stood him up. As long as Ning Cheng fulfilled his promise, Ning Cheng could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Long Fei Yi didn't have the leisure to meddle in his affairs, and from Jin Zi's reaction, it seemed that his resentment towards Ning Cheng wasn't shallow. Han Yunqi immediately told him about the illegal salt trade. After Jin Zi heard this, he immediately stood up and bowed with his hands clasped in front of his chest. "Your Majesty, Northern Lee has been decided. This humble subject wants to resign." What a good Ning Cheng. Not only did he throw Northern Lee's mess to him, he even hid in the Winter Crow tribe to collude with human traffickers. This was what he had always wanted to do. At that time, Northern Lee was in turmoil, and the situation was unstable. But now, even without him, Long Fei Yi could deal with the black tribe. There was no need for him to stay. Being an official was a hard job. He really couldn't do things that worried about the country and the people. He didn't even know how he had convinced himself to become an official for the people of Northern Lee in the past 2 years. He also wouldn't look for Ning Cheng. As long as he resigned, perhaps Ning Cheng would take the initiative to look for him. Long Fei Yi originally didn't like Jin Zi very much. Han Yunqi was even more wary of Jin Zi. After all, this guy's background and identity were still unknown. However, in the past 2 years, Jin Zi's performance in Northern Lee made Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi admire and trust him. Long Fei, you really didn't want to lose such a talent. Long Fei, you did not stand on ceremony. Approved. Later on, when the new officials of Northern Lee destroy your bank, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, even if you've done a meritorious deed. We will definitely deal with you." Jean Z was startled. He did not expect Long Fei Yi to know that he had opened an underground bank so quickly. However, even though he was shocked, he did not hold back. He snorted coldly and said, "There's no need to do anything. Tomorrow we'll give out the money and close the door." However, no one expected that just as Jean Z finished speaking, a very angry voice came from outside the door. "Jean Z, come out." "Surname Jean?" "No one here has the surname Jean." Jean Z's surname was not Jean. Jean Z's name was given because he liked gold. No one cared about the surname because everyone was very familiar with this voice. This was Mu Ling, Er's voice. Just as the voice fell, they saw Mu Ling, storming in from outside the tent, just like a gust of wind blowing towards Jean Z. Jean Z was stunned. Countless nights, countless daydreams, countless times he had imagined this lass appearing in front of him. Just like this, just like a gust of wind blowing in front of him. But just as Mu Ling was about to rush in front of Jean Z, not knowing what happened, she suddenly fell flat on her face. A loud plop sound rang out. In a moment, the entire tent quietened down. Mu Ling laid on the ground, not moving at all. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi looked at her in disbelief. Jean Z was even more incredulous. Such a flat road, and this lass actually fell down? She was originally full of vigor, but with this fall it was all gone. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi did not make a sound. Just as Jean Z was about to help her up, Mu Ling looked up first, covering her mouth and nose with one hand. When she saw Jean Z approaching, her big, watery eyes immediately shot out a terrifying, murderous intent, as if she wanted to cut Jean Z into pieces with her gaze. Jean Z stepped back and hid the heartache in his eyes. With a cold face, he asked, "Are you okay?" Mu Ling got up, her hand still covering her mouth and nose. She did not even realize that her sister and brother-in-law were also in the tent. She glared at Jean Z fiercely and asked angrily, "Why did you swipe my gold card? You stole my money." Jean Z almost laughed out loud, but he held it in. He said, "Mu Ling, are you that rich?" "What do you mean?" Mu Ling asked in return. "The extra 200 million belongs to Kingan Bank. It doesn't count as your money, right?" Jean Z replied. "You." Mu Ling almost fainted from anger. "But that's my card. You have to put all the money you spent on my account. Why are you pretending to be stupid? If you didn't steal from me, who did you steal from?" She was already very poor after returning the money to Jean Z. Now that she had another 200 million in debt, she really wanted to bang her head against the wall and die. When she found out about this, she did not even care about Medicine City. She left the little thing behind and rushed straight to Northern Lee. Mu Ling waited for Jean Z to explain. Unexpectedly, Jean Z calmly replied, "Oh, you." Mu Ling was so angry and anxious that she stomped her foot. She covered her mouth and nose with one hand and pointed at Jean Z with the other. You. She kept saying "you" for a long time, but she still could not form a proper sentence. Han Yunqi and Long Fei both watched and waited. Jean Z was even more so, waiting very patiently. He thought that Mu Ling was going to cry. After all, she had always been a crybaby. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling did not cry. She said, "What do you want?" Jean Z's heart skipped a beat. He was about to answer, but for some reason he chose to remain silent. He was still cold and arrogant as he looked at Mu Ling. "Give me back my card and money." Mu Ling walked over and stretched out her small hand in front of Jean Z. "I'll owe you first. You can charge me interest. When I earn money, I'll pay you back immediately. How about I pay you the interest every month?" It was so shameless to borrow money from a woman, but Jean Z did not mind at all and said it openly. As soon as he said this, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi understood what was going on. They had some guesses about this matter before, But now it seemed that Jean Z wanted to borrow money to delay Mu Ling. Although Jean Z's bank was small, if he wanted to return Mu Ling, or the money immediately, he could do it. He would rather pay interest than continue owing her money. I don't want to. Mu Ling rejected him immediately. Jean Z was very heartless. Then I can't do anything about it. Anyway, I've already spent all the money. Mu Ling was so angry that her chest hurt. She stretched out her hand in front of Jean Z's eyes and immediately clenched it into a fist, ready to punch Jean Z in the face at any time. At this time, Jean Z saw that blood was gradually seeping out from between the fingers of the hand that she was covering her nose and mouth. Jean Z was very anxious. He dropped her fist and very domineeringly took away her other hand. Only then did he discover that Mu Ling had a lot of nosebleeds. Her nose, mouth, and nose were all covered in blood. Her hands were also covered in blood. Han Yunqi immediately stood up and was about to rush over, but she was dragged away by Long Fei Yi. Jean Z pulled Mu Ling's hand and stared at her face. A mouthful of anger suddenly surged up to his heart, making him so angry that he almost roared at her. But in the end, he endured it. He did not say anything and pulled Mu Ling to the side. Let go. Mu Ling struggled. Be quiet for me. Jean Z said coldly. So fierce, so fierce. He was 100 times fiercer than Mu Ling, when she was asking for money. How could there be such a person? He clearly owed her money, but he was even fiercer than her. Was everyone who owed money a big boss? Mu Ling was really stunned by his fierce tone and immediately quieted down. Raise your head. Jean Z said coldly. Mu Ling did as she was told. She raised her head slightly and tried to stop her nose from flowing down. Ning Qing took out his own handkerchief and also took out Mu Ling's handkerchief. After stuffing Mu Ling's nose, he went to the side and wrung out a wet towel. He sat in front of her and carefully helped her wipe off the bloodstains. But Mu Ling quickly slapped his hand away. You don't need to shed crocodile tears. Jean Z was silent for a moment. Then he threw the wet towel to Mu Ling for her to wipe off herself. He sat at the side and watched coldly. He could not help but scold. It's been 2 years and you still haven't improved. The more you live, the more backward you become. Jean Z was obviously a man of few words, but when he saw Mu Ling, he could not help but want to speak. He waited for a while, but Mu Ling did not speak. He then spoke again. Mu Ling, when will you stop making people worry about you? Mu Ling just ignored him. She lowered her head and wiped the blood stains on her hands. After a while, she wiped it clean and stretched out her clean hand again. Give me back my gold card. Even if he could not return the money, he should at least return her gold card, right? Jean Z stood up and said lightly, In a few days, I'll get someone to send it over. Mu Ling asked again, Tell me, how much do you want to pay me every month? At most 5 million, plus 1 million interest every month. Jean Z was quite serious. Then, how many years do you want to pay me? Mu Ling was very sensitive to the dosage of medicinal herbs, but her arithmetic was still very bad. More than 3 years, Jean Z answered. Mu Ling did not want to bargain. She knew that with Jean Z's shrewdness, she would not be able to win. She silently pondered in her heart. She had to plead with her sister and ask Kingon Bank to reduce the interest. She would then return the money that Jean Z had returned to Kingon Bank every month. Okay, give me this month's money first. Mu Ling said again, Let's agree to exchange the money on the last day of every month. How about that? Jean Z asked. It was only the beginning of the month, and there was still a month until the end of the month. Mu Ling sighed. Jinjin was so angry that she did not want to talk anymore, so she agreed. She said, Then return the money to Kingon Bank on the last day of every month. Okay, Jean Z agreed readily. Mu Ling turned to leave, but Jean Z arrived. You don't want the gold card anymore. I'll send someone to get it. Mu Ling deliberately turned back to look at him. Don't worry. She finished speaking and was about to leave, but Jean Z asked calmly, Mu Ling, it's been 2 years. Did you break the contract? They had agreed that she would marry Gu if he did not want her for a year. Mu Ling stopped in her tracks and did not answer for a long time. Jean Z looked at her slender back and did not speak for a long time. The two of them were at a stalemate. Perhaps they did not know how to continue speaking, or perhaps they were waiting for each other's answer. However, Mu Ling finally opened her mouth. She said, Jean Z, if you want to marry someone who doesn't like you, then marry her. Chapter 1284. Facing Mu Linger's cruel reply. Jean Z's reply was even crueler. He said, What do you mean by like? I just need a clean woman. Mu Linger had originally calmed down, but after hearing this, her anger was immediately ignited again. He needed a clean woman? In his eyes, she was just a woman who was slightly cleaner than those dirty women. What did he take her for? Mu Linger turned around angrily and directly rushed in front of Jean Z. She waved her fist and viciously punched Jean Z's left eye. Jean Z did not expect this. He never thought that this woman would really hit him. He covered his eye. It was so painful that it felt as if his eyeball had been broken. Didn't women just slap the face when they hit? This stinky girl actually waved her fist. Mu Linger was mad with anger. Her fist was hit by Jean Z, and her other fist was about to hit him. Fortunately, Jean Z was prepared and pulled her in time. If you hit me blind, you'll have to serve me for the rest of your life. Jean Z said coldly, Not only will I hit you blind, I'll also hit you until you're disabled. I'm willing to marry you. I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. As Mu Linger spoke, she viciously aimed a kick at Jean Z's foot. Jean Z was in so much pain that he let go. He fell to the ground and hugged his foot, crying out in pain. Where did this stinky girl get her strength from? Did she use the power of the great desolate era? It was so fucking painful. Mu Linger suddenly picked up a chair from the side and raised it up high, wanting to smash it down on Jean Z's head. Jean Z was stunned. Seeing his expression, Mu Linger was also stunned. Her gaze moved back and forth between Jean Z's head and the chair in her hand. Seeing this, Jean Z finally revealed a look of fear. On the other hand, Mu Linger's face became more and more furious. Mu Linger stared back and forth for a long time before suddenly tossing the chair aside. Even she herself was startled by her own actions. Why was she so impulsive? Was she crazy? Mu Linger patted her chest to calm herself down before raising her eyebrows and looking at Jean Z with disdain. Sorry, this lady has been unclean for a long time. Think carefully about whether you want to marry her or not, and tell me later. Goodbye. Mu Linger gracefully turned around, but before she could take a step, Goldie became angry. He was truly furious. Mu Linger, stop right there. Jean Z shouted angrily. Mu Linger snorted. She was not afraid of him. She immediately took a step forward. Mu Linger, I dare you to take another step forward. Jean Z roared. This time Mu Linger's feet stiffened, and even her heart unconsciously skipped a beat, because Goldie's voice was really fierce. Mu Linger's first reaction was to escape, but she was unable to escape as Jean Z had already walked right in front of her. At this moment, Jean Z's eye, which was hit, was completely swollen. There was a black and blue circle around his eye, just like a panda eye. If it was any other time, Mu Linger would have laughed out loud. But at this moment, looking into his eyes, she was unable to laugh at all. She was even extremely terrified, because his pair of originally icy cold eyes were filled with monstrous fury, which was burning fiercely. Mu Linger instinctively took a step back. Actually, towards this man in front of her, She had always hidden some fear in her heart. An unexplainable fear. Jean Z looked at her coldly, allowing her to retreat. It was until she had retreated to the side of the table and had nowhere else to retreat before he walked over in large strides. You. Mu Linger's entire body tensed up as she was very nervous. You owe me money. You. Why are you still so fierce? Jean Z suddenly closed in, so close that their noses were almost touching. Mu Linger was stunned. This feeling was all too familiar. But Jean Z didn't do anything. Instead, he immediately retreated and walked to Mu Linger's side. Mu Linger's heart thumped wildly. Jean Z stood there in silence. The huge tent suddenly quieted down. After a long time, Jean Z suddenly slammed his fist on the table. He sneered. Mu Linger, whose child are you pregnant with this time? Mu Linger instinctively turned to look at him. Even that perfect side profile of his was emitting a terrifying fury. This scene was even more familiar than the previous one. Previously in Tiger's prison, he had also been so furious. He had also slammed his fist on the wall. He had said, Mu Linger, you don't even cherish yourself. How am I supposed to cherish you? At that time, she had lied that she was pregnant with Chi brother's child, and he had found out. She didn't know why, but looking at Jean Z's angry side profile, Mu Linger's heart was trembling with fear. But she couldn't help but recall scenes that she had never recalled. From three-way black market to northern Lee's Tianhe City, he had taken care of her the entire way when she had lied about being pregnant. Although he wasn't very attentive, he had fulfilled all of her requests. The soup and food that she had asked for, he had been able to find them in time. Even in the wilderness, he had been able to do it. Mu Linger didn't know why she would think of these things. She had never thought of them in the past 2 years. She had thought that she had forgotten them. As she couldn't help but recall, she looked at his angry and cold side profile. Mu Linger's heart actually started to ache. There was an indescribable pain, but she didn't know who she was feeling this pain for. After remaining silent for a while, Jean Z turned around from the other side. He didn't look at her, nor did he say anything else. He walked out silently. Han Yunqi and Long Fei, you were still waiting outside the tent. Long Fei, Yi didn't care about Jean Z's private matters. He was here on official business. The moment he saw Jean Z come out, he said coldly, If you want to resign, you can leave now. If you want to stay, go and make some preparations. Follow us to that secret passage. Jean Z, who had just been angry at Ning Cheng and shouting that he wanted to resign, actually answered Long Fei Yi without hesitation. Bring a group of people along with you and wait for them to come. The first batch of illicit salt should be arriving soon. This official will make some preparations. We will set off tomorrow morning. Approved, Long Fei Yi said. As soon as Jean Z left, Han Yunqi ran into the tent. Long Fei Yi was neither gossipy nor curious. He went to the nearby ranch to observe the people. When Han Yunqi entered the tent, Mu Linger, who had been in a daze, immediately woke up and exclaimed, Sister! Han Yunqi pretended not to know and asked, Didn't you not like Jean Z anymore? Why are you here to play with him? Mu Linger hadn't told her the truth from before. She only told her that she didn't like Jean Z anymore, so she didn't want to marry him. Since Mu Linger didn't say anything, Han Yunqi was happy to play dumb. It was said that even an upright official would find it difficult to resolve family matters. However, matters of the heart were more complicated and changeable than family matters. To be honest, it wasn't that people's hearts were changeable, but that people's hearts were too deep. Many times, others couldn't figure it out, and even they couldn't figure it out themselves. Mu Linger felt terrible, but she still didn't want to say anything. Firstly, she was afraid that Han Yunqi would help her pay off the debt. Secondly, her heart was in a mess, and her mind was in a mess. She really couldn't explain things clearly. She smiled and found an excuse. I came to take a look at the snowy mountains in northern Li. Previously, Junixia and the Mu family worked together to plant a lot of medicinal herbs on the snowy mountains. Later on, no one cared about it. I want to go up the mountains to take a look before winter. Maybe. Originally, it was just a quick-witted excuse. However, as Mu Linger spoke, she realized that she could buy medicinal herbs from the snowy mountains. The herbs grown on the snowy mountains were worth a lot of money. Perhaps I can make this business deal work. Mu Linger suddenly grew excited. Her previous sadness vanished like smoke into thin air. She was really such a person. Her emotions came and went quickly. She cried and laughed when she wanted to. She unexpectedly found a way to pay off her debt. Her mood suddenly became clear and bright. As long as she paid off the debt as soon as possible, she and Jinzi wouldn't have anything to do with each other. She couldn't afford to offend him, so the best way was to stay far away from him. Han Yunqi said, "Seriously, those snowy mountains are not easy to climb. I heard that there are many wolf packs and snow leopards in the mountains. Don't worry, I have a way." Besides Jinzi's big tiger, what else could Mu Linger have a way to do? Jinzi owed her so much money. No matter what, he had to help her plant medicine on the snowy mountains, right? Han Yunqi asked that question because she thought of Jinzi's big tiger. She looked at Mu Linger suspiciously and didn't say anything for a long time. Normally, she would be speechless when facing this sister of hers. "Sis, what are you doing here? Brother-in-law is here too, right? Where's Ruer?" Mu Linger asked. Han Yunqi only briefly talked about the smuggling and didn't go into the details. Mu Linger didn't understand and wasn't interested. "So you're saying that Jinzi will be going to that place with you guys tomorrow morning?" Mu Linger asked. "You want to go too?" Han Yunqi asked. Mu Linger immediately shook her head. "No, I'm just asking." "How long will you guys be gone for?" Mu Linger asked again. "If it's short, it'll be half a month. If it's long, it'll be more than a month," Han Yunqi said seriously. First, they were going to find the way. Second, they were going to lie in wait. Third, they were going to investigate evidence. Long Fei Yi was very patient this time and had set up a long line. It was all for the sake of catching all these smugglers in one fell swoop and taking the opportunity to take care of those big clans in Jiangnan. Then I'd better go back to Medicine City first. I'll find some medicinal seeds and bring them over, Mu Linger said seriously. That night, Jinzi set up a bonfire banquet to eat with Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi. Because Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were traveling incognito, Jinzi didn't invite anyone else. After Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi arrived, they didn't see Mu Linger. "Where's my family's Linger?" Han Yunqi asked. Han Yunqi definitely did it on purpose. She could have gone to find Linger to come with her, but she didn't do so. "I'll go invite her now. Empress, please wait a moment." Jinzi found the attendant next to him and whispered a few words. The attendant then went to find Mu Linger. When the attendant saw Mu Linger, he said, "Miss Linger, Lord Jin has set up a banquet, and Empress has invited you. Lord Jin asked this one to bring you over." Mu Linger was actually hungry. Jinzi had arranged a tent for her, but he hadn't arranged anything for her to eat. This was the camp. There was no village in front of her, and no shops behind her. Looking around, all she could see was the boundless prairie. She didn't know where to find food. She didn't know that when she and Jinzi were super together this morning, her sister and brother-in-law were on the side. She thought that with her sister and brother-in-law present, Jinzi wouldn't dare to be impudent. Thus, she decisively went to the banquet. Mo's public WeChat account. Jimomo 2015 Welcome. Chapter 1285. The bonfire banquet was a feast unique to the northern Li grasslands for celebration. Usually, firewood would be piled up in an open space, and everyone would gather around the bonfire to celebrate and eat. However, there were only 3 guests today. Jinzi modified the traditional bonfire banquet. He didn't light a big bonfire, but made a small bonfire with an iron rack and roasted a whole lamb. Mu Ling smelled the aroma of roasted meat before she even got close. Hungry. She couldn't help but lick her lips. She was hungry. When she got closer, she saw Jinzi personally holding the knife and sitting by the fire to serve the whole lamb. She didn't know how long he had been roasting it. The whole lamb was golden and shiny, and the meat was brown and crispy. Mu Ling couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She could give full marks for its appearance. She wondered how it would taste. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi sat to the side. There were two things on the short table, an empty plate and a pot of tea. Ling, are you here? Have a seat. Han Yunqi said with a smile. Actually, Jinzi knew that Mu Ling had come when Han Yunqi didn't say anything. He lowered his head and carefully smeared honey on the whole lamb. Jinzi's seat was to the right of Han Yunqi, and Mu Ling's seat wasn't there. Long Fei Yi was tasting the tea that Jinzi had prepared. Han Yunqi looked around and pretended to be stupid. She pointed at Jinzi's seat and said, Mu Ling, there's another seat. There was only a plate and a pot of tea in Jinzi's seat. He hadn't sat down yet, so there were no traces of him having touched it. Mu Ling glanced at it and went over to sit. Just like that, the three of them sat and waited for Jinzi to serve the meat. Although it was winter, Han Yunqi suddenly felt like she was eating barbecue by the roadside. She couldn't help but laugh as she smiled. What are you laughing at? Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. If Jinzi sets up a stall to sell barbecue, his business will be very good, Han Yunqi replied. No matter what, Jinzi was the leader of the northernly grassland and a first-grade minister of Great Qin. Han Yunqi's evaluation of Jinzi made Long Fei Yi speechless. His empress must have been crazy about doing business recently. Mu Linger didn't want to look at Jinzi, but she was hungry. She was so hungry that her stomach was rumbling. As the aroma of the roasted meat grew stronger, her gaze drifted towards the roasted lamb. She couldn't help but glance at Gold a few times. This was the first time she knew that this guy actually knew how to roast meat, and his skills were so good. She had always thought that he was a vegetarian when she saw how skinny he was, and how he didn't have much meat on him. With his level of roasting skills, God knows how many cows and sheep he had eaten in the northernly grasslands. Mu Linger thought that Jinzi must be the kind of person who could eat meat every day without getting fat. It really made people envious and jealous. Indeed, Jinzi was a person who liked to eat meat. The only thing that attracted him in the northernly grasslands was the meat on the grasslands. Not long after, Jinzi finished roasting the lamb. The whole lamb was golden and shiny, looking crispy and yellow, making people want to take a bite. Soon, everyone found that Jinzi was not only good at roasting, but also very good at cutting. His martial arts were obviously not good, but when he waved the knife, he had a special style. His movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. The knife light flashed, and there was a bit of knife chi. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi watched with interest. Han Yunqi muttered, This guy really has some skills. Maybe he has good talent for practicing martial arts. Long Fei Yi said, but Han Yunqi only laughed. He must have trained his hands so quickly in the gambling dens. Jinzi was the #1 gambling king in the three-way black market. Winning or losing on the gambling table depended on one word: fast hands and fast eyes. Mu Linger watched in a daze, forgetting that she was hungry. At this moment, Han Yunqi suddenly became alert. There's poison! She immediately looked behind Mu Linger and saw a big red-eyed white tiger coming out of nowhere, approaching Mu Linger step by step. This big tiger's physique was bigger than the average tiger by a size. Its teeth and claws were poisonous, and it was undoubtedly the poisonous tiger that Jun Ixia had kept in Tiger's prison. The poisonous tigers in Tiger's prison were later subdued by Jinzi, and many of them sacrificed themselves to help Jinzi in his rebellion. The one in front of them should be one of the two that survived. As the saying goes, tigers are full of might. When a tiger walks, it will be awe-inspiring and imposing. But this red-eyed big tiger was interesting. It was obviously a huge creature, but when it walked, it was like a mouse. It lowered its head and tiptoed stealthily toward Mu Linger in fear of being discovered. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi didn't say anything when they saw that this big guy didn't have any ill intentions toward Ling. Mu Linger's attention was completely focused on the roasted lamb head slices in Jin Zi's hands and didn't notice the strange situation behind her. Jin Zi sliced up a large plate of roasted lamb. Each piece of meat was long and uniform in thickness. The slices of roasted lamb were stacked together in the center of the large plate. He glanced at Mu Linger from the corner of his eye and immediately knew that Dabai was here. However, he didn't make a sound and only strode toward Han Yunqi and the others. Your Majesty, this is the best food on the grasslands. Please accept it. Jin Zi offered the plate with both hands respectfully but not humbly. There was still a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Thank you, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Long Fei Yi didn't have a big appetite, but he ate very well and had very high standards for food. Needless to say, Jin Zi's plate of roasted meat was still to his liking. After putting down the roasted meat, Jin Zi ordered someone to bring over a plate of lettuce. This lettuce was also carefully selected. Each leaf was of moderate size and was a light green in color. In a large lettuce, there were probably only 1 or 2 leaves. A plate of appetizing roasted meat and a plate of tender lettuce that made one want to bite into it. Just the sight of it was a pleasure. However, Jin Zi also brought over a plate of sauce. This was secretly made by this lowly official. As Jin Zi explained, he took out 2 pieces of lettuce and wrapped them around a piece of roasted lamb. Then he stuck the sauce on it and presented it to Han Yunqi. Logically speaking, he should have presented the dish to Long Fei Yi first. After all, the emperor reigned supreme. However, Long Fei Yi wouldn't haggle over seniority with Han Yunqi. Naturally, he wouldn't bicker with Jin Zi either. Han Yunqi had seen this way of eating before. However, Long Fei Yi had never seen it before. He was very curious and interested. Han Yunqi took a bite and immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. It's super delicious. This roasted lamb not only looked good, but the meat inside the crispy skin was also very soft and tender. Most importantly, it didn't have a bit of sheep smell. Instead, the fragrance of the meat was mixed with the fresh and refreshing taste of the lettuce. It was very palatable and unique. Han Yunqi wasn't surprised by this way of eating. However, this was the first time that Han Yunqi had tasted this taste and texture. Han Yunqi hurriedly helped Long Fei Yi wrap it up and let him try it. After Long Fei Yi tasted it, he also said it was good. To be able to get Long Fei Yi's nod of affirmation, Jin Zi was very proud. He explained in detail how to pay attention to the roasted meat, the choice of lettuce, and the preparation of the sauce. Mu Ling sat at the side and watched. As she listened, her stomach started to growl. This was simply torture. Not only did he make her wait for so long when he invited her over for a meal, he actually deliberately dragged it out. Based on her understanding of Jin Zi, with Jin Zi's character, how could he explain so much nonsense? He was obviously deliberately using the excuse of explaining to waste time and not bring the meat to her. Mu Ling was still very ambitious. She didn't leave in a fit of pique and let Jin Zi laugh at her. She also didn't take the initiative to ask for it. She just sat there and simply turned her head away. Just when Mu Ling was sulking, a tiger roar suddenly came from behind her. Awoo! Ah! Mu Ling jumped up in fright. She almost lost her soul. She turned back to take a look and actually realized that a big tiger was sitting behind her. She was given a fright again. The next time she retreated, she didn't know how she fell down. This time round, Jin Zi finally looked over at her. Not only Jin Zi, Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi, and the big tiger were all looking at her. Mu Ling wanted to stand up, but she was so hungry that she really didn't have the strength. One must know that she hadn't even eaten lunch. From noon till now, she had only drunk a few cups of water. Although she was weak and wanted to cry, but she still clenched her teeth and stood up. She naturally recognized that big white tiger. Back then, it was this big white tiger that had brought her, Jean Z, and little Tang Tang to hide in the cave. It was also this big white tiger that had found a female tiger to feed little Tang Tang. Why was it roaring at her? Just as Mu Ling was about to roar back at that big white tiger, that big white tiger suddenly roared at Jean Z. In actual fact, that big white tiger's roar wasn't directed at Mu Ling, but at Jean Z. Jean Z was stunned. This beast actually dared to roar at him? What was it roaring at? Jean Z looked at that big white tiger and didn't make a sound. However, that big white tiger roared at him again. From that look, anyone could tell that it was extremely dissatisfied with Jean Z. Seeing this, Mu Ling was bewildered. What was going on? Suddenly, that big white tiger jumped out from that position and pounced towards the side of the bonfire. It picked up that whole roasted lamb from the rack and brought it in front of Mu Ling. Give it to her. This. Mu Ling was first stunned before she burst out laughing. Jean Z, Jean Z. To think that you're the leader of the tiger army. That big white tiger actually betrayed us. Looking at Jean Z's stunned expression, Mu Ling felt especially relieved. She pulled the whole roasted lamb over and tore off a leg and started to chew on it. This way of eating, compared to Jean Z's exquisite way of eating, was simply much simpler and cruder. Roasted well, delicious. Mu Ling wasn't stingy with her praises. As she spoke, she tore off a leg and rewarded it to that big white tiger who was sitting by the side. That big white tiger happily took a bite and ate with relish, completely ignoring Jean Z's extremely gloomy face. Looking at the human and tiger's table manners, even Long Fei Yi couldn't help laughing. Han Yunqi couldn't help but burst out laughing, but who knew that as she laughed, she suddenly stopped and leaned on the table. What's wrong? Long Fei Yi asked in shock. Han Yunqi didn't reply as she leaned on the table and didn't move as she stroked her chest. Long Fei Yi was anxious, and just as he was about to help her up, Han Yunqi couldn't help but vomited. Long Fei Yi had never encountered such a situation before and was at a loss. When Mu Ling saw this, she immediately rushed over. Elder sister, what's wrong? Chapter 1286. Long Fei Yi didn't know what to do. Mu Ling quickly rushed to Han Yunqi's other side to support her. Han Yunqi couldn't stop retching. She was disgusted, but she couldn't spit it out. Jean Z, find a doctor. Long Fei Yi anxiously shouted. Jean Z was also stunned. He didn't expect to find such a thing. The food he gave was absolutely carefully selected. There was no problem. What are you doing? Find a doctor. Long Fei Ye's gaze was enough to kill. Jean Z didn't dare to delay and immediately went. Mu Ling anxiously asked, Sis, what's wrong with you? How about I help you vomit? It could be seen that she was either choking on the food or was disgusted but couldn't spit it out. This kind of neither up nor down state was the most uncomfortable. The best and fastest way was to vomit. Vomit everything out. Once it was unblocked and smooth, she would feel better. Han Yunqi was so disgusted that she couldn't answer Mu Ling. She just kept waving her hand, indicating that she didn't need it. Just like this, Long Fei Yi and Mu Ling watched Han Yunqi suffer but couldn't help. Only when one was sick would they know how fortunate it was to have a doctor by their side. At this moment, the three of them must have thought of Gu Beiwa. After a while, Jean Z dragged an old doctor over. Han Yunqi stopped vomiting. Her face was a bit pale as she leaned on the table. Her entire body didn't have much strength. Long Fei Yi and Mu Ling surrounded her, asking about her condition. When they saw the doctor come over, the two consciously moved aside. The old doctor didn't come over immediately. Instead, he tidied his hair and beard while complaining to Jean Z. I already told you, don't look for old man if it's a small illness or pain. The old man is busy these days. Yuning City's big benefactor is a patient. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly go take a look. Jean Z said coldly. Big benefactor? The old doctor didn't think that it would be the emperor and empress. He only thought that some important officials had come. He also looked over. Just by looking at Han Yunqi's expression, he knew that the patient was her. What are you talking about? Why aren't you coming over? Long Fei bellowed. This old doctor was one of Ning Cheng's men. He was Ning Cheng's personal doctor in the army. He had followed Ning Cheng ever since Ning Cheng was Tianning's great general. His medical skills were excellent, but his temper wasn't very good. He only treated serious illnesses, not minor ailments, and never gave face to influential officials. He glanced at Long Fei and went to check Han Yunqi's pulse without saying anything. After a while, he let go of her hand, stroked his beard, and asked slowly, What did you eat just now? Barbecue. Mu Ling quickly replied. Have you eaten anything else today? The doctor asked again. Long Fei quickly told him what they had eaten in the morning and afternoon. The old doctor nodded as he listened, even stroking his flowery beard. Long Fei had finished talking for a long time, but he still didn't speak. Just what's going on? Mu Ling asked impatiently. Unexpectedly, the old man said, Judging from the pulse, there's nothing serious. It must be that the barbecue is too greasy and causing discomfort. That's it, Mu Ling said seriously. My big sis didn't eat much, and this barbecue isn't greasy at all. I'm most afraid of greasy food, so I'm fine even after eating a lot. Jean Z glanced at her, but didn't say anything. If it's not greasy, then it must be because she ate too quickly, the old doctor said. Mu Ling knitted her brows and was about to retort when Long Fei finally spoke up. That's it. The old doctor didn't answer immediately, but continued stroking his beard as he stood up. Then what else does everyone want? It's just vomiting, and there's nothing serious. There's no need to make a fuss about such a small matter. If you're still worried, take care of her tonight. Tomorrow, the old man will find a doctor to come and take a look. A sneer flashed across Jean Z's mouth, but she didn't say anything. Long Fei was about to get angry, but the old man actually said, You young people who live like princes are greedy for life and afraid of death. How can you be so scared over such a small matter? If you see those real patients, won't you be scared to death? As he spoke, he turned to look at Jean Z. Lord Jean, the old man will tell you one last time. No matter who is sick, even if the most powerful person in Yuning City is sick, if it's not serious, don't trouble the old man. The old man has a bunch of patients waiting for him. Jean Z didn't say anything, and Long Fei narrowed his eyes. Han Yunqi was stunned, and Mu Ling wanted to refute, but this hateful old man's words were very reasonable, and she didn't know how to refute. The old doctor ignored them and turned to leave. At this moment, Han Yunqi felt disgusted and couldn't help retching. Long Fei was anxious and angry, and he quickly went to drag the old doctor over. However, the old doctor turned around and added, If it wasn't for the greasy diet, I'm afraid she's just pregnant and her pulse hasn't appeared yet. Madam, don't eat too much greasy food and rest early. After the old doctor finished speaking, he still looked arrogant and turned to leave. However, Long Fei was stunned. He looked at Han Yunqi in shock, and he didn't care about the old doctor's rudeness. Han Yunqi looked up at him, and she was also surprised. Just pregnant? In other words, she just got pregnant. Suddenly Mu Ling screamed, Sister, you're pregnant! With Mu Ling his shout, Long Fei and Han Yunqi came back to their senses. Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. Long Fei was so surprised that he didn't know what to do. He already had a son, but when he heard that Han Yunqi might be pregnant, he still felt the same as when he was about to be a father for the first time. Surprised, excited, surprised, and at a loss. He couldn't help but smile. It was faint, and he wasn't laughing out loud, but anyone could tell that he was very, very happy. He squatted down in front of Han Yunqi, took her hand, and whispered, "Tell me, tell me." Han Yunqi was a little confused, and she didn't understand what he meant. This time, "Tell me personally," Long Fei Yi said again. The last time she was pregnant with Rui was already a few months old. Only then did he know that he was going to be a father. This time he couldn't miss it. He wanted her to tell him personally, Han Yunqi understood. She was happy, touched, and worried at the same time. "But it's not confirmed yet. I can't read his pulse," she said. Long Fei Yi thought for a moment and said, "Seriously, then I'll wait." He got up and immediately summoned the Shadow Guard. "Send a letter to Medical City and ask Gu Beiwei to come over as soon as possible." Han Yunqi didn't know what to say to him. She really didn't look forward to her second child. She wanted to take it slow. After all, Rui was still young, and she still had a lot to do. But seeing Long Fei Yi like this, she suddenly looked forward to it. She really hoped that she was pregnant, and that she could look at him and share the good news with him personally. Long Fei Yi didn't let Han Yunqi stay outside. He immediately brought Han Yunqi back to the tent to rest. Mu Ling followed and volunteered to take care of all 3 meals and supper. Long Fei Yi's original plan was completely disrupted. He sent a few subordinates to find the secret passage with Jin Zi and wait for him. At the same time, he secretly handed over all the evidence in his hands to the Supreme Court official, letting him take charge of the case. Before Jin Zi set off, he specially went to the kitchen to take a look at Mu Ling. Unfortunately, Mu Ling was focused on cooking porridge and didn't know that he had come. Jin Zi left silently. It would take at least a month for him to return. He wasn't worried that Mu Ling would leave. Firstly, as long as the Empress didn't leave, this girl wouldn't leave. Secondly, he hadn't given her his gold card yet. Half a month later, the prairies had officially entered winter. The north wind was very strong and whistled all day long. Gu Beiwei arrived at the military camp alone. He had a gray fox fur coat over his snow-white robes and was carrying a medical case on his right shoulder. He stood at the entrance of the tent. Even though he was covered in dust, it couldn't hide the extraordinary handsomeness between his brows. No matter how restless the north wind was behind him, it couldn't blow away the gentleness and calmness in his eyes. He gave a faint smile. "Emperor, Empress, please forgive this subordinate for being late." How could there be such a person? Even in the cold winter, as long as she saw him, the entire world would warm up. Han Yunqi smiled, not knowing how to answer him. Long Fei Yi also gave a helpless smile. "Gu Beiwei, your qigong has improved again." Long Fei Yi had estimated that Gu Beiwei would arrive in 5 days, but who knew that he would arrive 5 days early? "Emperor, it's good that Empress doesn't blame me." Gu Beiwei smiled and quickly came over. "Empress, this subordinate will take your pulse." Han Yunqi quickly reached out her hand. Gu Beiwei was serious and professional. Long Fei Yi stood to the side and waited. The large tent quieted down. In reality, in this half a month, Han Yunqi had more or less made her own judgment. Her good friend didn't come, so there was an 80 to 90% chance that she was pregnant. However, the pulse didn't appear, so she didn't dare to be completely sure. Long Fei Yi didn't understand that much, and she didn't explain too much to him. She just waited for Gu Beiwei to arrive. A long time passed, but Gu Beiwei still didn't seem to have found anything. Long Fei Yi was already nervous, but he didn't dare to speak. Han Yunqi wasn't that nervous at first, but when she saw Long Fei Yi's serious expression, she also became nervous. Finally, Gu Beiwei let go of Han Yunqi's hand. The moment he let go, Long Fei Yi asked, "How is it?" Gu Beiwei smiled but didn't say anything. He stood up. "How is it?" Long Fei Yi asked again. That anxious look was really unlike him. Gu Beiwe stood up and bowed respectfully. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Empress is indeed pregnant. Long Fei Yi was overjoyed. He looked at Han Yunqi and was about to speak when Han Yunqi covered his mouth and said, Long Fei Yi, I'm pregnant. They had agreed that she would tell him this personally. Long Fei Yi, I'm pregnant. She was the only one in the world who could say this. So, of course, she had to say it. Long Fei Yi, I'm pregnant. Han Yunqi repeated. Long Fei Yi was so happy that he couldn't speak. Gu Beiwe smiled silently at the side. That joy came from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly there was a loud bang. Everyone turned around and saw Mu Linger standing at the door. The porridge in her hand had been smashed to the ground. Before anyone knew what had happened to her, she ran towards Han Yunqi and shouted in surprise, Sis, you're really pregnant. That's great. I want to go back with you. I want to take care of you. Chapter 1287. Mu Ling was very persistent. No matter how Han Yunqi tried to persuade her, she insisted that they return to Yuning to learn cooking from Granny Zhao and take care of Han Yunqi. She actually forgot all about her debts and the fact that she had to plant medicinal herbs in the snowy mountains. Han Yunqi had no choice but to ask shopkeeper Luo to press for Mu Ling's debts in private. She also disabled the gold card and made it useless. Only then did Mu Ling give up and obediently stay in the barracks to wait for Jin Zi to come back and deal with the debt. Before leaving, Han Yunqi left Mu Ling with a sentence. She said, Ling, you're not young anymore. You should live for yourself. Han Yunqi left him with these words before leaving. Mu Ling stood in a daze for a long time in the howling north wind. When she was young, she lived for her father's orders and for the glory of the Mu family. In those years, she chased after Qi brother everywhere. She had been busy with all kinds of matters in Medicine City. If any of her friends were in trouble, she would be the first to help. Live for herself? She had never thought about this question. Now that Han Yunqi had explained it to her, she didn't really understand. However, she didn't know why, but she felt as if a certain part of her heart was being pulled. It didn't hurt, but it was uncomfortable and blocked. She stood there for a long time before returning to the barracks. Just as she was about to enter, she suddenly heard someone call her from behind. Mu Ling, She turned around and saw Jin Zi riding on a horse. His face was covered in dust, and his clothes and hair were messed up by the strong wind. The sky was dark and the north wind was rampant. The entire grassland was dark and gloomy. Jin Zi's black clothes almost merged with the dark sky. Mu Ling felt like she was dreaming. It was a dream about the edge of the world and the end of time. It must be a dream. Jin Zi was far away at the western border. How could he be here? She hadn't dreamed of anyone for a long time. Her dreams were always empty. Why did this annoying fellow barge in? She clearly wanted to dream of her big brother Shaoqi. Not only did he disturb her in real life, he even dared to intrude into her dreams like a haunting ghost. He was really very annoying. Mu Linger ignored him and turned around. As soon as they entered the tent, the whole world suddenly became bright and warm. Mu Linger also became much more awake. She thought that she must have been hallucinating. But who knew that just as she sat down, Jin Zi walked in. Mu Linger was stunned. Only then did she completely sober up. She blurted out, why are you back? He should have just arrived at the border. Jin Zi came back halfway because he suddenly realized that if Han Yunqi was really pregnant, he would not stay in Long Fei Yi for long. The winter in Northern Li was not easy. With Mu Ling's personality, she would definitely follow him back. Therefore, he gave the map to Su Donglin and returned. You are still not leaving? Jin Zi asked in return. Mu Linger did not understand for a moment. Jin Zi added, Your sister has already left. Why are you still here? Mu Linger was originally feeling a little down, but after Jin Zi asked this question, her anger surged. She said coldly, You haven't returned my gold card? How am I going to leave? Do you think I'm willing to stay here? Let me tell you, Qiankuan Bank has already come to collect the debt from me. Do as you see fit. Someone will return the gold card to you in a few days. Someone will also arrange for the debt to be paid at the end of the month. I will also help you pay the interest from Kingan Bank. As Jin Zi said this, he purposely opened the door and opened it. You can leave now. Mulinger felt stifled. She did not know what to say. She wanted to leave immediately, but she thought for a long time before she remembered about the snow mountain. Yes, she still had to go up the snow mountain to plant herbs. Her sister did not want her to take care of her, so of course she had to quickly plant the herbs. She could either buy them from the black market or use them as collateral for Kingan Bank. If not for this, even if her sister did not want her to take care of her, she would have left long ago and returned to Medicine City. Mulinger explained herself in her heart. She felt a little more confident and asked in return, You, why did you come back? I forgot to take something, Jin Zi said coldly. Oh, Mulinger answered loudly. Then, the two of them fell silent again. Jin Zi hardened his heart and asked again, You're still not leaving? He really did not expect her to stay. He wanted to ask her why, like a madman, but if he asked, it would sound like he was chasing her away. You're still not leaving? Aye. Mulinger hesitated. Jin Zi unconsciously furrowed his brows, waiting for her answer. Unfortunately, Mulinger did not give him an answer, but a goodbye. She said, Who said I'm not leaving? I just forgot to take something. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Of course, she would leave the army camp, but she would not leave northernly. She left after saying that, striding past Jin Zi and out the door. Jin Zi was stunned. He stood there motionless. The tent was brightly lit and the stove was warm, but his body was gradually becoming colder. He had rushed back day and night, riding a horse at full speed. He allowed the wind to pour into his clothes and into his body. It was so cold that he lost all feeling in his body, but that was not as cold as the coldness he felt at this moment. After a long time, he turned his head and saw the vast grassland outside the door. It was gloomy and bleak, without any light or end in sight. He began to think about Mulinger's question. Why did he come back? To keep her? But he clearly did not. A year had already passed. What did he want to do by forcing her to come here? He clearly knew that she hated him. He clearly knew that he would not force her to marry him. If he wanted to, he would have done so a year ago. Now that he had forced her to come here, what could he do? Jin Zi took out the gold card and looked at it silently. Actually, he had always carried this gold card with him. He could return it to her at any time. He looked at it for a long time before handing the gold card to the servant. He said calmly, Go to the bank and pay off all the money in this card. Yes. The servant asked, Master, then this card, you don't want it anymore. Jin Zi stared at the servant and did not answer for a long time. The servant felt his hair stand on end. He did not know whether to say or not. He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. In the end, Jin Zi did not say whether he wanted the card or not. He just turned and left. The servant looked at the gold card in his hand with a confused expression. Lord Jin's thoughts were the most difficult to guess. What should he do? Jin Zi rushed to the border that day and did not ask about Mulinger's whereabouts. A few days later, the servant went to the underground bank and transferred a sum of money to Heaven and Earth Bank. Heaven and Earth Bank lifted the ban on the gold card. The servant brought it back, but didn't know what to do with it. After struggling for 3 days and 3 nights, he finally secretly put the gold card under Lord Jin's pillow. Half a month later, Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi returned to Yuning Palace. Gu Beiwe also brought Ru'er back from Medical City. Han Yunqi began her happy days of nurturing her baby. However, Ru'er had no choice but to sleep in separate beds from them. After all, Ru'er slept in a different bed. It would be a big problem if he kicked his mother's belly. At first, Rue wasn't happy and made a fuss for 2 nights. Later on, Rue stopped making a fuss. Every night, when the Grand Tutor wanted to leave the palace, he would follow and stay in the Grand Tutor's residence at night. Gubeiwa did not return to Medical City, so the matter at Medical City was delayed. Mulinger did not return to Medicine City, so the matter at Medicine City was also delayed. The matters at Medical City and Medicine City were not urgent. After all, Long Fei Yi had to fill the national treasury first before he could touch Medical City and Medicine City. Mulinger did not return to Medicine City. Since Lil Thing had nothing to do, it ran back to Yuning City. Once it came back, Rueer would have company and would not return to the palace with Grand Tutor Gu. He forced his imperial father and imperial mother to come to the Grand Tutor's residence to accompany him several times. Rueer was actually just throwing a tantrum. As long as his imperial father and imperial mother came, he would be overjoyed and would definitely return to the palace with them that night. He also did not want his imperial mother to sleep with him. Instead, he relied on his imperial father. In the end, Long Fei Yi had no choice but to put 2 beds in the palace. Because of Rueer and Lil Thing, the originally quiet Grand Tutor's residence became lively. The livelier it was, the more Han Yunqi missed Qin Min. She was also more curious about what had happened between Qin Min and Gubeiwa. She and Long Fei Yi only knew that Qin Min was most likely faking her pregnancy. However, they really could not guess the truth between Qin Min and Gubeiwa. Han Yunqi wanted to ask him about Qin Min multiple times, but she held back the words as they reached her lips. After all, Gubeiwa's attitude in Ningzhou City made it difficult for her to ask too many questions. After all, that was Gubeiwa's family matter. A month later, Jinzi, Su Donglin, and the people sent by the Supreme Court found out about the illegal salt. They arrested the people who were escorting the salt at the secret passage between Northern Li and Winter Crow. At the same time, they found some evidence of the 3 great clans colluding with Winter Crow's human trafficker, Le Zhang. The 3 great clans had indeed colluded with Le Zhang to occupy the secret passage and smuggle other goods to the mysterious continent. However, they had not acted on it yet. Long Fei Yi did not personally appear in the trial, nor did he expose East Origin Palace. He let the Supreme Court Chancellor preside over the case. After a month of trial, the Chancellor convicted shopkeeper Chao and many people from the 3 great clans. At the same time, he also arrested a large number of officials. Because the 3 great clans' patriarchs were not directly involved in the case, they were not convicted and could only be considered as being implicated. However, Long Fei Yi used this case to eliminate many of the 3 great clans' influence in the Great Qin's officialdom. At the same time, he took back the Chongning salt pans and took the opportunity to take over the other salt pans. It could be said that this case completely reversed the situation in Jiangnan. From then on, there were no more wealthy clans in Jiangnan that could rival a nation. It was also from this year that the Great Qin's treasury became more and more abundant. It was worth mentioning that the Supreme Court Chancellor did not know where the evidence given to him by the emperor came from. A few vice-chancellors personally interrogated shopkeeper Chao to find out who he was transporting the salt to. In the end, shopkeeper Chao did not reveal the young lord of East Origin Palace. He knew that the death penalty was unavoidable. Before he died, he still hoped that the young lord of East Origin Palace would treat his family and clansmen well. As for the 3 young masters, they did not dare to confess, because once they did, the 3 great clans would be punished even more severely. The buyer of the salt became the final mystery. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi would probably never reveal the truth in this lifetime. Because of this, only Han Yunqi knew that the young lord of East Origin Palace had a homosexual fetish. After the case was over, Jinzi was exhausted. He returned to the army camp and fell asleep on his pillow. Tomorrow, Linger's story would be opened. Chapter 1288. Jin Z returned to his tent from the border and fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. The smuggling case had nothing to do with him at all. He didn't know what had gone wrong with his head, but he'd risked his life to help Su Donglin and the justice courts capture the culprit. Unfortunately, he hadn't gotten any information on Ning Cheng this time. He wanted nothing more than to rush to Li Zheng's lair and arrest him for interrogation. Unfortunately, violence wasn't his strong suit. He'd urged Su Donglin to capture the culprit multiple times, but Su Donglin didn't dare to act rashly despite his intentions. Lu Zheng was from Winter Crow country, so it was legal to sell slaves there and on the mysterious continent. Thus, Great Qin couldn't convict him of any crime. As for Lu Zheng's collusion with the three great clans of Jiangnan, there was evidence, but Winter Crow country refused to hand over the culprit. Great Qin's laws couldn't punish them either. The imperial court could only ban Lu Zheng and the others from entering the Great Qin Empire. Once they stepped into the Great Qin Empire, they would be killed without mercy. Actually, Long Fei, you didn't care about Winter Crow country at all. He once considered using this as an excuse to send troops to Winter Crow country and annex it. But in the end, Han Yunshi stopped him from doing so. For one thing, sending troops to Winter Crow country would only leave them with rumors of the strong bullying the weak. For another, Li Zheng's background was complicated. His businesses had many connections with the mysterious continent, so it wouldn't be worth it if conflict broke out between Cloud Realm and the mysterious continent because of this. Chu Shifeng was left behind at Winter Crow country to investigate Jin Zi's origins and Ning Cheng's whereabouts. His colleagues were also investigating Lu Zheng's business dealings with the mysterious continent, as well as his own family's power. Jin Zi only wanted Ning Cheng's whereabouts, so he could only wait. Jin Zi laid on the pillow and slept for 1 day and 2 nights. God knows how tired he was. On the morning of the 3rd day, he raised his head in a daze. His short hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his bangs were all sticking up. His pair of cold eyes were completely exposed. It had to be said that his eyes were really, really beautiful, especially when he looked sleepy and confused at this time. He didn't have the usual coldness, but had the cuteness of a big brother next door. He reached out to rub his messy hair and lay back on the pillow lazily. He had been busy for so long, and now that he woke up after a good night's sleep, he suddenly didn't need to be busy anymore. He was a little unused to it. He stared blankly at the empty tent. No one knew what he was thinking, but his eyes suddenly became sluggish, as if he had lost his soul. After a long time, he finally came back to his senses. He rubbed his hair with all his might, messing it up completely. He got up. His movement was not small, and the pillow was thrown to the ground. He was about to lie down to pick it up when he caught a glimpse of a gold card lying quietly on the bed. It's him. Her gold card. All of Cloud Realm continent's gold cards had the same front, but the back was different. The gold card in front of him was facing up, but he recognized it at first glance. After all, he had hidden it in his robes for a year. He picked it up and flipped it to the back, only to see that it was right. He looked and thought. Suddenly, he threw the gold card out and it hit the pillar in the middle of the tent. He got off the bed, tidied himself up, and left the house. He didn't know where he went, but after a busy day, it was already the middle of the night by the time he returned. The tent was so big, but the gold card was so small. Still, he saw it as soon as he entered the tent. "Someone come," he said coldly. A servant immediately entered. "Your Excellency, Jean, what orders do you have?" "Have you paid off all the debts this Excellency owes?" Jin Zi asked icily. "All paid off," the servant replied honestly. "And the interest?" Jin Zi asked next. "All paid off as well," the servant replied. Jin Zi stared at the card on the pillar and asked again, "And the card? Did you return it too?" The servant didn't see the card hit the pillar, but he was alarmed. So his master wanted to return the card to Miss Ling. "Your servant put the card under Your Excellency Jin's pillow." "Your servant will go get it right away," the servant said anxiously. Jean Z said expressionlessly. The servant hurried to the bed, but couldn't find the card even after searching under the pillow for a while. He picked up the pillow, only to see that it was empty. What? The servant was frightened. When Your Excellency Jean wasn't here, he'd come every day to clean the tent and make the bed once every 2 or 3 days. Yesterday, when he came to change out the blankets, he even took a look and saw that the card was still lying under the pillow. How come today, frightened? The servant began to search all over the bed, but he couldn't find a trace of the card even after lifting the covers. Your Excellency Jean, did you? He wanted to ask, but swallowed the words back in the end. If Your Excellency Jean saw the card again, he would have returned it long ago. Why would he ask so many questions? He thought that Your Excellency Jean must have asked because he didn't see it. Your Excellency Jean, your servant really put the card under the pillow, but now the servant was so anxious that he was about to cry. But now it's gone. Gone. Jean Z looked at him coldly. Please spare my life, Your Excellency Jean. Your servant definitely didn't embezzle the card. Even if I had a huge order, I wouldn't dare to do so. Please understand, Your Excellency Jean. The servant knelt down and begged. Jean Z was still expressionless as he said coldly, If it's gone, then so be it. Go and tell Mu Ling to go to Kingan Bank and get her banned from using the card. This matter ends here. The servant was very surprised. He didn't expect that Your Excellency Jean didn't blame him for such a huge matter. Yes. Just as the servant was about to run out, Jean Z added, You better find Mu Ling as soon as possible and ban that card. Otherwise, if it's misused, all the debts will be on your head. The servant was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He turned around and ran, immediately using all the resources at his disposal to find Mu Ling. That night, 4 letters were sent by Eagle, 1 to Medical City, Medicine City, Yuning City, and Pillfiend Pharmacy. After the servant left, Jean Z glanced up at the gold card hanging from the pillar and went to sleep. Several days later, the servant still hadn't received any news from Mu Ling. He knelt by the pillar with tears and snot running down his face, begging Jean Z for advice. Your Excellency Jean, you will definitely find Miss Ling. Please have mercy, Your Excellency Jean. Your Excellency Jean, Miss Ling isn't in Medical City, Medicine City, or Yuning City. She's not in Pillfiend Pharmacy either. Your Excellency Jean, please give this humble one some directions. Jean Z murmured, She hasn't returned to Medicine City? The servant shook his head. This humble one has asked the Mu clan twice. They all said that Miss Ling hasn't returned since she went north last time. Jean Z suddenly frowned. The servant hurriedly continued. Medical City asked Vice Academy Head Shin, and Yuning City asked Grand Tutor Gu. They all said that they haven't seen her. Before Jean Z could say anything, the servant hurriedly added, This humble one will go ask the people in Medicine Ghost Valley. However, 2 days later, the steward of Medicine Ghost Valley replied, saying that Mu Ling hadn't been to Medicine Ghost Valley for more than 2 years. That night, Jean Z couldn't sleep. The next day, he received a handwritten letter from Han Yunxi, questioning him about Mu Ling's whereabouts. Han Yunxi had always thought that Mu Ling was staying in the northernly barracks, waiting for Jean Z to return so that they could plant medicine in the snowy mountains together. After reading the letter, Jean Z came to a realization and immediately rushed out of the tent. At this time, the sky was dark and gloomy, and the entire grassland was covered in heavy snow. Jean Z looked into the distance, but he couldn't see the snowy mountains in the distance. Jean Z angrily kicked a stone at his feet and angrily said, Mu Ling, how stupid can you be? The snowy mountains in the northern part of northern Li were continuous, each taller and steeper than the last. Many of them had yet to be climbed, so they were revered as sacred mountains by the local herdsmen. In the northern part of northern Li, There were many activities to worship the mountain gods and snow gods every winter. Only a few of these snowy mountains were suitable for growing medicinal herbs, while many of them hid many precious wild medicinal herbs that had yet to be excavated. In the past, June Isia had developed 3 snowy mountains to grow medicinal herbs, all of which were in the northwestern part of northern Lee, bordering Winter Crow. The mountains weren't steep, but they were very high. The mountainside was covered in snow all year round, so it wasn't easy to climb up or down the mountain. According to Jean Z's understanding, the medicinal herbs that June Isia and the Mu clan had jointly planted were very rare and very special. They could only survive in the snow. In other words, those medicinal herbs were distributed on the mountainside of the snowy mountains. It was soon going to be the coldest time in northern Lee. In a few days, there would be several days of heavy snow. When that time came, not to mention going up and down the snowy mountains, even going out would be difficult. Although those 3 snowy mountains had been opened up by Junisia, it was still very dangerous for Mu Ling, or to go alone. Not to mention that the mountain roads were difficult to traverse. Just the wolves and snow leopards on the mountain were impossible to guard against. Those ferocious beasts couldn't find any prey in the cold weather, so once they saw a person, they would all pounce over to fight for food. It would be strange if Mu Ling didn't get torn apart. The more Jean Z thought about it, the uglier his face became. He suddenly blew a sharp whistle to summon the big white tiger. But who would have thought that the big white tiger that would usually rush over when he gave the order actually didn't appear? Jean Z blew again, but the big white tiger still didn't appear. He was shocked and personally ran to the tiger camp near his tent. He saw that the tent that he had specially prepared for the big white tiger was empty, with nothing inside. "Where's the tiger?" he coldly questioned. "I haven't seen it for several days. It should be in the mountains," the guard timidly replied. Big White was the leader of the tiger troops. The tiger troops were all hidden in the nearby hills, and only Big White lived in the military camp. Usually, Big White would run into the mountains and forests, so it was normal for it to not return for an entire month. Apart from Lord Jean, no one else in the army dared to approach Big White, nor did they dare to care about its whereabouts. They were only responsible for delivering roasted meat to Big White every day. Faced with the angry and anxious Lord Jean, the guard was very confused. A complicated look flashed across Jean Z's eyes. Coldly he said, "I'll be away for a while, so I'll leave the military matters to the deputy generals." After giving his instructions, Jean Z went into the mountains. After asking around, he found out that Big White wasn't in the forest. That day he brought 10 white tigers and went straight to the snowy mountain herb fields. Chapter 1289. Mu Ling was indeed in the snowy mountain medicine fields. The 3 snowy mountains in the western part of northern Lee were connected together. All 3 of them ran north and south in a straight line, forming a wall between northern Lee and Winter Crow country. The entire mountain range was called the Jia Shan Mountain Range. From south to north, each mountain was taller than the last. June Isia and the Mu clan had worked together to open up large patches of ice and snow medicine fields on the mountainsides of the 3 snowy mountains. But only the first snowy mountain had been planted for a season, while the other 2 were still abandoned. Originally, after Han Yunshi and Medicine Ghost Valley had joined forces to monopolize all the medicine sold in Medicine City, June Isia and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had planned to develop the medicine fields on the snowy mountains. But that plan had ended before it could even begin. Mu Ling had been staying on the mountainside for half a month now, accompanied by the still missing Big White. Big White had been following her ever since she left the army camp. She was planning to return to Medicine City and wait until summer to explore the snowy mountains again. However, seeing that Dubbai was following her around, she became restless. After preparing for 3 days, she brought Big White to the snowy mountains. She had already learned from the Mu clan that the Mu clan and Junisia were working together to develop the medicine fields on the snowy mountains. Their main goal was to grow snow jade cordyceps. Snow jade cordyceps was an extremely precious medicinal ingredient that was almost extinct among all the other cordyceps. As one of the best wild, nourishing medicinal ingredients, snow jade cordyceps were crazily sought after by countless nobles. Unfortunately, the number of such ingredients had dwindled over the past 10 years. It was already considered a lot to harvest 10 cordyceps each year. The rarity of snow jade cordyceps had something to do with its formation. That's right, this type of medicinal ingredient wasn't simply grown, but formed. Every winter, a type of ginseng called snow ginseng would grow on the snowy mountains. This type of ginseng was buried deep in the snow and was extremely small. The largest of them was only as big as a child's pinky finger. In the spring of the next year, a group of beautiful butterflies would fly to the snowy mountains. Each of them was as big as a palm, and their bodies were like white jade. They were clean and flawless, so they were called jade butterflies. The jade butterfly laid eggs in the snow, and after the baby jade butterfly was born, it would burrow into the snow to find the roots of the snow ginseng and eat it. When the baby jade butterfly ate the snow ginseng, most of them would freeze to death in the snow. As a result, the corpses of the snow ginseng and the baby jade butterfly would grow together. In the early winter of the next year, they would grow into a snow jade cordyceps that was both a plant and an animal. How did the jade butterfly cub and the snow ginseng grow together? No one knew the reason behind this. However, it took the Mu family and June Isia 3 years to figure out where the snow jade cordyceps came from. June Isia died, and the Mu family was defeated. This secret fell into the hands of Mu Ling. In order to obtain more snow jade cordyceps, June Isia and the Mu family cultivated the snowy mountain herb field. In the winter, they artificially planted large amounts of snow ginseng for the jade butterflies to lay eggs. They even began to research how to attract more jade butterflies to the herb field, as well as how to raise them. However, before they could even try, the cooperation was broken. Mu Ling also wanted to see what the jade butterflies looked like. It would be best if she could catch a few and raise them. Thus, with Dabai's protection, she resolutely decided to take the risk and climb the snowy mountain. The jade butterflies would only appear for a few days in the early spring. At that time, the snow would melt, so it was impossible to climb the mountain. Thus, if she wanted to see the jade butterflies, she could only spend the winter on the snowy mountain and wait until spring. In fact, Mu Ling was not impulsive. After all, the Mu family and June Isia had cooperated before. She also understood the situation on the snowy mountain herb field. Not only did she bring Dabai, but she also brought a lot of food and daily necessities. The tall Dabai seemed to have become her horse. Not only did he have to carry her, but he also had to help her carry a lot of things. Mu Ling brought a lot of food, a large bedding, several sets of clothes, boots, and even cooking pots and pans. One could imagine how much work Dabai had to do. However, Dabai was very willing. He was especially happy along the way. When they encountered some small beasts, he also turned a blind eye and let them go. There were several abandoned stone houses beside the herb field. Mu Ling found the warmest one and tidied it up. Then she and Dabai stayed there. Mu Ling stayed for a night before she realized that she had forgotten to bring charcoal. She was so cold that she almost fell sick. Fortunately, she had the habit of carrying medicinal pills with her. She was fine after taking a few pills. She looked around and actually found a large pile of charcoal and firewood in the most remote stone house. There were also many daily necessities. These were probably left behind by the previous herb farmers. The charcoal was used for warmth and the firewood was used for cooking. Just like that, Mu Ling stayed in the snow mountain herb field. After a few days of acclimatization, she dug up a few snow ginseng to study. She even dug up a snow jade cordyceps that hadn't been picked yet. Mu Ling was overjoyed. She yelled in the snow, "Dabai! Dabai, come and see." Dabai lay beside her. He looked lazy and adorable, but in reality, he maintained a high level of vigilance. He knew that there were many wolves, tigers, and leopards on this snow mountain. He originally wanted to follow Miss Ling and find out where she went before telling his master. However, who knew that Miss Ling would treat him as a horse and bring him up the snow mountain. Miss Ling was the girl that his master risked his life to save. His master must like her very, very much. Thus, he had to protect Miss Ling, no matter what. Dabai hurriedly stood up and shook off the snow on his body. He ran over excitedly. Mu Ling placed the small snow jade cordyceps in her palm for him to see. "Look, I found a treasure. This is good stuff." Dabai didn't know what Miss Ling was doing here, nor did he know how precious this small cordyceps was. However, he knew that Miss Ling was very happy. He rubbed his nose against Mu Ling's hand in response. "Here you go. Thank you for your hard work," Mu Ling said earnestly. Dabai glanced at the cordyceps. He didn't seem to be very interested. Mu Ling brought the cordyceps to his mouth. Only then did he use his tongue to roll the small cordyceps into his mouth. He swallowed it without even chewing. After Jun Xie's partnership with the Mu family was terminated, the cordyceps that were cultivated and wild were all gone. This was because no medicine farmers dared to go up the snow mountain again. If Mu Ling were to buy these cordyceps on the black market, they would definitely be sold for an extremely high price. Even if she didn't buy them, she could still eat them herself. However, she rewarded Dabai just like that, and the silly Dabai simply ate them. When she started, Dabai was also happy. It had nothing to do with value or utility. It was just that simple and pure. There was no need to explain it to outsiders. A few days later, it began to snow heavily. Mu Ling and Dabai hid in the stone house and didn't go out. Mu Ling knew that Dabai was a carnivore, so she specially prepared some cured meat. She clamped a metal rack over the stove and hung the cured meat on top of it to roast. After a while, the cured meat sizzled with oil and exuded an extremely alluring aroma. Dabai wanted nothing more than to pounce on the cured meat and gobble it up. However, he resisted the urge and patiently waited for Miss Ling to finish roasting the cured meat. Mu Ling asked as she roasted the cured meat, "Does that baddie roast meat for you often?" Dabai's mind was completely focused on the cured meat. He didn't understand what she was saying, so he just nodded. "That baddie also likes to eat meat, right?" Mu Ling asked again. Dabai continued to nod. "That baddie is really baddie. I curse him to stuff a piece of meat between his teeth every time he eats." Mu Ling started to mutter to herself, No, I curse him to grow cavities in his teeth and become a vegetarian for the rest of his life." Dabai nodded vigorously. His soul was completely captivated by the aroma of the cured meat. Finally, Dabai couldn't take it anymore and allowed Mu Ling to continue talking. He drooled as he got up and lay down on the stove. Just as Dabai was about to eat all the cured meat in one bite, he suddenly stopped. His eyes, which had been infatuated, immediately turned cold and fierce. He sensed movement outside the house. He immediately jumped down and ran to the door, indicating to Mu Ling that there was danger outside. Mu Ling was alarmed. Something that could cause Dabai to be so vigilant had to be quite dangerous. Along the way to the snowy mountains, many wild beasts would voluntarily make way for Dabai. Normally, it wouldn't be wild beasts that came looking for them. Could it be that someone had come looking for them? Mu Ling was puzzled. She really couldn't think of anyone who would come here. She cautiously lifted the curtain and looked outside. It would have been better if she didn't look, but she was immediately given a fright. Heavens! There was a large pack of snow leopards outside. There were at least 50 of them, and all of them were extremely ferocious. They were all staring at her stone house. What shocked her the most was that there was a woman standing in the pack of snow leopards. Her facial features were well defined, and she was extremely beautiful. Moreover, this woman was dressed like a hunter. Her legs were as wide as her shoulders, and she stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She looked extremely domineering. Mu Ling took a closer look and even discovered that there was a dagger at her waist. She had clearly brought the pack of snow leopards here. They were all well trained, and there were 50 of them standing in a very neat formation. Who is she? Mu Ling muttered to herself. She looked toward Dabai and saw that he had already opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs. Mu Ling couldn't help but ponder a question. If this woman had ill intentions, would Dabai be able to defeat those 50 snow leopards? It had to be said that Mu Ling was a little worried. She thought that even if Dabai could defeat those snow leopards, it would definitely be very difficult. Otherwise, Dabai wouldn't have revealed such an expression. What should she do? Just as Mu Ling was feeling anxious, the woman outside the door shouted, "Hey, listen up! This herb field belongs to me. If you don't want to die, then come out and apologize to me. I'm a great person who won't hold a grudge against you, and I'll spare your life." Mu Ling was initially still worried, but upon hearing this, her anger flared up. She opened the door and walked out with Dabai. Dabai's aura clearly intimidated the 50 snow leopards, and they all retreated. The woman was very surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. She said coldly, "You're just a tiger. How dare you show off in front of me? You're asking for death." Mu Ling was completely baffled. Who on earth came to show off in front of them? Mu Ling was just about to retort when the woman suddenly blew a sharp whistle. Not long after, a large pack of wolves ran out from the forest around the herb field. There were about 100 of them, and they all surrounded them. Mu Ling was dumbstruck. Dabai, she's trying to cause trouble. Chapter 1290. Due to the addition of the wild wolves, the 50 snow leopards' morale was greatly boosted, and they once again surrounded Mu Ling and Dabai. The wild wolves also quickly closed in on them. Over 150 ferocious beasts formed a large circle, trapping Mu Ling and Dabai in the center. Dabai continued to circle around Mu Ling, not daring to stray too far from her. It stared at the surrounding ferocious beasts and let out a low growl, as if it was warning them. However, the snow leopards and wild wolves were no longer afraid of Dabai because they had many companions. The snow leopards, standing at the very front, also let out low growls in return. "Howl!" Dabai suddenly let out a loud roar, and only then did the snow leopards become fearful and retreat a few steps. However, they didn't retreat too far, and they continued to stare at Mu Ling and Dabai as if they were prey. Mu Ling was well aware of this situation, and she pulled out the dagger she always carried with her. "Dabai, don't worry about me," she said in a low voice. If Dabai could understand Mu Ling's words, he would definitely scold her for being stupid, just like his master. If it weren't for the fact that he had to protect Mu Ling, Dabai wouldn't be afraid no matter how many ferocious beasts there were. However, with Mu Ling around, his chances of victory were extremely slim. This was because there were too many ferocious beasts, and if he let his guard down, Mu Ling would be bitten to death. This was also the reason why Dabai was still circling around Mu Ling and hadn't launched an attack yet. He couldn't leave Mu Ling by even half a step, and he couldn't allow the snow leopards and wild wolves to take advantage of him. "Looks like you don't plan on apologizing to me," the woman shouted arrogantly. Mu Ling shouted back, "Why should I? Who said that this herb field belongs to you?" The woman swept her gaze across the mountain of wild wolves and snow leopards, and she laughed loudly. "If they say it's mine, then it's mine. Why are you being so unreasonable? These medicinal fields were clearly cultivated by my Mu family." Mu Ling retorted angrily. Although Mu Ling was stupid, she was not naive. She was dealing with this woman. Firstly, she wanted to stall for time. Secondly, she wanted to probe this woman's background. Thirdly, she wanted to find a way to reconcile. After all, she couldn't possibly drag Dabai down with her. Mu clan? Haha, never heard of it. Stinky girl, let me tell you, these things were all stolen. Whoever's fist is harder, the item will belong to them, the woman said arrogantly. Mu Linger blurted out without thinking, Okay, then let's fight. Whoever loses gets the hell out of here. You want to fight me? The woman laughed loudly. What? You don't dare? As Mu Linger provoked her, she secretly thought about what kind of rules she should set to trick this woman. After all, she had been tricked by her sister a few times, so she was experienced. However, who would have thought that the woman would leap lightly onto a large rock and leave behind a threat? Okay, you'll be responsible for your own life and death. Based on this woman's skills, she could probably leave her in the dust. Mu Linger was a little confused, but she quickly asked, How do we fight? Based on our own abilities, the woman said as she pulled out a dagger. A sly look flashed across Mu Linger's eyes as she continued. You'll be responsible for your own life and death. Your beast is not allowed to seek revenge. You're dead meat, the woman said coldly. Life and death are one thing, rules are another. Let's talk about the rules first, shall we? Mu Linger said seriously. Don't worry if I really lose to you. I guarantee that they will all retreat. Haha, if you die by my hands, even if that tiger of yours doesn't seek revenge, I will find trouble with it. The woman's tone was extremely arrogant. Mu Linger sucked in a breath of cold air, her anger finally burning. She didn't waste any more words as she pulled out a dagger and pointed it at the woman. Come. Seeing this, the big white tiger growled at Mu Ling. Mu Linger touched the big white tiger's mouth and whispered, It's fine, don't worry. The woman walked over step by step, and the surrounding snow wolves and wild wolves consciously retreated to the side. Both Mu Linger and the woman were holding daggers. Although Mu Linger only knew a little bit of martial arts, she wasn't afraid. This was because this competition was based on each person's abilities and there were no restrictions. Therefore, she didn't want to fight this woman at all. Soon, the two stood face to face, only a step away from each other. Looking at her from such a close distance, Mu Linger was even more stunned. This woman was really beautiful. Begin. The woman suddenly shouted and stabbed her dagger. Mu Linger retreated and casually scattered a large amount of powder at the same time. The woman didn't expect this and hurriedly wiped the powder off her face. What is this? Mu Linger stared blankly at her without a word. What else could this powder be but poison? Her big sister was the most poisonous woman in Cloud Realm continent, so how could she not have some skills as her little sister? After leaving Tiger's prison in the past, she and her big sister had brought plenty of poisons with them. The woman wiped her face clean and was about to attack again when her face and hands began to itch unbearably. She had no choice but to toss her dagger aside and scratch herself instead. You poisoned me. Slut, you're despicable. The woman cursed. We've already agreed that we'll rely on our own abilities. Mu Linger retorted immediately. You. The woman clearly didn't expect Mu Linger to have poisons. She quibbled. When this young lady said we'll rely on our own abilities, I meant martial arts, not these kinds of despicable methods. Your martial arts are clearly better than mine, so don't you think you're despicable? You clearly have more beasts than me, so don't you think you're despicable? Mu Linger retorted angrily. You. The woman was easily irritated. Give me the antidote, or else I'll have them bite you to death. If you lose, you have to apologize to me first. Mu Linger said seriously. Don't even think about it. The woman roared back. Are you going to act shamelessly? If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. Mu Linger was even more incensed now, but the woman was actually shameless enough to shout back. So what if this young lady acts shamelessly? Give me the antidote right now and apologize, then scram. Otherwise, I'll make sure your corpse doesn't even exist. Linger was so angry that she felt unwell. She didn't know how to reason with the woman, so she simply shouted back, "No, not giving, not giving, not giving." The woman suddenly swiped at her with her claws. Linger tried to dodge as she tried to use her poison. However, the woman's movements were too quick. Her other hand grabbed onto Linger's hand, and she yanked violently, almost dislocating Linger's wrist. Linger was in great pain and couldn't dodge in time. The woman's other hand viciously clawed at Linger's face, leaving behind 2 scars. Linger was dumbfounded. Right at this moment, Dabai suddenly pounced at her at lightning speed. He was so fast that not only was the woman unable to react in time, but the surrounding beasts were also caught off guard. Dabai directly pushed the woman to the ground. He pressed one paw against her body and raised his other paw high up in the air. Just as he was about to swipe at her face, the surrounding beasts all pounced toward Ling. Leopards were far faster than all other beasts. Dabai retreated without hesitation and quickly lifted Linger into the air. The 2 leopards missed their target. Dabai was filled with killing intent. He wanted to bite the 2 leopards to death, but he suppressed his urge. He flew up and caught Linger, allowing Linger to land on his back. Then he landed on the ground. The woman had already crawled up. Her face was pale from fright. She scratched her face as she pointed at Dabai and Ling. "All of you attack. Tear them apart," she roared. In an instant, over 150 beasts swarmed toward them. Dabai and Linger were instantly drowned out by the sea of beasts. The leopards were extremely fast, while the wolves were extremely organized. What was even more frightening was that the woman was still giving out orders. She was speaking a strange language. Linger couldn't understand a word she was saying, but Dabai understood everything. Linger was extremely shocked. Could it be that this woman was also from the Black tribe? Could it be that she also understood the language of beasts? Dabai was also puzzled. Was this woman from the same tribe as Master? However, he had no time to think about this. He had to protect Miss Linger. The 50 leopards all pounced at the white tiger's back, aiming for Linger. Meanwhile, the 100 or so wolves split into 4 groups to target the white tiger's forelegs. The white tiger was truly fighting 1 against 100. No matter how ferocious Dabai was, he was still outnumbered. He would be drowned by these beasts. Dabai carried Linger on his back. Dabai dodged the attacks of the snow leopards and wolves at lightning speed. At the same time, he pounced on the snow leopards that were attacking Ling. However, all the wolves that managed to bite Dabai died on the spot. This was because Dabai was the leader of the poison corpses that June Isya had raised. His entire body was filled with poison. Even his blood was extremely poisonous. The snow leopard's target was Linger. They pounced toward her from all directions. Linger was scared out of her wits. However, at this moment she was brave. She gripped her dagger tightly and guarded against the snow leopards that could pounce at any moment. Suddenly, 3 snow leopards pounced toward her from the right. Dabai immediately dodged and pounced toward the 3 snow leopards. At the same time, another 5 snow leopards pounced toward Ling. Dabai leaped high into the air and dodged. However, the snow leopards stepped on the wolves and leaped into the air. They pounced toward Linger from above. Linger was so scared that tears flowed out of her eyes. She clenched her teeth tightly and held the dagger with both hands, stabbing it into the air. Dabai couldn't care less about the wolves that were attacking him. After he landed, he immediately pounced to the side. Almost at the same time, the snow leopards pounced on the ground. "Attack together!" The woman roared from the side. Her face was already red from her scratches, but she didn't care anymore. In an instant, the group of wolves formed a circle. The snow leopards also formed a circle. Under the woman's command, the circle of snow leopards attacked at the same time. They all stepped on the backs of the wolves and leaped into the air before pouncing down. Dozens of snow leopards pounced down, leaving Dabai and Mulinger with nowhere to run. Dabai had just dodged one snow leopard when another one pounced on him. He hurriedly dodged the other snow leopard, but the other snow leopard pounced on him again. A few snow leopards scratched the back of Dabai, leaving bloody marks. They were so close to catching Mulinger. Although many snow leopards were poisoned to death, there were too many of them. In addition, the wolves had also started to imitate the snow leopards. This forced Dabai, who was riddled with injuries, to have no way to escape. Mulinger's position behind Dabai was getting smaller and smaller. Once she came into contact with Dabai's blood, she would also be poisoned to death, just as 5 to 6 snow leopards pounced on him at the same time. Dabai suddenly flipped over and threw Mulinger onto the ground. At the same time, he pounced over and covered Mulinger in his arms, protecting her tightly. Chapter 1291. As soon as the white tiger wrapped Mulinger in its arms, all the other beasts stopped attacking and waited for their master's orders. The white tiger's legs and buttocks were covered in claw wounds. Fresh blood had dyed its noble white for red. It swept its eyes over the rest of the beasts before glaring murderously at the woman standing in the distance. If not for the fact that it had to protect Miss Ling, it would have pounced on her and torn her to shreds. It raised its head and roared a few times at the sky, hoping to summon the other tigers from the forest. Unfortunately, tigers didn't climb the mountains, so it couldn't summon any of its companions. The woman stared at the white tiger from a distance and had long sensed that it was different from the others. She was planning to deal with that damned girl first before figuring out this red-eyed white tiger. Unexpectedly, she discovered that the white tiger's fangs, claws, and blood were all laced with lethal poison. This was a venomous tiger. She had grown up in the mysterious continent's black forest, where all the beasts gathered. She had never seen such a venomous tiger before. Could it be that this tiger was unique to Cloud Realm continent? Awoo! Awoo! The white tiger howled non-stop at the woman. What are you howling for? I'm telling you now. Even if you don't want the antidote, this young lady will take your lives. The woman suddenly shouted in beast language. In a flash, all the snow leopards and wolves crouched on the ground, ready to attack. Big White understood the woman's orders. She wanted the rest of the beasts to attack and tear it to shreds. Mulinger hid in Big White's arms and had no idea what the woman had ordered, but she could clearly feel Big White's rage. Just what happened? Suddenly, a snow leopard pounced forward like an arrow. In a flash, all the other snow leopards were out, followed by the pack of wolves. All of them pounced on Big White, scratching and biting it viciously. Although Big White would die from the poison in 1 or 2 bites, they still pounced on it one after the other. With over 100 beasts attacking it, how many wounds would Big White have on its body? How much blood would it lose? Dabai will die. Dabai had no way to retaliate. However, he still held his head up high like a king looking down on all the other beasts. He still protected Mulinger well. In fact, he was afraid that Mulinger would be worried. His body didn't even tremble when his medicine was taken away. Mulinger smelled the thick scent of blood and heard the howls of many wild beasts nearby. She suddenly realized that Dabai was using his own body to protect her. No, Mulinger shouted. Don't hurt it anymore. I admit defeat. I'll give you the antidote. I'll apologize to you. She shouted with all her might. Let it go. You can do whatever you want. All of you, stop. I'm begging you, stop. When the woman heard that, she was overjoyed. Compared to a dead tiger, she preferred a live one. This was the first time she had seen such a venomous tiger. No matter what, she had to bring it back to the Black Forest and show it off. She waved her hand, and all the wild beasts stopped and retreated. A child's intuition was very accurate, and the intuition of animals was also very accurate. Dabai knew that this woman wasn't a good person as soon as he saw her. Even though all the other beasts had stopped attacking, he still protected Mulinger. Mu Linger struggled a few times, but Dabai didn't budge. Mu Linger obviously knew that this woman wasn't trustworthy and was unreasonable. Even if she apologized, she might not be able to leave safely. However, the situation had already escalated to this point. What else could she do? She could only do her best to protect Dabai and her own life. This trip to the snowy mountains made Mu Linger understand one thing even more. Beasts were easy to guard against, but humans were hard to guard against. Mu Linger stroked Dabai and said in a low voice, "If this continues, we'll all die. Dabai, be good and move aside." Perhaps Dabai understood Mu Linger's words, or perhaps he was comforted by her, but he carefully got up. As if he was afraid that the poisonous blood would hurt Mu Linger, he abruptly rolled to the side and let the wounds on his body rub against the snowy ground. He couldn't help but grin and reveal his fangs in pain. Seeing Dabai's torn and bloody body, Mu Linger's heart throbbed with pain, and tears immediately fell from her eyes. She pounced over to hug Dabai, but Dabai hurriedly got up in fright and hid far away, looking at her in horror. Mu Linger was stunned. Dabai's large, red eyes immediately revealed a look of grievance and distress. He looked at Mu Linger and whimpered, as if he was apologizing and crying at the same time. He didn't avoid her on purpose, but he couldn't hug her. Only then did Mu Linger come to her senses. She pursed her lips and tried to hold it in, but she couldn't hold it in and started sobbing. Dabai, seeing Mu Linger cry, the woman's smile became even more radiant. "Haha, you're crying from this? You're still wet behind the ears. How dare you fight with me? Where's the antidote? Hurry up and give it to me." It could only be said that the poisons Mu Linger asked for weren't vicious enough, and the woman she met was quite patient. The itch had already spread to her neck, but she was still able to remain calm. Mu Linger tossed the antidote over. The woman said coldly, "Stupid girl, you better not play any tricks. Even if I die here, my beast weapon will be buried with you." Mu Linger couldn't be bothered to reply. After the woman took the antidote, the itch disappeared immediately. She was extremely happy. "Hee, excellent, excellent. Let's play slowly from now on, shall we? You just want the snow jade cordyceps. I'm a pharmacist. I can help you grow more snow jade cordyceps," Mu Linger said coldly. This was the best bargaining chip that she had come up with in a hurry. Hearing this, the woman was even happier. She laughed loudly. "I see. All right, I can let you live. But you still have to apologize to me and say that the herb field belongs to me." Mu Linger clenched her fists. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She would rather give up her life than bow down to this woman. However, she couldn't bear to part with Dabai. She still bowed down in the end. She lowered her head and muttered, "I'm sorry, the herb field is yours." The woman looked on with interest and was still dissatisfied. "What did you say? Come over and say it louder. You have to apologize properly. Didn't your parents teach you?" Mu Linger lowered her head and walked over. She said mildly, "I'm sorry, the herb field is yours." However, the woman suddenly grabbed her by the hair and forced her to look up. "What's with that attitude? Look at me and say it." "Howl!" Dabai roared. It didn't have its usual aura. It was clearly angry, but it sounded like it was crying. Mu Linger hurriedly waved her hands at Dabai, telling him not to move. The woman glanced at Dabai and snorted disdainfully. "So what if you can rear a tiger? You're still defeated by me, aren't you?" Repeat what you just said." "I'm sorry, the herb field is yours," Mu Linger said loudly. She comforted herself. This wasn't humiliation. She was saving Dabai. The woman tightened her grip and almost tore off Mu Linger's hair. She said, "I said that you poisoned me. That's despicable." "I poisoned you. That's despicable," Mu Linger yelled. The woman was finally satisfied. "I thought you had some backbone. Turns out you're just a coward. What a bitch." Mu Linger's eyes reddened, but she didn't try to defend herself. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Unexpectedly, the woman went even further. How about this? Say that you're a bitch and I'll forgive you. Linger immediately glared at her. The woman didn't seem to care. You don't have to say it. I'm not forcing you. Linger stared at the woman. She bit her lip so hard that it was about to bleed. It looks like you don't want to be forgiven. Fine, I won't forgive you. The woman waved her hand, and the surrounding ferocious beasts closed in again. I'll talk. Linger choked up. I'm. The woman waited patiently, who knew that just as Linger was about to continue speaking, the big white tiger suddenly howled. The surrounding ferocious beasts seemed to have sensed something, and they all looked around in fear. The woman quickly noticed the strange behavior of the group of beasts. She also looked around. As she looked, she suddenly heard a tiger roar from behind her. This tiger roar didn't sound like it was made by a tiger. It sounded more like a human's beast language. The moment this tiger roar sounded, all the wild beasts in the area prostrated themselves, as if they had been tamed in an instant. The woman was shocked. She turned around and saw 10 big white tigers in a row. They were walking towards her, and on the back of the biggest white tiger in the middle sat a man. His figure was thin, and he was dressed in black. He gave off a cold aura that was even colder than the air on the snowy mountain. Was he the one who let out that tiger roar just now? The woman didn't understand what that tiger roar meant, but she was very sure that it was beast language. That was the most honorable and authoritative voice in the language of beast taming. In the black forest of the mysterious continent, only this voice could control tigers and all the other beasts. Could it be that this person was... The woman was stunned. She didn't dare to think further. She told herself that he couldn't be. Linger was still being pulled by her hair. She glanced over and saw that familiar figure from the corner of her eye. It was just a glance, but the tears in her eyes slowly fell. This annoying person could actually find his way here? She hated him so much. She didn't want to see him. How could there be a time when she didn't hate him just like now? Was this a dream? Jean Z looked from afar, his gaze fixed on Linger's hair being pulled. He didn't say anything, but the white tigers could clearly sense his rage. They all sped up, and the wild beasts seemed to have sensed it too. They all trembled. Seeing this, the woman was even more shocked. She suddenly pulled Linger closer and grabbed Linger's neck. She warned, "Don't come over or I'll kill her." Jean Z jumped down from the tiger's back. His gaze slowly moved to Linger's face. He clearly saw the scratches on her face and her teary eyes. He looked at the woman expressionlessly. His voice was so cold that it could kill. He said word by word, "You made her cry." Chapter 1292. Facing Jean Z's towering rage, the woman's arrogance immediately disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only fear. She looked at Jean Z, not knowing what was going on. She didn't even have the courage to open her mouth. "Speak!" Jean Z suddenly roared. The woman was so frightened that her hands went limp, unconsciously letting go of Ling. Jean Z took the opportunity to pull Ling over, holding her in his arms. He didn't need the woman's answer. Staring at her sinisterly and cold as he sentenced her to death, he said, "You're courting death!" In a moment, the 10 big white tigers behind him rushed forward, surrounding the woman. The woman had never been afraid of beasts since she was young. Even if she couldn't control the tiger clan, she wasn't afraid of tigers. However, facing the 10 big tigers, she was so frightened that she fell on her but on the ground, crying out, "Ah! Ah!" Tear her apart. With Jean Z's order, a big white tiger pounced over, pushing the woman to the ground, aiming to bite her neck. Just at this moment, the woman suddenly let out a strange cry, like a wolf's cry and a leopard's roar, clearly giving an order to the wolf pack and snow leopard. The wolf pack and snow leopard all crawled on the ground, not daring to move. On the contrary, the big white tiger was curious and didn't immediately bite, but turned to look at Jean Z. When Jin Z came and saw so many wild beasts, he already had his suspicions. This woman understood the beast language and controlled so many wild beasts on the snow mountain. She should be a remnant of the Black Clan. So what if the Black Clan still had remnants on the snow mountain? He would also kill this woman, without a doubt. She actually dared to bully Mu Ling, to this extent. How could he tolerate this? One must know that he had always bullied Mu Ling, but he had never bullied her to the point of crying. This woman, what right did she have? Seeing the big white tiger stop, Jin Z kicked the tiger's butt and roared angrily, scaring the big white tiger so much that it didn't dare to delay and immediately opened its mouth to bite down. Seeing that the fangs were about to bite the woman's neck, the woman suddenly shouted, "You must have been kidnapped! I know who you are. I know where you came from. I'm going to die. No one can tell you." As soon as he said this, Jin Z was stunned. Mu Linger, who was still crying, immediately rushed over and pushed the big white tiger's big mouth away. No, the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her heart thumping wildly. She had truly escaped from the jaws of death. Mu Ling turned around and looked at Goldie. She saw a complicated-looking Goldie's eyes, and he even seemed to be avoiding her gaze. She knew that Jin Z had been searching for his origins. When this woman appeared, she immediately thought of Jin Z's background. Mu Linger, who was kneeling at the side, also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She had actually forgotten how badly she had been bullied just now. At this moment, all her thoughts were focused on Jin Z's background. What really surprised Jin Z was the word trafficking, right? These two words proved that this woman knew about him, and also proved that this woman was not a member of the Black Clan. Although his indenture contract was in Ning Cheng's hands, he had never been Ning Cheng's slave, but Ning Cheng's friend and partner. He had long been the owner of the three-way black market, and did not live the life of a slave. He had always wanted to take back his indenture contract and return to Winter Crow country. First, he wanted to be free and not be restricted by others. Second, he wanted to figure out his origins, find out who he was, and find his parents and family. When he found out that he was born with beast-taming skills in Tiger's prison and could control the Tiger Clan that the Black Clan could not, he knew that he was definitely from an ordinary family. Ning Cheng had once asked him about his childhood memories, but unfortunately he could not remember any of them. Ning Cheng had said that with his talent, he must have been kidnapped to become a slave. The woman was about to get up, but Jin Z suddenly stepped on her neck, looking down at her from above. Coldly, he said, "No matter who you are, no matter what you know, apologize to Mu Ling first." God knew how strong Jin Z's foot was. The woman's face turned red, and she had difficulty breathing. She could not even open her mouth, and kept waving at Jin Z, wanting him to let go of her. Mu Ling looked at Jin Z's angry side profile. She wanted to speak, but did not dare to. She thought that the last time they parted was when he was at his angriest, but now he was 10 times fiercer than before. So fierce she did not dare to speak. Once Jin Z let go of the woman's neck, the woman coughed violently. Jin Z did not care and said coldly, "Apologize." The woman was full of unwillingness and answered impatiently, "I know, at least let me stand up." Jin Z did not speak and watched the woman get up. However, just as the woman steadied herself, he kicked the woman's knee and she knelt down. He lowered his eyes, and his fringe covered the left corner of his eye. He said, "If you want to apologize, you have to look like you're apologizing." The woman had always been proud, and when had she ever suffered such a loss? She stubbornly stood up, raised her chin, and said disdainfully, "Touching a woman, what kind of man are you?" "Thank you for the reminder. Don't worry. This lord will not touch a single hair on your body." Jin Z sneered, and he snapped his fingers. A large tiger pounced over and pushed the woman down from behind, causing her to fall flat on her face beside Mu Ling-er's feet. The woman was furious. "You're going too far. This man actually humiliated her like this." Did he mean that she was only worthy of being touched by a beast? How hateful! Jean Z was really a block of ice when he was cold. He did not understand what going too far meant, but he knew that she had to pay the price for bullying Mu Ling. Apologize, he said coldly. Kill me if you have the ability. The woman was definitely afraid, so she hurriedly added a threat. You'll never know who you are. The Black Forest was the home of all the beast tamer clans on the mysterious continent. There were more than 10 beast tamer clans in the Black Forest, and there were different levels of beast taming skills. Being able to speak the beast language was just one of the skills, and almost all beast tamer clans knew it. The master of the Black Forest was the head of the beast tamer clans, the Ling family. This was because the Ling family's beast taming skills were far superior to other clans. Even the beasts controlled by other clans could be snatched away by the Ling family. Most importantly, the Ling family could tame the king of beasts, the Tiger clan. Many years ago, the Ling family's young master, who was not even a year old, suddenly disappeared. The Ling family's matriarch lost her mind because of this, and the Ling family's patriarch no longer cared about the clan's affairs in the Black Forest. He lived in seclusion with his wife, and they never saw anyone again. With the Ling family out of the way, the Black Forest lost all sense of order. The various clans fought fiercely against each other, and wild beasts ran amok. The Black Forest was already one of the most dangerous places in the mysterious continent, but after that, it became a place feared by many. Taming a single tiger was nothing, but taming a pack of them was something else. The woman was very likely that the man before her was a descendant of the Ling family. He had to be their long-lost young master. If he hadn't been killed in the past, then it was very likely that he'd been kidnapped and sold to Cloud Realm Continent. How could the two elders of the Ling family know that their son had been sent to Cloud Realm Continent? The woman knew that this was a secret, and it would be her greatest bargaining chip. Are you threatening me? Jean Z narrowed his eyes. If you spare me, I'll take you back to your clan, the woman said seriously. Jean Z ignored her and made strange noises at the pack of wolves. Very soon, a wild wolf dashed over and stepped on the woman's back. Before the woman could understand what was going on, the wild wolf lowered its head and took a fierce bite, tearing off a large piece of meat from the woman's back. Ah! The woman cried out in pain, her shrill cries echoing through the snowy grounds. The wild wolf devoured the woman's flesh, leaving Mu Linger gaping at the sight. Her heart raced, but Jean Z's gaze was cold and unmoved. Just as the wolf stepped on the woman's back again, she finally relented, or rather, she gave in completely. Ignoring the pain, she cried out, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Mu Ling, or gave a start and didn't say a word. Whose medicine field is it? Jean Z asked coldly. It's hers. It's hers, the woman replied hastily. She didn't even wait for Jean Z to ask before she admitted it herself. I'm a slut. I'm a slut. Mu Ling looked at the woman, then slowly glanced back at Jean Z, who was looking back at her. When their eyes met, Mu Ling subconsciously looked away. For some reason, she felt wronged and angry, but now she suddenly wanted to laugh. It wasn't because she wanted to vent her anger. She couldn't explain why. In any case, she was no longer angry at the woman and didn't want to be calculative. Jean Z asked coldly, What happened to the wound on your face? Only then did Mu Ling remember the scratch marks on her face. It still hurt when she touched them lightly. She said, This woman scratched me. Take her back. Jean Z's tone was practically an order. He wouldn't allow Mu Ling to suffer any losses. Mu Ling looked up and said, Forget it, no. Jean Z interrupted her unhappily. Mu Ling said softly, I'm fine. I won't be calculative with someone like her. Jean Z's face darkened as he said this. He hated this kind and magnanimous character the most. But unexpectedly, Mu Ling continued, Ask her to apologize to Big White and ask Big White to catch her for me. I don't want to get physical with her." Hearing this, the woman was so angry that she forgot about the pain on her back. She was about to explode. She originally thought that Mu Ling would be more magnanimous. Who knew that Mu Ling would join Jin Zi in humiliating her? They were clearly saying that she was only fit to be touched by beasts. Jin Zi's frozen face finally cracked. He couldn't help but smile dotingly. Unfortunately, it disappeared quickly, and Mu Ling didn't see it either. Coldly, he said, "All right." He looked at Big White. Seeing Big White covered in blood, how could he not feel pained? He waved his hand, and Big White ran over. He hadn't even opened his mouth when Big White attacked first. He swatted at the woman with his large paw and threw her into the distance. Beasts didn't care about her apology. In the world of beasts, how could there be such a thing as an apology? Attacking was the most straightforward way. Jin Zi and Mu Ling chased after her. Big White immediately followed after them. They saw the woman vomiting blood and fainting. Big White was about to attack again when Mu Ling hurriedly stopped him. "That's enough. If you kill her, your master won't know where she came from." Chapter 1293. Not to mention a heavily injured person. Even a normal person would die if they were to lie in the snow for 2 hours. Mu Ling personally took action and dragged the woman into the stone house. Jin Zi pulled her up and frowned as he looked at the wound on her face. "Go and apply medicine. Pull her back first, otherwise she will die," Mu Ling said seriously. "She deserves to die," Jin Zi said. "You really don't want to know about your background?" Mu Ling asked angrily. She did not know what she was angry about. She could not even speak 3 sentences with this fellow, and she would always get angry. "I don't need you to care about my matters. Go and apply medicine." Jin Zi pulled her into the house, but Mu Ling fiercely flung his hand away. "I also don't need you to worry about my matters." "You." Jin Zi's anger was stuck in his chest, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He scolded loudly. "Mu Ling, how stupid are you? Did your parents give you a brain? Do you know how dangerous this place is? Who allowed you to come here?" It was fine if he scolded her, but he even dragged her parents into it? Mu Ling was also angry. "Jin Zi, I will say it for the last time. I don't need you to worry about my matters. Don't you understand human language? You go now, immediately. Quickly bring that woman into the house. If she dies, you won't even have time to cry. Whether she dies or not, what does it have to do with me?" Jin Zi was mad with anger. He risked his life and cleaved a path through the thick snow. He risked his life and braved the wind and snow. His clothes were wet and dry several times, but he didn't dare to stop to change. He just wanted to find her as soon as possible. How could she not be grateful to him? Didn't she love to cry? After suffering such a big grievance. If she did not accept it, shouldn't she throw herself into his arms and cry? She actually dared to quarrel with him so confidently. What kind of woman was this? Mu Ling was also angry. How hard was it to communicate with Jin Zi? "How many times do you want me to say it before you understand? Do you really not understand human language? If she's dead, you won't be able to find out who you really are? Haven't you been investigating your background?" Mu Ling asked angrily. "Why are you worried that I won't be able to find out my background?" Goldie asked angrily. "That's what I'm worried about," Mu Ling said fiercely. As soon as he said that, the two of them suddenly quieted down. They looked at each other at the same time, but they immediately looked away. Soon Mu Ling explained anxiously, "I was worried that you wouldn't be able to find out the truth and would blame me for it. I don't want to be the scapegoat. Thank you for reminding me." After Jin Zi finished speaking, he strode over and carried the unconscious woman in his arms. Mu Linger looked at it and slowly frowned. She didn't even notice it. Jin Zi placed the woman on the only stone couch in the stone house. Mu Ling entered the house and asked, What about Big White's injury? Its blood is poisonous. If you touch it, it will heal on its own, Jean Z said coldly. Mu Linger returned and stood by the bed. Jean Z couldn't take it anymore. Aren't you going to apply the medicine? If your face is ruined, you can forget about getting married for the rest of your life. Mu Linger didn't answer him, but she still went to apply the medicine obediently. Fortunately, the scratch marks weren't too deep and could still heal. After applying the medicine, Mu Linger sat down at the side and said mildly, "Why are you here?" "Why? You don't want me to come?" Jean Z asked. Mu Linger was silent for a moment before saying softly, "Thank you." If he hadn't come, she didn't know what would have happened. She didn't know if she would have survived. She didn't know if Jean Z would accept her gratitude. He was silent for a long time. The two of them just sat there, the woman still unconscious. When the sky was completely dark, Mu Linger stood up and said mildly, "I'm going to cook." Mu Linger, Jean Z called out to her. "Who do you want to come?" It was so dangerous, and she was bullied to tears. If she didn't want him to come, who did she want to come? "Who do you want to come?" Jean Z murmured. Mu Linger didn't turn around, but she stopped in her tracks. Who did she want to come? If Jean Z hadn't asked, she wouldn't have thought of this question. Yes, she was bullied to tears. Who did she want to come and save her? If it was in the past, the first person she thought of would be Chi Brother. It must be. But this time her mind was empty. She didn't think of anyone. She didn't have any hope or expectation. Would it mean that one had grown up when they no longer wished, longed, or imagined the impossible? She knew very well that Chi Brother wouldn't come. It was impossible. No one. Mu Linger was very honest. "I just want my martial arts to be better." Mu Linger was about to leave when Jean Z asked, "Mu Linger, can I ask you a question?" Mu Linger didn't say anything and didn't walk forward. Jean Z walked towards her step by step and stood behind her. Mu Linger waited for a moment, but he didn't continue. She was about to ask when Jean Z suddenly hugged her from behind and pulled her into his arms tightly. He said, "Mu Linger, since you don't have any hope in your heart, then this time I'm here. Can you want me to come next time?" Jean Z clearly felt the person in his arms stiffen. He buried his head in her shoulder and closed his eyes, waiting for an answer. Or rather, waiting for a trial. He knew that it was impossible, but he couldn't help but ask. He knew that he couldn't love her, but he couldn't help but say that he loved her. He knew that he could force her, but he couldn't bear to force her. He just wanted to ask. Mu Linger had already closed her eyes. She closed them the moment Jean Z hugged her. The corners of her eyes were filled with tears. She didn't know if it was from before or from now. She was afraid, but she didn't know what she was afraid of. She hadn't thought of Chi Brother for a long time, but she suddenly thought of him at this time. She didn't know why she thought of him. In her world for more than 10 years, Chi Brother was the only person she loved. No one else had ever loved her. In her world for more than 10 years, no one had ever loved her, including Chi Brother. Was she afraid? Or was she not used to it? She couldn't figure out her own heart. She just realized that she didn't even understand herself. At this moment, she didn't even have the ability to think. She just wanted to run away and hide. "Let go of me." Mu Linger choked. Jean Z instantly opened his eyes. "You haven't answered my question." Mu Linger was about to answer, but Jean Z interrupted her. "Think about it carefully before you give me an answer. I've waited for 2 years. I don't mind waiting for a few more years." He immediately let go of her after he finished speaking. Mu Linger rushed out and hid in a place where Jean Z couldn't see her. She cried loudly. She didn't even know why she was crying. She just wanted to cry. She was so upset that she wanted to cry. Why? Why was she so upset? When Mu Linger returned, Jean Z had already prepared a meal and was waiting for her. Her eyes were red from crying. She couldn't hide it no matter how hard she tried. But he acted as if nothing had happened. He sat at the table with his eyes downcast and his face cold. Mu Linger's attention was somewhat diverted when she saw the food on the table. The food was really delicious. It was a bowl of preserved meat rice. Although there were only mushrooms and preserved meat, the taste and appearance were mouth-watering. "Eat it while it's hot," Jean Z said cold. "Thank you." Mu Linger sat down. She ate a few mouthfuls and revealed an inconceivable expression. This meal was simply too delicious. There were only a few ingredients, and the seasoning was also very simple. How did he do it? He was in such a bad mood, but he was still in the mood to make such a delicious meal? Mu Linger was actually very hungry. She ate one mouthful after another without stopping. But Jean Z didn't move his chopsticks and just stared at her cold. Mu Linger quickly felt his cold gaze. She held the bowl and turned around, leaving Jean Z with her back. Jean Z clenched his fists. Did this woman have a heart? She was crying so sadly just now, but she was still in the mood to eat. Jean Z's temper wasn't good, and his patience was even worse. Even he didn't know why he hadn't been angered to death by this woman yet. After the meal, the two of them didn't speak. It was already late at night. The wind and snow outside were heavy, and it was pitch black. The big tigers, wolves, and snow leopards were all guarding outside. Jean Z and Mu Linger didn't leave the stone house. The stone house was really simple. There were only 2 rooms, the bedroom inside and the kitchen outside. There was an empty door in the middle and a curtain between them. The only bed was occupied by the unconscious woman. Jean Z and Mu Linger could only sit. After sitting for a while, Jean Z went to the kitchen. He spread all the straw on the ground and called a big white tiger to lie on the side. Only then did he call Mu Linger over. "Lean on the tiger and sleep. You won't freeze to death. Just make do for one night." He said cold. "What about you?" Mu Linger asked, who knew that Jean Z would throw her a sentence. "None of your business." After saying that, he ran to the bedroom. Mu Linger stomped her foot and muttered, "Can't you talk nicely?" She was an impatient person. Other than looking for Chi Brother and making medicine, she didn't do anything that required patience. She really didn't know how she could tolerate Jean Z again and again. If she didn't tolerate it, they would probably quarrel with each other every time they spoke. Mu Linger lay on the straw and leaned into the big white tiger's arms. It was strange. Perhaps it was because she trusted Jean Z enough, but she didn't know when she started to be afraid of tigers. Not only big white, but as long as it was a tiger that he tamed, she wouldn't be afraid. Mu Linger lay on the bed. She was obviously exhausted, but she couldn't fall asleep. She looked at the door curtain and couldn't help but be curious. What was Jean Z doing in the bedroom? A man and a woman alone. He really didn't shy away. Mu Linger was thinking about it when Jean Z suddenly came out. She immediately closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Jean Z found the remaining straw and spread it out in front of Mu Ling. He called for a tiger and lay on the tiger's body like Mu Linger. Thus, the two of them became a man and a woman alone. They were very close to each other. As long as she stretched out her legs, they would touch his legs. Mu Linger was originally quite relaxed, but now she felt uncomfortable all over. After a long time, she secretly opened her eyes and saw Jean Z with his head lowered and his arms crossed. He seemed to be asleep. Mu Linger finally dared to open her eyes and look at him seriously. He was really, really good looking. Other than Chi Brother, she had never seen such a good-looking man. Chi Brother was very good-looking like a demon, but he was very, very good-looking. Who exactly was he? Mu Linger stared at him blankly. As she was thinking, Jean Z suddenly reached out and covered his face. Mu Linger was shocked, and her face immediately turned red. This guy was actually not asleep. Chapter 1294. Jean Z covered his face with his hands. Mu Linger immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. After a moment of silence, Jean Z said unhappily, "If you can't sleep, think about how to answer my question." Mu Linger turned over and buried her head in the big tiger's warm embrace. At this moment, Jin Z put down his hands. He looked at Mu Linger, his cold eyes finally showing helplessness and doting. There were many times when he was so angry that he wanted to flip out, but he couldn't do anything about it. The two of them were silent like this. The whole world was quiet, leaving only the howling of the north wind outside. Not knowing if Mu Linger was asleep, Jin Z kept staring at Mu Ling. As he stared and stared, he fell asleep. It must be known that he hadn't rested for several days. He had been drenched by the rain and snow several times. In fact, he had already caught a cold, but he was still holding on. The next day, when Mu Linger woke up, Jin Z was already gone. She quickly ran to the bedroom and saw Jin Z standing by the bed, looking at the woman in a daze. She walked in. Jin Z looked back at her, but didn't say anything. Mu Linger walked over and took the woman's pulse. She also checked her injuries and said indifferently, "It's not life-threatening. It's just an internal injury. She should wake up soon. Let the white tiger send you down the mountain." I went up the mountain to open the road. Last night's snow shouldn't have covered the road. You can leave, Jin Z said indifferently. He was chasing her away again. Mu Linger was angry and immediately refused. "I'm not leaving." "If you're not leaving, then what are you staying for? You're in the way," Jin Z said unhappily. "I'm guarding my medicine field and waiting for you, Hudy, to come." "What does that have to do with you? What does it have to do with you?" Mu Linger asked back. Jin Z suddenly turned around, as if he wanted to say something, but he held back. Coldly he looked at Mu Ling. Mu Linger let him look at her, not afraid. Mu Linger assumed that Jin Z was going to say a bunch of curses and scold her again, but she didn't. However, Jin Z didn't. In the end, he only said one sentence. "This is none of your business. You can leave first." Mu Linger furrowed her brows and puffed up her cheeks. She glared at Jin Z and turned to leave without hesitation. Jin Z even added, "Don't come in if there's nothing important." Mu Ling was already at the door, but she suddenly turned around and said coldly, "I was the one who cleaned up this house. You should be the one leaving. Get out right now and take that woman away too." Jin Z was speechless. He actually carried the woman and walked out of the door in large strides. Mu Linger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She followed behind Jin Z, and as soon as Jin Z reached the door, she slammed the door and scolded angrily, "Hugging just anyone, shameless!" She leaned against the door, slid down slowly and sat down. In her heart, there was only pain. She had never felt so stifled in her life. Even if she was thrown aside by Chi Brother, she would be able to get over it quickly and be filled with energy to continue looking for him. However, facing Jin Z, she couldn't do it. She hated this kind of stifled feeling. It was as if she had fallen into a quagmire and was sinking deeper and deeper. It wasn't that she didn't want to get up, nor did she have the energy to get up, but she didn't know how to get up. She only wanted to escape and didn't want to see him. She leaned against the door and sat with her head on her knees, lying on her stomach. Outside the door, Jin Z stood for a while. He couldn't hear any movement inside the door, and his irritation was written all over his cold face. He casually threw the woman out, and she fell onto the snow. He looked around and didn't know where to go, so he simply leaned against the door and sat down. His face was so gloomy that anyone who saw it would be afraid. After sitting for a while, the woman actually moved. She slowly turned over and sat up. Jin Z looked on coldly without a word. After the woman stood up, she suddenly realized that Jin Z was sitting beside her. Her first reaction was to run, but all the beasts that were crouching around her immediately stood up, including the snow leopards and wild wolves that she had previously subdued. What could be more ironic than being betrayed by your own wild beasts? Jin Z's lips curved into a cold smile as he stood up as well. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Jin Z's voice was as cold as ever, but he deliberately raised his voice. Mu Ling heard Jin Z's voice from inside the room and quickly rose to her feet to peek out the window. The woman looked around and calmed down considerably. She was originally running away from her marriage to Cloud Realm Continent. Yesterday, she just arrived at the snowy mountains from Wintercrow country and saw a field of medicinal plants. She never thought she'd run into the Ling clan's long-lost young head. If she couldn't escape, she might as well take a gamble. If she could capture that man and bring him back to the Black Forest, no one would force her to marry him. She'd even become the mistress of the woods. Thinking up to here, the woman couldn't help but feel excited. She said, "I come from the mysterious continent. My name is Feng Ying, the eldest young miss of the Feng clan. You're Ling Go, the sole heir of the Ling clan's 9th generation. You're the only one in the entire mysterious continent who has the talent to tame tigers and command them. I, on the other hand, can control all kinds of beasts except for the tiger clan. We were betrothed before we were even born, but you were kidnapped before you were even 3 years old." Mu Ling was stunned by her words. Jean Zi, on the other hand, remained expressionless and silent. "I've been looking for you all over the world since I was 13. I never thought I'd find you here. I never thought you'd treat me like this for the sake of a woman." Feng Ying's tears threatened to fall as she spoke. "Both families searched for you for over a decade before they gave up. I was the only one who persisted. I wanted to find you and bring you home." Mu Ling grew even more alarmed, but Jinzi didn't react. Cold, he asked, "Why should I believe you?" "Because I know there's a scar on your right wrist," Feng Ying said seriously. Jinzi finally revealed a shocked expression. He didn't expect this woman to know such a secret. However, Feng Ying continued, "This scar will grow with you and slowly spread to your palm." "Who the hell are you?" Jean Zi finally lost his composure. Jean Zi's reaction let Mu Ling know that Feng Ying was telling the truth. "I've already said it very clearly. I'm your fiancé." Feng Ying suddenly pointed at Mu Ling, who was hiding behind the window. "Who the hell is she? What's your relationship with her?" Mu Ling was stunned and subconsciously dodged. She leaned against the wall beside the window, not knowing what to do. Soon, she heard Jean Zi's answer. He said, "She's my friend." Jean Zi was skeptical of Feng Ying's words. He could tell that it wasn't that easy to get the truth out of Feng Ying. Instead of doubting Feng Ying, he might as well beat her at her own game. "Friend," Feng Ying sneered. "You hurt me like this for a friend? I didn't know who you were yesterday." Jean Zi retorted cold. "Since you knew who I was, why didn't you say so earlier? Did you give me a chance to speak?" Feng Ying pretended to be angry and questioned. Yesterday, when he avenged that brat, he didn't give her a chance to explain. Instead, he forced her to apologize before asking about her background. She didn't believe that the brat was only his friend. If it wasn't for the person in her heart, could it be more important than her background? She thought that this couple must have had some conflict and quarreled. No matter what their relationship was, even if they were married, she must get rid of that brat. Marrying him meant owning the entire Black Forest. No matter what methods or lies she used, she must seize this opportunity. Jean Zi didn't argue with Feng Ying. Cold, he asked, "Where is the Ling family on the mysterious continent?" This guy had the ability to tame a tiger, but he didn't know his background. He probably didn't know anything about the mysterious continent. A trace of treachery flashed across Feng Ying's eyes. "Will you go back with me?" "You haven't answered my question yet," Jean Zi said cold. "Will you marry me?" Feng Ying asked again. Jean Zi cold looked at her and didn't answer. Mu Ling leaned against the wall and felt that the whole world was quiet. She waited silently, not waiting for Jean Zi's answer. Feng Ying hesitated for a moment and pretended to cry. "Ling Ge, you like that brat, right?" Jean Zi still didn't answer. "Okay, if you like that brat, pretend that you didn't meet me. I'll go back by myself. I'll pretend that you're dead and never look for you again." After saying that, she really turned to leave. Jean Z Cold looked at her and was about to speak when Mu Ling suddenly opened the door and said loudly, "Stop! He doesn't like me and I don't like him. We're just friends. He will go with you." Jean Z suddenly frowned and asked Cold, "What right do you have to make the decision for me?" For the first time, Mu Ling looked into Jean Z's angry eyes so bravely. She wasn't stupid enough to completely believe Feng Ying's words. But this was an opportunity to go to the mysterious continent to find her hometown and family. She believed that with Jean Z's intelligence, he wouldn't be fooled by Feng Ying and could use Feng Ying to find out about her background. Jean Z was a man who did things his own way and did as he pleased. He could not be restrained in Northern Li or in the officialdom. He could not stay for her sake. He should return to the place where he truly belonged. Her heart was too small, too weak. She had loved once. She didn't dare and wouldn't love again. Mu Ling said seriously, "Jean Z, leave. Northern Li isn't suitable for you." Such a simple sentence was enough to shatter Goldie's heart. If he wanted to leave, he would have left long ago. He wouldn't have worked so hard in Northern Li for 2 years. Northern Li wasn't suitable for him. So she knew. Jean Z sneered, "Mu Ling, before I leave, shouldn't you settle the score?" "Score? In Tiger's prison, you owed me a night. In the cave, you owed me a lifetime. A year has passed. Mu Ling, I'm sorry to tell you that I'll add all the interest. Don't even think about leaving my side for the rest of your life." Jean Z suddenly forced himself in front of Mu Ling, and said word by word, "You come with me." He was finally ruthless. After going around in circles and hiding for 2 years, they were still back to square one. It was like a knot that couldn't be untied. No matter how the string was twisted, it would never be untied. Mu Ling only felt weak all over, and her mind was in a mess. Actually, she had always remembered what happened in Tiger's prison and the cave. She had also been prepared to repay the debt. But at this moment, she was still caught unprepared. Chapter 1295. Mu Ling was stunned for a long time before she murmured, "Jean Z, if this is a debt, I'll pay it back." "If I'm not the person you want me to be, then you can treat me as a debt collector." Jean Z took Mu Ling's hand and held it tightly. "I told you long ago that I need a clean woman." Mu Ling lowered her head and did not speak. Feng Ying did not know what they were talking about. Seeing Jean Z holding Mu Ling's hand, she was shocked. "Lingo, are you really not going back with me for this woman? Do you know that your parents have been going crazy looking for you all these years?" Jean Z did not explain further. He only said coldly, "Lead the way." "You want to take her back?" Feng Ying asked angrily. Jean Z replied, "Don't worry. If you and I really have a marriage contract, I'll definitely marry you if you take me back." "Then what about her?" "What do you mean?" Feng Ying asked again. This brat was too much of a hindrance. "Are you going or not?" Jean Z paused between each word. It was obvious that he was about to lose his last bit of patience. Feng Ying met his gloomy eyes and was inexplicably afraid. She did not dare to delay. "Let's go. Go from the back of the mountain. There's a path there." She could only take one step at a time. This time, the road to Xiankong was still very long. She would definitely get Lingo before she reached Xiankong and kill Mu Ling on the way. When Feng Ying said there was a path at the back of the mountain, Jean Z understood how she went up the mountain. These 3 snowy mountains were located at the border between Winter Crow Country and Northern Li. The sun side of the mountain belonged to Northern Li, while the inside belonged to Winter Crow Country. Even so, the 2 countries did not make any big moves on these snowy mountains. It was not for any other reason, but because these snowy mountains could not be conquered. There was a path at the back of the mountain. It was very likely that this woman opened it. She went up the snowy mountains from Winter Crow Country. Beyond Winter Crow Country and Northern Li's northern border was the endless ice sea. After Long Fei Yi established the Great Qin State, He set up a few heavily guarded checkpoints at the northern border of Northernly. It would not be easy for the people of Xiankong to pass through them. This woman must have entered Cloud Realm continent from the borders of Winter Crow Country and the Ice Sea. The border between Winter Crow Country and the Ice Sea was not closed. Anyone could enter and leave at will. Feng Ying walked in front while Jinzi held onto Mu Ling, Er's hand, and followed behind them. The snow leopards and wild wolves all dispersed while the 10 white tigers and Dabai followed behind them. He didn't know where Dabai had gone last night, but when he reappeared today, his fur was clean again. It was as white as snow and looked especially holy and noble. Dabai didn't know what had happened between his master and Ling, but he was very happy to see his master holding Ling, Er's hand. They took a detour from the mountainside on the sunny side of the mountain to the mountainside on the shady side of the mountain. Gradually, they saw the vast grassland of Winter Crow covered in snow. Jinzi unconsciously stopped walking as he stared at the sea of snow in a daze. He and Su Donglin hadn't actually entered Winter Crow Country when they used the secret passage for official business. This was the first time he'd returned after leaving Winter Crow Country. He'd yearned for freedom countless times in the past, but all of it had to do with this land and the vast grasslands, blue skies and white clouds. Who would have thought that he'd come back to see a gloomy sky and a vast expanse of white snow? Who would have thought that he'd come back with a woman who could make him lose all reason? Who would have thought that he'd come back to a land that was no longer his home? Feng Ying saw that Jinzi had stopped walking and said, "I've opened a path. There's a way to get down the mountain. We'll take Winter Crow Country and cross the ice sea to reach Xiankong." Jinzi recovered his wits and asked, "The shady side of the mountain is steeper than the sunny side, and the snow has sealed off the path. How did you open a path?" It was precisely because the shady side of the 3 snowy mountains was so steep that even though this was the border, there weren't any checkpoints on the mountain. Instead, there were a few small checkpoints at the foot of the mountain. If there really was a path that led up the mountain from Winter Crow Country, then this path would become the second secret passage. After all, after ascending the snowy mountains, it wouldn't be so difficult to sneak into Great Qin. Perhaps because he was used to being an official in Northernly. Jinzi silently remembered this matter and planned to tell Long Fei Yi when he returned. He was clearly going to search for his origins and his home, but he was still thinking about coming back. Even he didn't realize his own contradiction. Mu Ling, who'd been keeping her head down, also looked up at the vast snowy plains. She didn't make a sound and continued to keep her head down. "We opened it on the path opened by our ancestors. Let's go." Feng Ying didn't explain much. When Jinzi saw the path on the couch, he knew what was going on. This path didn't come up from the foot of the mountain. Instead, it went down from the mountain, and a large part of the path had to slide down with the help of snow and ice. It was obvious that this path was a secret passage opened by Jun Yixia, a secret passage from Northernly to Winter Crow Country. Perhaps Jun Yixia wanted to avoid Winter Crow Country's borders. Or perhaps Jun Yixia wanted to hide from the spies of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Jinzi didn't make any more guesses. Jun Yixia was dead, and Northernly was destroyed. These things were meaningless. Jinzi didn't ask Feng Ying anything else, and Feng Ying was also silent. She would occasionally look back at Mu Ling, and she was thinking of some evil ideas along the way. The 3 of them walked from morning to night, circling around half of the snowy mountains, and finally reached a steep slope. Feng Ying pulled over the sled that was placed at the side and said, "It took me a day to climb up. If we go down, we'll be there soon. Let's hurry up before it gets dark. There are herdsmen at the foot of the mountain who can stay overnight." Jinzi glanced at the sled and asked coldly, "Do you know how to do it?" "Of course I do. It's very easy. Don't you know how to do it? I'll teach you," Feng Ying quickly replied. However, Jinzi ignored her and said coldly, "Answer me." He was asking Mu Ling. Mu Ling didn't know what she was thinking. Jean Z tightened his grip, and she came back to her senses, looking confused. This thing, do you know how to do it? Jean Z's tone was very unpleasant, but he still had patience. Mu Ling didn't say anything and only shook her head. Feng Ying sneered in her heart. Even if this girl didn't know how to do it, so what? The sled here were all for one person and couldn't bear the weight of two people at all. On this steep slope, she must kill Mu Ling, who knew that Jean Z borrowed a sword from her and chopped down a big tree, cutting down a section of wood that was of moderate length so that two people could sit on it. He didn't even say a word to Feng Ying as he pulled Mu Ling to sit on the long piece of wood, and the two of them slid down together. Feng Ying was so angry that she stomped her feet and hurriedly stepped onto the sled to chase after them. At the start, the slope wasn't too steep and Mu Ling didn't have much of a reaction. But as the slope became steeper and steeper, the speed of the wood sliding became faster and faster. Mu Ling's heartbeat also started to speed up. She sat in front while Jean Z sat behind her and hugged her tightly. But the angle of the dive still gave her a fright. She couldn't help but cry out in shock as she closed her eyes. The more she screamed, the tighter Jean Z hugged her, wishing that he could embed this woman into his arms and never let her go. Amidst Mu Ling's screams, Jean Z asked in a low voice, Ling, I'm sorry. I've finally forced you. I admit that I can't do without you. Mu Ling didn't reply because Jean Z's words were drowned out by her screams and the whistling of the wind. If this steep slope was infinitely long, how great would that be? But unfortunately, even the longest road would have an end, much less a steep slope. Very quickly, they slid down the mountain and slid into a forest covered with ice and snow. Feng Ying followed closely behind, and when she saw Jean Z hugging Mu Ling tightly and not letting go, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Originally, she only wanted that man for the power of the Black Forest, but now she realized that she wanted him from the bottom of her heart and also couldn't tolerate Mu Ling. This wretched lass from the bottom of her heart. Mu Ling closed her eyes and curled up into a ball in Jean Z's arms. She had yet to recover from her shock, and Jean Z hugged her tightly, not regaining his senses from the warmth. They sat there quietly, claiming to be in a quiet world. However, Feng Ying quickly broke this beautiful silence. Let's go quickly, or we'll freeze to death if we don't have a place to stay tonight, she urged and added, You'd better not bring those tigers along, or no herdsman will take you in. Jean Z still ignored her, but Mu Ling slowly opened her eyes and realized that she had landed safely on flat ground. She heaved a sigh of relief and quickly realized that she was in Jean Z's tight embrace. She seemed to want to say something, but swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Was it useful for her to say anything more? The more she spoke, the more noisy she would be. She also ignored Feng Ying, who was standing at the side, and continued to lower her head, remaining silent like a mute. Did you hear that? Let's go quickly. Feng Ying was burning with anger and was about to push Mu Ling away when she was stunned by Jean Z's deep gaze. Jean Z let go of Mu Ling, but didn't forget to pull her up. Feng Ying threw him an aggrieved and dissatisfied look, but Jean Z pretended not to see it. He dismissed all the tigers and said, coldly, lead the way. The three of them spent 2 hours and finally saw signs of human habitation when it was late at night. The herdsmen were warm and hospitable, but unfortunately they didn't have any extra space and could only let Jean Z stay in a small tent to store firewood. The old woman took out the best sheepskin in the house and laid it on the haystack. Then she took out a quilt and carefully laid it out. She chuckled and said, Young master, it's very warm like this. Don't worry. These 2 girls will sleep in my daughter's room. Tomorrow morning, Auntie will make pancakes for you to eat. Feng Ying was overjoyed and knew that her chance had come. However, Jean Z hugged Mu Ling and said, She'll sleep here with me. The old woman glanced at Mu Ling suspiciously. Seeing that Jean Z's expression wasn't good, she didn't dare to ask more and just nodded and left. Once the old woman left, Feng Ying was furious. You guys! Linge, how can you be like this? I'm your fiancé after all. We'll leave at sunrise tomorrow. You can go out now. Jean Z interrupted cold. What do you take me for? If you're like this, I won't take you back. I'll leave by myself. Feng Ying ran out in a huff. She thought that Jean Z would chase after her, but who knew that Jean Z would only give her the sound of the door slamming shut. No matter how many lies, schemes, they were all useless in front of someone who couldn't be bothered to pay attention to you. At least, in front of Jean Z's indifference, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The sound of the door slamming shut shattered Feng Ying's evil plan and also woke Mu Ling up. She slowly turned back to look at the tightly shut wooden door. Her originally stiff body became even stiffer, and she couldn't help but tremble. What was Jean Z trying to do? Chapter 1296. Mu Ling was really frightened, but Jean Z didn't actually want to do anything. He was already tired to the limit. His mind was heavy, and he was starting to feel cold. He let go of Mu Ling, and without saying a word, he took off his coat and went to sleep under the blanket. Mu Ling was in disbelief. She stood there in a daze until her legs were sore. She saw that Jean Z seemed to have fallen asleep and didn't move at all. Her wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. She had scared herself too much this time. She looked around and found that all the straw in the tent had been spread on the ground and covered with lamb fur. There were only piles of thorny firewood left. She couldn't even find a suitable place to sit. She could either squat at the side or sit beside Jean Z. She hesitated for a while and actually chose to squat at the side. As the night deepened, the temperature became colder. Mu Ling's feet and hands gradually became cold. She had no choice but to stand up. She rubbed her hands and jumped on the spot to warm herself up. After a while, Jean Z suddenly lifted the blanket. Mu Ling jumped in fright and subconsciously retreated. Jean Z coldly sized her up. She immediately lowered her head and didn't move. Come here, Jean Z said coldly. He already didn't want to scold her for being stupid. Standing like this in the middle of the night, didn't she know that she would get sick from the cold? Wasn't she usually fierce? Why was she so clingy now? Didn't she know that she should come over and snatch the blanket? If she came over to snatch it, would he not let her? She was simply too stupid to be saved. Mu Ling didn't move at all. It was as if she didn't hear Jean Z's words. Jean Z saw that her lips were purple from the cold and became even angrier. He directly shouted at her, "Did you hear me when I asked you to come over? Do you want me to say it a third time?" Mu Ling still didn't move. Jean Z raised his head and closed his eyes. He was silent for a while before saying, "Come over. You owe me that night. It's time to pay it back." Mu Ling tightly pursed her lips. She was about to cry, but she still didn't move. "Come here yourself. Don't make me do it." Goldie was determined. Mu Linger abruptly raised her head to look at him. Her large, watery eyes were filled with tears, as if they would burst at any moment. She still didn't move. Finally, Jean Z got up and rushed in front of her, pulling off her belt. Mu Linger closed her eyes and raised her head, stubbornly refusing to let her tears fall. After Jean Z took off her light yellow cotton-padded jacket, he carried her in his arms. He clearly felt her trembling, but he didn't say a word. He carried her to lie down on the lamb's fur and pulled the blanket over her head. Hiding in the quilt, Mu Linger suddenly felt warm, but her heart also fell into the ice cellar. She curled up into a ball and trembled slightly, not daring to imagine what would happen next. Jean Z laid down behind her, but he didn't touch her again. He just lay next to her, his eyes wide open as he stared blankly at the top of the tent. Mu Linger waited for a long time and was afraid for a long time, but Jean Z didn't move. She carefully opened her eyes. Her gaze was complicated. There was uneasiness, relief, doubt, confusion, pain, and tears. She couldn't help but recall that night in Tiger's Denver. That night in Tiger's Den. He discovered the truth that she wasn't pregnant. He sat on her body like a hooligan and checked her stomach. She struggled with all her might and only calmed down after he warned her. Later on, the two of them clearly got up, but he suddenly pressed her down and kissed her to silence her cries, avoiding Uncle Chung. Just like that, he found out the truth about Sister Jing's pregnancy. Helpless, she begged him to keep it a secret, but he shamelessly made a condition. He said, "How about sleeping with me for a night?" She slapped him on the spot, but in the end, she had no choice but to agree. She remembered clearly that night when he brought her back to the room, threw her onto the bed harshly, and immediately took advantage of her. She was so frightened that she cried and begged him not to, but he punched the side of her head and yelled at her. She clearly didn't try to remember it, but she still remembered what he yelled at her on the bed that night. "If you're scared, why did you agree to it? Why did you agree to it? Why don't you fucking cherish yourself? How am I supposed to cherish you?" Just like that, he helped her keep the secret of her fake pregnancy, and she owed him a night. She knew very well what kind of night it was. Jean Z didn't move. Mu Linger's heart was equally uneasy. She couldn't see through him after all. She was so tired that she wanted to die, but she didn't dare to sleep. Her body didn't even dare to relax. Suddenly, Jean Z opened his mouth and said, "Mu Linger, are you asleep?" Mu Linger was frightened and didn't dare to answer. Jean Z slowly turned over, hugged her from behind, and leaned his whole body against hers. She didn't know if it was because the lamb's fur and bedding were too warm, but when Jean Z came close, Mu Linger felt the entire bed warming up. She could clearly feel his hands slowly wrap around her waist and slowly tighten his hold. She could feel his body pressing against her back and his long legs wrapped around hers. She could feel herself slowly being imprisoned in his arms, and it was getting warmer and warmer. But everything stopped there. His hands were very quiet. They only hugged her waist and didn't move. He hugged her tightly just like that and returned to silence. Was that it? Was that all he wanted for a night? Mu Linger opened her eyes wide, and she was no longer sleepy. After a long time, she suddenly heard him whisper in her ear, "Little fool, be good and sleep. Don't be afraid, I can't bear to do it." His voice was very, very gentle. It was completely different from the coldness from before. It sounded like a lover's whisper, but also like the ravings of a delirious person. Mu Linger heard it, and the tears that she had been hiding in her eyes suddenly fell. "Jean Z." She choked the moment she opened her mouth. "Why are you so nice? Why are you so stubborn? What do you want me to do with you?" "Jean Z, I've given all my love to Chi Brother. I've given it all away. How should I love you?" Mu Linger felt so bad that she started to cry softly. However, Jean Z didn't hear her words and didn't realize that she was crying. Jean Z was already delirious from his high fever. His whole body was hot and his face was red. Mu Linger pulled down the blanket and turned around, wanting to ask him properly. But when she turned around, Mu Linger then realized that Jean Z was acting strangely. So it wasn't because the blanket was too warm, but because he had a fever. His whole body was burning hot. Mu Linger touched his forehead and was frightened by the temperature. She almost gave herself a slap. She was a pharmacist. The person beside her was burning up, and she didn't even notice it. She hurriedly took Jean Z's pulse. Once she took his pulse, she started to cry. Jean Z had caught a very, very severe cold. It must have accumulated over the past few days to become like this. God knows how much he had suffered in order to find her. When she met a patient, she would always be anxious but not flustered. But this time she was flustered. She started to mumble to herself, "Medicine, my medicine? Where's my medicine?" Luckily, she had the habit of carrying a medicine bag with her. She didn't care about the cold and hurriedly got up. She grabbed the medicine bag on the ground and took out a bunch of dried herbs and rushed out of the door. Bang, bang, bang. She frantically knocked on the old lady's door. The old lady's family hurriedly opened the door. When they saw her crying face, they were scared to tears. "Miss, what's wrong?" Mu Linger didn't realize that she had been crying. She said, "Jean Z is sick. I want to help him boil his medicine. I want to help him boil his medicine." "Quick!" The old lady then understood and hurriedly brought Mu Linger to the kitchen to help start the fire. Feng Ying had long been woken up by Mu Linger's knocking on the door. Just as the old lady and Mu Linger were busy in the kitchen, she secretly slipped out and sneaked into Jean Z's tent. She glanced at the cotton-padded jacket on the ground and then looked at Jean Z. She muttered softly, "Sick?" She carefully walked closer and saw Jean Z hugging the bedding and muttering something in his sleep. She didn't know what he was saying. She leaned closer and listened carefully. She only heard a name, Linger. He was already so sick, but he was still thinking about that stinky lass. Feng Ying's jealousy was about to burn. She was the most beautiful person in the Black Forest. Why did she have to marry someone she didn't like? Why couldn't she marry the most honorable man in the Black Forest? A trace of ruthlessness flashed past her eyes. She took off her clothes without hesitation and hugged Jean Z. "I'm Linger. I'm here." She wrapped her arms around Jean Z and pulled his hand to touch her body. "Linger. Mu Linger." Jean Z's eyes were tightly shut and he was in a daze. He didn't know that Mu Linger had already left. He always thought that Mu Linger was still by his side, still in his arms. He hugged the person in his arms tightly again. His hand was still wrapped around her waist. He only wanted to hug her and trap her. That was all. However, the person in his arms was restless. She pulled his hand and moved it inch by inch down her abdomen. Her hand kept teasing him. He still pulled away. "Linger, you can't. I don't want to force you. I don't want to force you. Linger, be good. Just let me hug you. Linger, why didn't I meet you earlier? Why? When Feng Ying heard these words, she more or less knew what was going on. Her jealousy towards Mu Linger deepened by 3 points. She broke free from Jean Z's hand and took off his clothes even more boldly, teasing him unabashedly. Just as Jean Z was about to pull her hand away, she suddenly leaned over to his ear and said softly, "I'm willing. I like you." When these words came out, Jean Z obviously froze. However, he quickly flipped over and pressed Feng Ying under him. His brows were tightly knitted and he had a splitting headache. However, he still slowly opened his eyes. He wanted to look at her. He wanted to look at her and hear her say those words. He forced himself to hold on and slowly opened his eyes. However, the figure in front of him was swaying as if there were countless shadows. He couldn't see her clearly. He lowered his head and buried his head in her body. Just at this moment, the wooden door suddenly opened, and he didn't even realize it. It was until a bang sound came from the door that he was jolted awake. He subconsciously turned back to take a look and saw Mu Linger standing at the door with tears streaming down her face. Her hands were hanging in the air. Beneath her feet, a bowl of medicine was scattered all over the ground. "Linger," he muttered, and was stunned for a moment before he lowered his head to look at the person beneath him. In an instant, he was completely awake. Both of them were naked. What did he do just now? Feng Ying looked towards Mu Linger and a cold smile flashed past her eyes. Although this stinky lass had come too quickly and caused her to not be able to cook the rice. But letting this stinky lass witness this scene with her own eyes might not be a bad thing. Feng Ying waiting for Mu Linger to turn around and run away. However, Chapter 1297. When Mu Linger saw this scene, she did not turn around and run away. She regained her senses and suddenly rushed in front of Jean Z and Feng Ying. She did not know where she got the strength from, but she pushed Jean Z away and gave Feng Ying a fierce slap. Feng Ying did not expect this and had not recovered from the slap. Jean Z was weak all over and could not get up after being pushed to the side. He looked at Mu Linger, whose face was covered in tears. He wanted to explain, but did not know how to. He had no idea what had happened. His memory stopped at hugging Mu Ling and falling asleep. He really could not remember what happened after that. Mu Ling glared at Jin Zi angrily before turning around and running out. Mu Ling Jin Zi panicked. At this time, Feng Ying regained her senses and muttered, "She hit me? She dared to hit me." Jin Zi coldly looked at Feng Ying. Although his body was weak, his eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. The anger emitted from his body grew stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Feng Ying could not help but retreat in fear. I heard that you were sick, so I came over to take a look." Feng Ying hurriedly quibbled. "Who knew that you would? You would! Linge, you bullied me. Why are you still so fierce?" Jin Zi defended her and did not even need to ask the truth. He said coldly, "I'm going to kill you." "Linge, you!" Feng Ying subconsciously retreated. Even though she knew that Jin Zi did not have the strength to truss a chicken, even though she knew that she could control this man at any time, she was still afraid. She was so afraid that she forgot to make a move and only knew to retreat and hide. His eyes were too terrifying. Very quickly, Feng Ying sensed a group of beasts approaching. She had been with beasts since she was young and understood that kind of aura too well. The outside of the tent must have been surrounded by beasts. They were all filled with killing intent, because the man in front of her really wanted to kill her. Feng Ying's back hit the pile of firewood, and she had no way to retreat. She finally revealed her true colors. "Let me go, and I'll tell you everything." Jin Zi was indifferent. Although he did not move, the cold killing intent in his eyes pressed towards Feng Ying, as if he could kill her at any time. The more silent Jin Zi was, the more terrified Feng Ying was. "I'll tell you everything about the Ling family, the whole truth, and you'll let me go." Jin Zi was definitely not interested in what she had to say. Coldly, he stared at her and growled like a beast. This was the sound of calling for a beast. Feng Ying's entire body trembled. She suddenly rolled to the side and grabbed a dagger. Since he couldn't have her and wanted her to die, then he might as well die. She pulled out her dagger and stabbed at Jin Zi. However, before she could stab the gold, she was pushed to the ground by the big white tiger that rushed in. "No!" Feng Ying shouted, but her voice was quickly stopped by the big white tiger's fangs. Dabai grabbed her by the neck and dragged her out of the room without any hesitation. He took note of the bloodstains on the ground. Outside the tent were all ferocious beasts. All the ferocious beasts on the grassland had come. Tigers, snow leopards, wolves, and even a few big lions surrounded the few tents. The big white tiger dragged Feng Ying out and threw her far away onto the snowy ground. Feng Ying was bitten on the neck and was bleeding profusely, but she was still on the verge of death. However, very quickly, the surrounding wild beasts all pounced over to fight for food and drowned her. This kind of fear before death was probably unimaginable. To Feng Ying, it was really a fate worse than death. The livestock in the nearby sheep pen and horse pen were all frightened. They kept neighing and bumping around. The herdsman's family had already hidden, not daring to look outside. Mu Linger's whereabouts were unknown because there was no sign of her. In just a short while, the ferocious beasts all dispersed, leaving behind a pool of blood and a pile of bones on the snowy ground. Feng Ying, who had controlled all kinds of ferocious beasts since young, definitely did not expect that she would die in such a way. Peace returned to the grassland. In the tent, Jin Zi lay on the ground. He had a splitting headache and was shivering nonstop. He wanted to get up and find Mu Ling, but he could not use any strength. Not to mention getting up, he could not even turn over. He tried a few times, but he could not stand up in the end. He could only give up. He looked at the top of the tent and slowly lifted his bangs. His extremely beautiful eyes were gradually covered with a layer of despair. In this life, even if he was locked in a cage as a slave, even if he was bought to the three-way black market and sold in the market with a clear price, he had never been so desperate. Pain slowly appeared in this despair. He slowly closed his eyes and no longer saw any emotions in them. His body was weak and his heart was weak. He did not know if he had given up on the world or if the world had given up on him. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the door and approached him. He heard it, but he was indifferent. He only thought that the herdsman had come to save him. However, it was Mu Ling who came. She carried the freshly brewed medicinal decoction and rushed over with a hurried expression. The moment she entered, she saw Jin Zi lying naked on the ground. Half of his body was naked and the other half was covered in the blanket. He raised his hands high to cover his forehead. Although Mu Ling was very anxious, she still stopped in her tracks when she saw this scene. Her gaze unconsciously moved down Jin Zi's hands, arms, and shoulders. It was hard to imagine that such a skinny person could have such a refined body. Just the lines of his arms were perfect, as if they were carved. His shoulders were not as weak as they usually looked. They were not broad, but they were broad and refined. They were sexy and full of strength. Could it be related to his clothes? The more Mu Ling looked, the more amazed she was. The more she looked, the more she could not help but look down. She could see his perfect chest and abdominal muscles. They were so well defined that they looked like a sculpture. She couldn't stop her gaze from moving down his abdominal muscles. The lines became more refined as she moved down, and they were even more breathtaking. She blushed and blushed. It was not until her line of sight was blocked by the blanket that Mu Ling suddenly regained her senses. The medicine in her hand almost fell to the ground again. Are all men's bodies so beautiful? This question surfaced in Mu Ling's mind. She hurriedly shook her head and ignored this thought. She put the medicine aside and hurriedly pulled the blanket over Jin Zi tightly. Jin Zi's eyes were tightly shut. He was immersed in despair and was indifferent to the movements around him. It was only when Mu Ling touched his hand that he was shocked and recognized her hand immediately. He opened his eyes abruptly. Sure enough, he saw the face that he had missed for more than 2 years. Her face was full of tears, and she looked like a pitiful person. He was obviously in despair, but at this moment he smiled. He gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said gently, Mu Ling, I dreamed of you again. He thought that he would never see her again, not even dream of her. Mu Ling was stunned. She hurriedly avoided his gentle gaze and his hand. She touched his forehead. Although she had expected it, she was still shocked by the temperature. He was already sick, and after the torment just now, his condition had worsened. She hurriedly took his pulse. Sure enough, his condition had worsened. The medicine would definitely worsen his condition, but his condition was too urgent. If she hesitated any longer or came any later, his brain would have been burned out. She did not have time to brew the medicine again. She had to let Jin Zi drink this bowl of medicine first to slow down his condition. Get up and drink the medicine. Hurry. This is not a dream. Mu Ling said seriously. She used all her strength to pull Jin Zi up to sit. Unfortunately, she could not move him at all. This guy looked so thin, but she could not tell how heavy he was. She had already personally tested it. If Jin Zi had the strength to move, he would have gone out to look for her. He did not even have the strength to turn over. Be good. Sit down quietly and let me take a good look. Jin Zi still thought that he was immersed in a dream. In the past 2 years, he had dreamed of her too often. He would dream of her every few days. He would always wonder if it was because he dreamed of her so often that he could not let go or forget her. Mu Ling was anxious. It's not a dream, it's real. If you don't get up to drink the medicine, you'll turn stupid from the fever. You'll be even more stupid than me. Get up. This fellow scolded her every day that she was stupid. She was the real stupid one, all right. He was already so sick. How could he still dream? No matter how anxious Mu Ling was, Jin Zi did not move. He looked at her, and as he looked, he started to laugh foolishly. Mu Ling was about to die from anxiety, but seeing him laugh, She couldn't help but take another look at his eyes. This fellow who never smiled. Why did he look so good when he smiled? Especially those eyes. Get up. Mu Ling used all her strength to pull and pull at Jinzi. After a long time, she still could not move him. Seeing that Jinzi was still looking at her and laughing foolishly, she was about to go crazy. She simply took the medicine and drank a big mouthful. She decisively lowered her head and kissed Jinzi's lips, passing the medicine over. Jinzi froze. He was originally still in a daze, but this time he immediately sobered up. He was forced to accept it and drank a big mouthful of medicine. Mu Ling let go of him, and very quickly she fed him another mouthful. In this way, the big bowl of medicine was fed 5 times by Mu Ling, and it was finally finished. Mu Ling heaved a sigh of relief and was wiping away the stains on the corners of her mouth. Who knew that Jinzi suddenly stretched out his hand and held her neck, pressing her down and kissing her lips. Mu Ling had not even regained her senses when he went straight in and deeply entangled with her, becoming incomparably lingering. Only God knew how deep this kiss was. Mu Ling did not even have the chance to struggle. She could only allow Jinzi to wantonly demand until he was satisfied. Her first kiss had been snatched by him, and she had also been forcefully kissed by him before. But it was not as intense and deep as this one. Not only did Mu Ling not have the chance to struggle, she even felt that she could not take it. He was too passionate, too forceful, and too emotional. She could not even tell if he was demanding from her or giving to her. When Jinzi let go of Mu Ling was lying on top of him, panting. Her red lips were swollen, and her face was flushed red. She was completely dazed. Jinzi licked his lips and looked at her as if he was looking at his prey. He could not wait to pounce over and eat her again. The moment she met his devilish gaze, Mu Ling threw a punch at Jinzi's chest. Bastard! So I'm not dreaming. Jinzi could not help but chuckle. You're pretending. You did it on purpose. You lied to me to feed you medicine. Mu Ling was so angry that her face turned red and she wiped her lips with all her might. But Jinzi's gaze suddenly turned ruthless. Cold, he said. Mu Ling, I really don't have any strength now. Otherwise, I'll definitely eat you up. Mu Ling was so frightened that she fell to the side. She turned around and was about to escape when Jinzi asked indifferently, "Why did you come back to save me? I thought that after you left, you wouldn't care about me anymore." She had bumped into Feng Ying's matter. She even boiled the medicine and came back. Chapter 1298. Faced with Jinzi's question, Mu Ling turned around and said something that Jinzi would never forget for the rest of his life. She said, "Jinzi, you were almost raped by that woman. I thought about it. You saved me after all. I can't let you be defiled by others." Jinzi was dumbfounded and could not speak for a long time. Mu Ling was not stupid. She had taken Jinzi's pulse and knew very well how sick he was. Moreover, she had only left for a short while. Jinzi could not have seduced that woman. It was obvious that the woman had thrown herself at him. She ran out of the door and stood there for a while before she figured out what had happened. She wanted to go back, but when she saw the tigers approaching, she knew that Jinzi would be fine. Thus, she hurried to brew the medicine again. To the seriously ill Jinzi, medicine was the most important thing. When she came out with the medicine, she saw a pool of blood and a human skeleton in the snow. She had always been timid, but when she saw that scene, she was not afraid at all. She did not feel that it was cruel. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. She felt that she had become bad. Jinzi had a lot to say, but he did not know what to say in the face of Mu Ling's answer. He only felt humiliated, angry, and helpless. In the end, all the words he wanted to say were reduced to 2 words: "Come here." Mu Ling did not move. She asked, How are you going to go to the mysterious continent after killing that woman? How are you going to find your hometown? Come here, and I'll tell you, Jean Z said calmly. Mu Ling did not go over. Instead, she grabbed the medicine bag on the ground and ran out without a word. She did not run far. She stood at the door and raised her head to let the cold wind hit her face to wake her up. Her lips were still swollen and painful. His breath lingered on them. She touched her lips gently, her heart beating faster. Her heart was even more chaotic than before. She really did not know what to do with him. She was getting more and more clueless. She did not even realize that she had unknowingly lost her previous decisiveness. She did not go anywhere. She only went to brew a new batch of medicine. She boiled the medicine and sent it to the tent, only to find that Jean Z was asleep. She carefully touched his forehead, checked his temperature, and then took his pulse. After making sure that his condition was better, her hanging heart finally relaxed. She nudged him. Hey, get up and take your medicine. She thought that it would take a long time for him to wake up. However, when she pushed him, he opened his eyes. He was pretending to be asleep again. She frowned as she looked at him. Her tear-stained face made her look like an old woman. This time he didn't pretend. He struggled to sit up, took the medicine from her, and drank it in big gulps. After drinking all the medicine, he said, "You're here again? I thought you wouldn't come back again." He hadn't even asked her why she had come back. She gave her answer first. "Since I've saved him to the end. So we're even now, right?" "No." He smiled weakly. "You were the one who begged me to help you. Today, I didn't force you to save me. The two of us cannot be reconciled." Actually, she was just saying it casually. She knew very well that he was so smart that he wouldn't agree to it. The two of them remained silent. The sky was still dark, and this was the coldest time. There was no heater in the tent. Mu Ling sat for a while, and her hands and feet started to feel cold. She unconsciously rubbed her hands together. "I'll lend it to you." Jean Z grabbed his fur robe and threw it to her. Mu Ling did not reject it and wrapped herself tightly in the fur robe. The two of them fell silent again. They sat like this and waited for dawn. Some people said that the darkness before dawn was always unusually long. Mu Ling realized that this saying was true. She waited and waited, but time passed very slowly. The sky in the grassland was still dark. She was already wrapped in a fox fur robe, but why was it still so cold? The cold air kept rising from her feet, and she was so cold that she shivered. Finally, Jean Z broke the silence. Coldly, he said, "Mu Ling, I'm giving you one last chance. If you come over, I'll consider this night as repayment to me. Otherwise, I'll really charge you interest." Mu Ling looked up, her gaze guarded. Jean Z sneered, "If you fall ill from the cold, who's going to brew medicine for me? You know that I can't do anything now." Mu Ling's mood was originally very heavy, but after hearing his words, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. He didn't have much strength, so he really couldn't bully her. Despite laughing, Mu Ling still didn't move. She asked pitifully, "Then will you still marry me?" This woman was insatiable and wanted a yard after getting an inch. Jean Z had said so many times that he would marry her, but when had he ever been serious? He was afraid that he had completely lost to her. He said no. Mu Ling still didn't go over. She stuck out her pinky. "Pinky promise, lie. If you lie, you'll lose every bet." Jean Z very straightforwardly made a pinky promise with her and swore a deadly oath. Mu Ling finally felt at ease. She took off her outer robe and obediently crawled over, sneaking into the warm blanket. This night, she had already planned for the worst, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. As long as she waited until daybreak, she and Jean Z would be even. Mu Ling lay on her side, allowing Jean Z to slowly approach her from behind. However, when Jean Z came over and hugged her, her heart instantly skipped a beat. She then remembered that Jean Z wasn't wearing any clothes. Jean Z covered her mouth with one hand, while the other held her waist tightly. She was really frightened and struggled desperately. However, Jean Z somehow had the strength to imprison her tightly. She couldn't struggle at all. Very soon, Jean Z whispered something into her ear, making her quiet down. He said, "Mu Ling, you'd better not move. Otherwise, I'll go back on all my promises to you." Mu Ling. Ori's struggle came to an abrupt end. Jean Z's legs wrapped around her, entangling with her. Two people, two hearts, like two long threads, entangled into a ball, becoming more and more inextricable and unable to merge back into one. Mu Ling didn't move, and Jean Z didn't move either. However, he leaned close to her ear and whispered. He said, "Ling, I like you. I like you very much." He said, "Ling, you're so stupid. Why do I still like you?" He said, "Ling, if I met you first, would you have belonged to me?" He said, "Ling, do you know how it feels to like someone? I don't want to give up even if I die, unless I see her in pain." Ling, is Gu very happy and not in pain at all? So you didn't give up? He must like you, right? Ling, I give up. Be happy, don't cry anymore. He sighed softly. Ling, don't be so stupid to agree to things like that in the future. You have to cherish yourself, understand? He chuckled. Gu came out of seclusion a few months ago and headed north. He should be going to the mysterious continent. You can leave when the sun rises. I've already paid off the debt of that gold card. I'll stay in Wintercrow. Remember, don't come here again. After he finished speaking, he let go of her. The sky was bright. The darkness before dawn was so long. But why did dawn always come so suddenly? Why did the whole world become so bright without anyone noticing? Mu Ling slowly sat up and looked outside. Only then did she realize that her vision was all blurry and she couldn't see any light. She touched her face and realized that she was crying. Her face was full of tears. Jean Z was still in his original position, lying on his side. Mu Ling sat in a daze and kept wiping her tears. However, she didn't know why, but the more she wiped, the more tears came. It was as if there was no end to them. In the end, she couldn't help burying her head in her knees and sobbing loudly. Why was she in so much pain? Why was it that she was free? Why was it that they didn't know each other anything? Why was it that she could leave? Why was it that they would never meet again? Why was it that she knew where Chi brother had gone? But why wasn't she happy at all? Why couldn't she stop crying? What did it feel like to like someone? Would she not give up even if she died, unless she saw the other person in pain? But she didn't see Chi brother in pain. She didn't see Chi brother unhappy. But she had also given up. She had already given up 2 years ago. She liked Chi brother so much. So why did she give up? She hated Jean Z so much. So why was she crying now? Mu Ling was crying uncontrollably. She refused to leave and didn't say a word. Jean Z frowned as he looked at her. He didn't know what to do. She cried when he forced her to stay. She cried when he let her go. What should he do to make her happier? He suddenly shouted, "Mu Ling, don't cry. Go. Get out." Would she only wake up if he was more fierce? Mu Ling suddenly looked up and asked in a choked voice, "Jean Z, why did you scheme against me? Why did you bully me? Why did you force me? If it wasn't for the scheme at Three-Way Black Market, would she have resented him? Would she have made him owe such a huge debt? If he didn't bully her, would she have owed him so much? I'll apologize to you, all right?" Jean Z was irritated by her crying. "I won't force you anymore. I won't force you ever again. You can leave." Who knew that Mu Ling cried even harder? "Jean Z, you've always forced me, always forced me. Why didn't you force me to the end? Why? Why did you make me so miserable? Jean Z, I've given up on Chi brother. I don't want to like anyone anymore. It's really tiring to like someone. I don't want to be so tired. I'm fine all by myself. So why did you bully me? Why did you force me to see you? Why did you say so much to me? Why did you like me? Why? Mu Ling cried her heart out, as if all the forbearance that she had endured all this time had burst out. Rather than saying that she had given up on Chi brother, it was more accurate to say that she had been abandoned. She had been abandoned a long time ago. She had never been liked. It was just that her reaction was too slow. It took her a few years to understand. She was like a lovelorn patient who had been in unrequited love. She had never been loved and had never been in love, but she had experienced the pain of love. Jean Z. Chi brother isn't in pain at all. How can I give up on him? How can I give up on him? I've liked him for so many years. How can I? She cried and looked at Jean Z. She was in a mess and in pain, but she also blamed herself. Jean Z's heart ached so much that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect this girl to be so stupid. Why not? He asked angrily. Mu Ling, what do you owe him? Why not? Liking someone isn't a responsibility. Loving someone isn't a responsibility either. Marrying someone is a responsibility. Mu Ling, I regret it. I want to marry you. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled Mu Ling over and pressed her under his body. Mu Ling was still crying, but he kissed her wildly. Chapter 1299. Mu Ling, if I force you, I can make you wake up from your endless and hopeless persistence. I'm willing to be the bad guy. I'm willing for you to hate me forever. Jean Z's kisses fell crazily onto Mu Ling's face and body. As he kissed, he tore off Mu Ling's clothes. He cherished her so much and had never thought that he would end up in this state. The crazy tearing, crazy kisses mixed with her bitter tears, devouring her whimpers time and time again. He tore off all her coverings and stuck close to her body. Seeing her tear-filled and dazed appearance, he wished he could just barge into her and ruthlessly stab her to wake her up. But in the end, he didn't. He lifted her chin and kissed away the tears by her eyes, forcing her to look at him clearly. Mu Ling, look at me. Look at who I am. I want to marry you. Look at me clearly. Even if he forced her, he would first tell her that he would marry her. He overturned the hurtful words he had said earlier. Mu Ling, I don't want any clean woman. I only want you. Our debt has long been settled. This time I owe you. He kept on saying, even though her softness made him extremely restless, but he still stubbornly said it clearly. Mu Ling, you definitely don't know how much Jean Z cherishes you and how much he wants to marry you. But now he can't do it. Just who was the one who forced who? Just who was the one who owed who? Mu Ling, did Jean Z owe you a debt in his past life, or did he owe you a debt? Why did he have to be tortured like this? Mu Ling, did you hear that? Mu Ling, look at who I am clearly. Jean Z was still saying, but Mu Ling, suddenly pressed his head down and took the initiative to kiss his lips. She had never been like this before. She was extremely clumsy, but with just 2 or 3 moves, she had easily provoked all of his impulses, making him unable to endure it any longer. The restlessness was driving him crazy. However, even at this point, he still endured it, just like a child, stubbornly demanding an answer from her. He pushed her away and asked loudly, "Do you remember what I said?" Mu Linger held his face and choked out, "Jean Z, say that again. I want to listen to it again." Goldie was stunned. He had so stubbornly wanted an answer, but when she asked so soberly, he was caught off guard. He looked at her and was speechless for a long time. She waited quietly. You can't love, but you can be loved. As long as someone was willing, as long as someone didn't mind that she used to love like that. Goldie, as long as you don't suffer, I'll accept it. Mu Ling said from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, thousands of words, including the word marry, were all turned into one sentence. Goldie said helplessly, "Mu Linger, I like you. Then he lowered his head and kissed her. He kissed all of her beauty. Her body was just like her, so good. When he hardened his heart and penetrated her, she said, "Goldie, I'm sorry." She didn't know if he had heard her or if he had understood what she meant. He stopped on top of her and resisted the urge. He used his kiss to soothe the pain of her first time. When her body stopped trembling, he began his journey. He conquered the highest point again and again, wishing that he could penetrate her soul and see if his name was there. When he lost all his strength and laid completely on top of her, the whole world seemed to have quieted down. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell, one thought to stay together, one thought to part forever, one thought to love, one thought to pain. Who would be consigned to eternal damnation with a single thought? Whose one wrong thought was whose eternal life? The thought before dawn was to never meet again. The thought after dawn was to marry you. In this world, the most difficult thing to repay was love. If it wasn't about love, persistence, the past, or the future, could he be happier? Seeing that she was in pain and giving up, that was love. Seeing that she was in pain and giving in, that was also love. Love was never about first or second, only about length. After a long period of silence, Jean Z finally spoke up. "Mulinger, is this a dream or not?" No, Mulinger was very sure. "Why?" Goldie asked. "Because I've never dreamed of you," Mulinger said honestly. Goldie was calm. "That might be in my dreams. He always dreams of you." "You've had such a dream?" Mulinger asked seriously. Jean Z stared blankly for a moment before laughing out loud. "That's not true." Mulinger heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly asked gently, "Does it still hurt?" She blushed and turned her head away. After a while, she said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." He was silent. She immediately said, "You're already sick. Why?" She couldn't continue, so he immediately continued, "It's all thanks to your medicine." Both of them seemed to be afraid of each other's silence. She hesitated and asked, "Goldie, we were like this. Will we have a child? Do you want a child?" Goldie asked. Yes. Mulinger had always been honest. When she saw that Sister Jing was pregnant, she wanted a child. "Whose child do you want?" Goldie asked again. Mulinger hesitated. Back in Tiger's prison, she had always pestered Sister Jing with questions. She wanted Chi brother's child. She had thought about it several times. Before Mulinger could reply, Goldie asked with a smile, "Goose? I'm sorry, but from today onwards, you won't have the chance anymore." Mulinger had been looking away, but when she heard Goldie's words, she looked over and stared straight into his eyes. Goldie's smile froze. In the end, he avoided her gaze instead. He moved away from her and resumed his usual coldness. He said, "Mulinger, no matter who you like, there's no turning back for you." Mulinger didn't say anything. She kept looking at him. She only regained her senses after he finished dressing and went out. The herders had been scared away by the beasts. They didn't know where they were hiding. They stayed here for 5 days. Mulinger brewed medicine for Goldie on time for 3 consecutive days. Goldie's health was good to begin with, so he recovered very quickly. They didn't do anything. During the day, they stayed in their own tents. At night, he would always come to find her and hug her to sleep. However, he didn't bully her anymore. On the 6th day, seeing that Goldie had fully recovered, Mulinger said, "I want to go back to the snow mountain to wait for you, Hughie." Goldie didn't say anything. He summoned the big white tiger to bring her back from the back of the mountain. He left some silver and took away the bed of lamb fur. The 2 of them stayed on the snow mountain. Neither of them mentioned Gu again. They didn't talk about whether they liked him or not. He had thought that she would be very quiet, and she had thought that he would be very cold. However, for some reason, the 2 of them would quarrel at the slightest provocation and cause trouble at the slightest provocation. However, no matter how fiercely they quarreled or how many questions they asked, both of them were very conscious and didn't touch on the word love. He took care of all 3 meals a day, including washing the dishes. Even if the ingredients were limited, every meal could be changed. While she was studying the snow jade grass, he would hang out with a group of tigers. Occasionally, he would find wild game on the snow mountain for her. He would boil a bowl of hot soup and bring it to her, forcing her to stop what she was doing and drink it all. She had been looking forward to spring, looking forward to the arrival of Hudi. However, gradually, she hoped that this cold winter could last a little longer. It turned out that one could be very happy even if one didn't care about true love. It turned out that one could live well with someone bickering and making one angry every day. Spring still arrived. Groups of Hudi arrived as scheduled. Mu Linger was stunned as she hid in the house. So beautiful, so beautiful. Goldie walked closer and stood behind her for a long time. Suddenly, he hugged her. She was slightly stunned, but quickly got over it. Other than sleeping at night, he would never touch her during the day. Even at night, he would only hug her. After that time, he didn't force her again. What was wrong with him today? Actually, she was already used to being hugged by him every night. Mu Linger's attention returned to Hudi. However, she heard Goldie's gentle voice in her ear. Linger, Hudi will be the matchmaker. Will you marry me? He took out a gold card. Mu Linger thought it was her own card at first glance, but she knew it wasn't. He said, "This is my only gold card. It's a betrothal gift. It's not much, but you can get it in advance from Kingon Bank. I'm willing to repay your debt for the rest of my life." His name was Goldie. Even his betrothal gift was so tacky. However, Mu Linger was so touched that she wanted to cry. Were the two of them destined to never be able to repay each other's debt in this lifetime? Mu Linger accepted the gold card. "I'll marry you." After the snow melted, Goldie and Mu Linger went down the mountain and returned to the northernly barracks. Goldie prepared a grand wedding for Mu Linger. Tang Li kept his promise and gave a generous dowry for Mu Linger. Han Yunqi also prepared a dowry for Mu Linger as a princess. Goldie personally wrote the invitation and did not leave out Gu's copy. The invitation was sent to the Medicine Ghost Valley. It was not known if the people from the Medicine Ghost Valley had sent the invitation to Gu. In short, everyone was present at the wedding 1 month later except for Gu. No one knew how Mu Linger was related to Goldie, and no one dared to mention Gu. But Goldie took the initiative to ask Long Fei Yi, "Your Majesty, why is Prince Yu not here?" Long Fei Yi replied, "Other than his own wedding, he will not attend other people's wedding." When these words came out, Tang Li could not help but laugh. "Isn't that so?" He also did not appear at Grand Tutor Gu's wedding. Mu Linger suddenly turned around and looked over. This time, everyone was quiet. Goldie did not evade. "It is not that I did not invite him, but he did not give me face." Everyone was shocked, but Mu Linger said, "Chi brother is a stingy person. He gave a gift to Grand Tutor Gu, but did not give me one." This time, everyone was even more shocked. Everyone avoided Gu Chishao's name, but these two didn't mind at all. What was going on between them? At this time, Su Donglin flew in with a long brocade box in his hand. "Goldie Darren, His Highness Prince, you sent someone to send you a congratulatory gift." Seeing that brocade box, Han Yunqi, Mu Linger, Gu Beiwe, and Qin Min all had a complicated expression. This brocade box was so familiar. Chapter 1300. The wedding gift that Gu gave to Jinzi and Ling was a brocade box. Han Yunqi and the rest recognized this brocade box because it was exactly the same as the one that Gu had given to Gu Beiwe at his wedding. Han Yunqi and Mu Ling had peeked inside the box. As the recipient, Gu Beiwe had naturally seen it. As for Qin Min, when she was living in Yining, there were no servants in the Grand Tutor's residence. She had personally helped Gu Beiwe tidy up the house a few times and had seen this gift box. Driven by curiosity, she had also peeked inside. Tang Li and Ning Jing were very curious. One must know that Gu's gift was definitely not ordinary. Long Fei Yi was not interested in Gu's gift, and his thoughts were not on the wedding banquet. He had been waiting for Ning Cheng's gift. He was here for the person who stood him up. Although Jinzi did not give Ning Cheng an invitation on the surface, no one knew if he had secretly invited Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng and Jinzi could be said to have been friends since childhood. Would Ning Cheng not come to Jinzi's wedding? In any case, even if Ning Cheng didn't come, he should have sent a gift, right? As long as he caught the person who sent the gift, Long Fei Yi would have many ways to find Ning Cheng. He did not care if Ning Cheng stayed or left. He had to fulfill the promise that he had made to him. Jinzi received the gift and said coldly, "I will have to trouble Imperial Bodyguard Su to thank His Highness Prince Yu on behalf of us." As he spoke, he was about to open the brocade box in front of everyone. "Don't open it." Han Yunqi and Mu Ling are said at the same time. Gu Beiwa was as calm as ever, as if he had never received the same gift and did not know what was inside. Qi Min did not say anything and just looked on. The two of them could be considered to have calmed down at the same time. "Why?" Jinzi asked suspiciously. Because Mu Linger spoke for a while, but couldn't come up with a reason. Fortunately, Han Yunqi was quick-witted and she hurriedly explained, "The wedding is not over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to open the gift? Hurry and send the bride to the bridal chamber. If the auspicious time is missed, it would not be good." Unfortunately, this excuse could not convince Jinzi and instead aroused his curiosity. If it was anything else, Jinzi wouldn't pay much attention to it, but he really wanted to take a look at Gu Qixiao's gift. Therefore, he ignored Han Yunqi and Ling and suddenly opened the brocade box. At this moment, Mu Ling closed her eyes. Han Yunqi was speechless, and Gu Beiwa pulled the corners of his mouth, faintly embarrassed. Qi Min secretly glanced at Gu Beiwa and decided to continue acting dumb. Jinzi stared at the brocade box with a complicated expression and did not speak for a long time. The wedding was grand, and the wedding banquet was grand. There were 3 banquets on the prairie and countless bonfires. However, there were only the few of them in this tent. The bustling outside turned the night in the prairie into a sleepless night. However, Jinzi's silence made the tent exceptionally quiet. Mu Ling's ears started to turn red. She scolded Jinzi in her heart. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough after looking at it for so long? Why aren't you closing the lid? Can't you just act as if nothing happened?" Unexpectedly, Jinzi suddenly turned to look at her and casually handed the box over. "Mu Ling, this is not a wedding gift. It's from Gu." "Ah." Mu Ling blurted out in shock, and her entire face instantly turned red. What was Qi brother doing? Causing trouble? Han Yunqi held her forehead with one hand. She did not know what to say to Jinzi. Gu was messing around. Could it be that Jinzi was going to mess around too? If he wanted to show that kind of thing to Ling, he would have to hide in the bridal chamber. Where would Ling put her face in front of everyone? Jinzi handed the box over to Mu Ling with both hands. Jinzi was too tall and Mu Ling was too short. Even though the box was in front of her, she still could not see it. Of course, she did not dare to look. She hurriedly closed the brocade box before accepting it. "Aren't you going to open it and take a look?" Jinzi asked coldly. Mu Ling was angry. What did this guy want? She was about to fly into a rage when Jinzi said indifferently, "I've prepared a dowry for you. Although it's late, you should still open it and take a look." When he said this, everyone was shocked. Mu Ling could not help but stare with her mouth agape. Dowry? How? Mu Ling hurriedly opened the brocade box and saw a letter lying in the brocade box. There were 2 big words written on the envelope. Dowry. This was Qi brother's handwriting. She could recognize it at a glance. She took out the letter and saw a small medicine bottle lying quietly in the brocade box. She was very, very familiar with this small medicine bottle. This small medicine bottle was given to him when she gave him the life-saving medicinal pills. She lied to him and said that there were life-saving medicinal pills hidden in it and that he should only open it when he was in a life-and-death situation. In fact, this small medicine bottle not only hid her most precious pills, but also her confession note. At that time, she had childishly hoped that Chi Brother would be able to understand her feelings while he was still alive. Now that she thought about it, Mu Ling wanted to laugh. Why was she so stupid back then? Chi Brother was such a smart person. How could he not see through her? Did he return the small medicine bottle to her? Did he even look at what was inside? What kind of dowry was this? Was he going to give her a clear rejection on her wedding day? Besides Mu Ling, no one else present knew that this small medicine bottle originally belonged to Mu Ling. Jean Z said indifferently, "Did he give you medicine?" Mu Ling looked up and her eyes met Jean Z's beautiful eyes. His eyes were filled with seriousness and curiosity. She could see through his persistence at a glance. She knew that he wanted to know what was in the bottle. The look in his eyes made her heart ache uncontrollably. She didn't want to open it or explain. She didn't want Jean Z to see it. She didn't know how to answer in front of so many people. She didn't want to embarrass him. Her heart ached. Just as she was at a loss, Jean Z suddenly took the small medicine bottle and opened it. At this moment, Mu Linger's tears were about to fall, but she saw Jean Z pour out a pile of golden sand from the bottle. There were no pills or confession notes, but a bottle full of golden sand. Extremely, extremely precious and priceless golden sand. It was even exquisite, soft, pure and resplendent. Under the light of the lanterns, it shimmered with a faint golden glow, making it incomparably luxurious and beautiful. Now this was gold, the purest form of gold in all of Cloud Realm Continent. Jean Z. Mu Ling blurted out in shock. Jean Z was surprised as well. As soon as Mu Ling said Jean Z, he looked up and realized she was talking about the golden sand in his hands. Jean Z disdained Gu as a person, so he disdained Gu's gifts as well. But looking at the golden sand in his hands, he couldn't help but admire it. Not to mention his sincerity, it was really not easy to find an entire bottle of it. The crowd was surprised to see Jean Z's hands full of gold as well. Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. Ling, do you like your Chi brother's dowry? Before Mu Ling, could answer, Tang Li kicked up a fuss. Ling, do you like your Chi brother's gold? As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Jing viciously stomped on Tang Li's foot. Would this fellow die if he didn't open his mouth? Ning Jing had almost gone crazy from Mu Ling, pestering back in Tiger's prison. She knew very well how Mu Ling used to feel for Gu. If Ling still hadn't given up, then Tang Li's words were like rubbing salt on her wound. Tang Li felt the pain from the stomp and didn't dare to make another sound. Unexpectedly, Jean Z asked, Mu Ling, do you like it? Mu Ling looked at him without replying. Immediately, the atmosphere grew tense again. The adults were all scared witless, especially Han Yunqi. She still didn't know why Ling was getting married. She was truly afraid of this foolish, impulsive girl. She was afraid that she'd get married on impulse, afraid that Gu's gift would make her impulsive again and ruin the wedding. Love could be a matter of one person. It could be impulsive. However, marriage could only be a matter of two people. Impulsiveness would hurt. Mu Ling was really quiet for a long time. She seemed to be sitting on an important decision that needed to be considered very carefully. After such a long time, not only was Han Yunqi anxious, but everyone else was also nervous. Ning Jing gave Han Yunqi a few glances, but Han Yunqi couldn't do anything. Ning Jing was annoyed and stepped on Tang Li even harder, who asked him to talk too much, who asked him so bluntly, who asked him to make things difficult for Ling, who asked him to give Jean Z a chance to ask Ling, like that. Tang Li endured the pain and couldn't wait for Mu Ling to speak quickly. If Mu Ling didn't speak, Ning Jing wouldn't let go of his foot. Everyone was anxious But Jean Z was very calm. He slowly put the golden sand into the small medicine bottle and waited patiently. If Mu Ling was willing to seriously think about this problem, even at the wedding, he could still wait patiently. Wait for her to think it through. Wait for her to think it through. After putting the golden sand back into the bottle, Jean Z hesitated and simply opened the letter in front of everyone. When he opened it, he realized that the letter was actually for him. There was only one sentence in the letter, but Jean Z looked at it for a long time. The sentence was, "Jean Z, my sister is honest, stupid, and ignorant of the world. I hope you can forgive and love her. I am very grateful." The signature was Brother Gu. Jean Z was stunned for a long time before he recovered. He didn't know why, but his heart suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Previously, no matter how much Mu Ling hurt him, he had never felt so uncomfortable. To be exact, it was heartache. This letter was so warm, but at the same time it was also extremely cruel. This warm request meant that Mu Ling was completely rejected by Gu. Looking at Mu Ling, his heart actually ached more than his heart ached. This poor thing was rejected and abandoned. However, he still forced a smile. Just like before, he laughed without a care in the world. He presented the letter to her and said jokingly, "Mu Ling, look, Gu really doesn't want you anymore. You can follow me from now on. I'm still willing to take you in." The people around them couldn't see what was written on the letter, but when they heard Jean Z's words, they all frowned, including Long Fei Yi. How much did he like her that he was willing to force her? Mu Ling looked at Gu's handwriting. As she looked, tears fell. She looked up at Jean Z and muttered, "Jean Z, don't force yourself, okay?" "No." Jean Z decisively interrupted her fiercely. But, Mu Ling seemed to be frightened and cried even harder. But Chi brother didn't want me 2 years ago. I don't want him anymore." Jean Z was stunned. Chapter 1301. Mu Ling didn't want Gu? 2 years ago, Gu had left without saying goodbye. Later, at Rue's first birthday party, Gu had appeared again. He had lost the bet to Mu Ling. Could it be that he hadn't kissed Mu Ling? No one could have imagined that the words, "Don't want Chi brother," would come out of Mu Ling's mouth. How much courage and determination did this require? After all, this little girl had been chasing Gu for more than 10 years. How much pain did she have to endure before saying these words? It was said that those who were abandoned were the most painful. In fact, many times, those who chose to give up were far more painful than those who were abandoned. To Gu, there was no such thing as giving up. If he had never wanted her, how could he give up? If he had never admitted it, how could he be given up? However, to Mu Ling, at the same time that she was given up, she also chose to give up. Mu Ling, couldn't stop crying once she started crying. She said, "Jean Z, I think I like you. Be happy. Don't force yourself, okay?" How long had Jean Z been waiting for the sentence? How long had Mu Ling been thinking about this question? At this moment, everyone seemed to have seen a grown-up Ling. One had to know that she hadn't chosen Jean Z at the most painful time. She had been in pain for 2 years. Even at the wedding, she was still thinking in pain. She didn't compromise. She didn't compromise with Jean Z to heal her wounds. It was said that the only person who could heal a love wound was another lover. However, Ling said that she didn't want Chi brother anymore 2 years ago. Her love wound had stopped 2 years ago. All the pain she felt when facing Jean Z might not have anything to do with Gu, but only with herself. It was related to whether she could still love, whether she was willing to love, and whether she dared to love. Jean Z frowned as he looked at Mu Ling, who was crying harder and harder. Suddenly, he pulled her over and kissed her fiercely. No answer was as real, direct, and convincing as kissing her. A fierce kiss, passionate and wild, selfless and affectionate. Mu Linger unconsciously responded to Jean Z. This was the first time she was so unburdened. She wholeheartedly immersed herself in his aura and everything about him. This was also the first time she felt so close to this man. There was no longer a sense of distance between them, nor would he suddenly give up on her. "Goldie, you didn't give up on me. That's the greatest mercy that I, Mu-Ling, have received in my life." Han Yunxi and the others exchanged glances and quietly retreated. Rui and Tang Tang were staring at Tang Li's feet that were stepped on by Ning Jing. As soon as Ning Jing let go of Tang Li, the two little guys looked away. Little Tang Tang was more than 3 years old. She was very pretty and looked like a porcelain doll. She said softly, "See, my mother is much fiercer than my father. My mother has the final say in our family." Rui was more than 2 years old. He looked more and more like Long Fei. His eyes were lively, and there was an innate air of nobility between his brows. He didn't say anything. He patted his hands and knees seriously and stood up. His expression and actions were just like a little adult. He was clearly a year younger than Tang Tang, but he was more mature than Tang Tang. He was like Tang Tang's older brother. However, as soon as he stood up, he saw Jin Zi and Mu Linger kissing. In an instant, all of his mature facade was shattered, and a perplexed expression appeared on his immature face. He was very curious and muttered, "What are they doing?" When Tang Tang saw this, she immediately screamed and hurriedly covered her brother's eyes. "Shame! Don't look!" Only then did the adults remember the two children playing at the side. Han Yunxi and Tang Li couldn't help but laugh. Long Fei Yi immediately carried Rui and strode away. Ning Jing covered Tang Tang's eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You already know how to be shy. What are you still looking at?" Yes, Tang Tang covered her brother's eyes while she stared at the two shy adults. Everyone went out. Lil, things suddenly fell from the beam. It couldn't stop laughing and rolling on the ground. Another embarrassing incident for the little master. Every time it saw little master embarrass himself, it was like seeing Long Dada embarrass himself when he was young. It was simply too happy. With little master's temperament now, his temper would definitely be similar to Long Dada's in the future. When that time came, if someone could tell little master these embarrassing incidents when he was young, how would little master react? Lil Thing looked back and saw that Miss Ling, and Jin Zi were kissing too intensely. It couldn't help but shudder and hurriedly ran out. It immediately jumped onto young master's shoulder. It inadvertently glanced at Qin Min beside young master, but there was no hostility. It didn't know the relationship between young master and Qin Min. It only knew that young master wasn't with Qin Min on the day of his wedding. Young master and Qin Min had been acting all along. On the way from Yuning to the northern Li military camp, young master and Qin Min were in the same carriage, but the distance between them was very far. Their words and actions were very polite and improper. No matter how tired young master was, he didn't lie down in the carriage during the journey. Qin Min was the same. She always leaned on the bed and dozed off. Even if there was a high pillow beside her, she didn't casually lean on it. Lil Thing jumped a few times on young master's shoulder and jumped onto Qin Min's shoulder. Qin Min tilted her head and gently scratched Lil Thing's chin. Lil Thing enjoyed it and intimately rubbed against her hand. Lil Thing liked Qin Min very much because she was so obedient. Jin Zi's subordinates arranged a new tent for Long Fei Yi and the others to continue the banquet. Normally, Jin Zi, the bridegroom, should come out to entertain everyone. Moreover, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, the two masters, were still at the banquet, so Jin Zi couldn't leave. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi didn't say anything, so the people below didn't dare to care about the rules. As for those who wanted to disturb the bridal chamber, they didn't dare to take the initiative to make trouble when they saw that Jin Zi stood the emperor and empress up and didn't come to serve them personally. At night, the wedding banquet was still lively. Mu Ling, and Jin Zi had already been sent to the bridal chamber by the matron of honor. The couple sat on the bed and continued the ceremony according to the matron of honor's instructions. The matron of honor was found by Jin Zi and this wedding ceremony was requested by Jin Zi. He was a prodigal son without a family, but he couldn't wrong Mu Ling, or in terms of etiquette, for such a big event as a wedding. He wouldn't leave her out of anything that others should have. The wedding ceremony lifted the red veil, ate the sweet soup, and drank the cross-cupped wine. The matron of honor smiled and whispered a few words to Jin Zi before leaving. Jin Zi personally went to send them off and locked the door. Mu Ling, Er's shy face was covered with a faint blush under the festive red light in the room. She looked especially dainty. But the most beautiful moment was when she raised her eyes to look at Jin Zi, and that moment of shyness. Just now, she was almost suffocated by this man's kiss. Fortunately, the matron of honor interrupted them and sent them to the bridal chamber. Jin Zi walked over, squatted down in front of her and held her hands. Both of them were silent. It seemed that they were used to arguing with each other and were not used to such a sudden silence. After a long while, Jin Zi said, "I won't compromise. I'm serious." Of course, Mu Ling knew what he was talking about. She said, "I'm sorry to have made you wait so long." "Fortunately, it's less than 3 years," he said lightly. "Are you really not going to the mysterious continent?" She wanted to ask this for a long time. "No, it's fine. It's quite good now," he answered. "Why?" She didn't understand. "You're too stupid. You're not suitable there." He meant what he said. From Feng Ying's words, his background was definitely not simple. He could control the tiger tribe, but Feng Ying could. The people of the black tribe couldn't control them either. There must be a reason behind this. Since he was young, he had seen how constrained and helpless Ningqing was when he shouldered the mission. He didn't like it, and Mu Ling wasn't suitable there either. It was quite good now. Moreover, he couldn't really lose northernly after marrying Mu Ling. Wouldn't Ning Cheng hate him for the rest of his life? "You're stupider than me. Okay," Mu Ling said unhappily. Jin Zi raised his eyebrows and looked at her with disdain. Mu Ling saw his gaze and frowned. "You're bullying me right after marrying me. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have married you for the rest of my life." Jin Zi coughed lightly and said, "Mu Ling, I don't think I've done anything to you yet, right? Are you regretting it already? What else do you want to do to me?" Mu Ling was angry. It was one thing for this guy to call her stupid for no reason, but what else did he want? What did his not going to mysterious sky have to do with her being stupid? At most, he knew how to tame beasts. In terms of martial arts, they were all considered mediocre. Jin Zi stood up. Mu Ling wanted to stand up as well, but before she could stand firm, she was pushed onto the couch by Jin Zi. He pressed down on her and propped his hands on either side of her. He looked down at her and said very honestly, "Mu Ling, I've tolerated you for a very, very long time." Mu Ling originally thought that Jin Zi was going to bully her, but when Jin Zi said that, she was confused. What did he tolerate? "Hey, I haven't provoked you recently, right? What did you tolerate? Say it out loud," she asked angrily. Jin Zi was instantly speechless. Mu Ling grabbed his collar and said, "Speak clearly." Jin Zi really didn't want to say those words, but he had to. He said word by word, "Mu Ling, how stupid are you?" Ridiculous. Mu Ling really didn't understand. Jin Zi looked at her confused little face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he could only control his temper and lean down to whisper in her ear. What did he tolerate? After tasting meat, he couldn't eat the beauty in his arms every night. If he wasn't tolerating her, then what was he doing? Mu Ling was enlightened, and the redness in her ears spread to her entire face. Meanwhile, Jin Zi was already nibbling on her ear and kissing it. Unlike that night in the grasslands, Jin Zi was especially gentle tonight. Tonight, Mu Ling was especially awake. She carefully felt his touch and personally experienced all the questions that she had been curious about. So this was what it felt like. When Jean Z's big hand gently reached in and covered her sensitivity and softness with incomparable gentleness, she finally couldn't feel it clearly anymore. She couldn't help but cry out, unable to bear it. If that night in the grasslands was painful, uncomfortable, painful, numb, and scared, then at this moment she was only greedy. She was greedy for every touch and every kiss he gave her. It must be because of love that she could be so unrestrained and so beautiful. Only when he truly became one with her would he feel so close to her. Only then would he feel that he truly possessed her. Jean Z, from now on Ling is yours. You have to be happy. Chapter 1302. The scenery of the grasslands at the end of spring and the beginning of summer was as beautiful as Jiangnan's. The stream gurgled, the water plants were plump, the grass was long, and the orioles were flying. The meadow was full of small flowers of various colors. Although it was unknown, there were large patches of them. Regardless of whether it was close up or from afar, they were very beautiful. The entire land seemed to be covered with a carpet of flowers. Walking on the grasslands in spring and galloping horses were as beautiful as Jiangnan's flowers and poems. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi was pregnant and could only sit in a carriage. Long Fei, the son of heaven, was actually acting as her coachman. Little Rue sat beside Long Fei, looking up at the eagles circling in the sky. Little Tang Tang was in her father's arms, while Gu Beiwei and Qin Min each rode a horse, walking side by side. As for Mu Ling, and Ning Jing, they didn't look like women at all. They waved their whips in front and ran wildly, competing to see who would reach the front of the hill first. Han Yunqi sat behind Rue, and asked with a smile, Rue, do you think your Auntie Jing or Auntie Ling will win? Rue answered without thinking, Imperial Mother, do you want to bet? Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a smile, but he didn't say anything. Bet on what? Han Yunqi asked quickly. Rue said no. Why? Are you afraid of losing? Han Yunqi tried to provoke him. Rue didn't answer. You really don't dare? Your imperial father is laughing up his sleeve at you. Han Yunqi grinned. Rue didn't answer. Long Fei Yi had long been laughing. Although Rue was young, his judgment was excellent. If he could do it, he would definitely do it. If he couldn't do it, no matter how tempting or provocative he was, he wouldn't do it. When he didn't know how to answer his mother, he wouldn't say anything. If she wasn't familiar with his habits, she wouldn't know what he was thinking. Han Yunqi knew her son's temperament, so she didn't say much. She turned to look at Gu Beiwei and Qin Min. When Long Fei Yi and Rue sat together, they looked even more alike. At this moment, both father and son were looking ahead with cold and aloof expressions. They were imposing without being angry and did not put on airs. They both had their own dignity. On the other hand, Tang Li and little Tang Tang, who were not far away, were the complete opposite. The father and daughter were very excited. Dad, hurry up, hurry up. Charge. Mother is about to lose. Little Tang Tang shouted anxiously as she pointed to the front with both hands. Hurry up. Tang Li held his daughter with one hand and waved the whip with the other. He sped up and chased after her, saying in a low voice, With me here, your mother won't lose. Don't worry. Little Tang Tang was stunned and looked back. Why? You're wrong. With your Aunt Ling here, your mother won't lose. Tang Li laughed. Let's go. Ning Jing, hurry up. Little Tang Tang immediately looked forward again. Mother, you can do it. Tang Li quickly brought little Tang Tang to Ning Jing's side and ran side by side with her. Ning Jing glanced at the father and daughter before continuing to look forward with all her might. Tang Li brought little Tang Tang along and followed beside her. When Tang Li said, Jing Jing, little Tang Tang shouted, Charge! When Tang Li said, Ning Jing, little Tang Tang shouted again, You can do it! When Tang Li said, Madam, little Tang Tang shouted, Mother! No. Tang Li immediately corrected her. Little Tang Tang immediately corrected herself and shouted, "Mother!" Only the father and daughter chased after Ningjing and bombarded her with shouts. Ningjing was originally focused and pulled away from Mu Ling. However, after being disturbed by the father and daughter, she really couldn't concentrate. Gradually, Mu Ling caught up. Just as Tang Li shouted "Madam" passionately, Ningjing was instantly overtaken by Mu Ling and fell behind. Finally, Ningjing couldn't take it anymore. She turned back to look at Tang Li and her daughter. When she saw the smile on Tang Li's face, Ningjing wanted to whip him and send him flying. However, when she saw her daughter's excited expression, her heart softened and she smiled helplessly. Sometimes, Ningjing would secretly think that it was actually quite good that she couldn't have another child. With Tang Li, the chatterbox, and Tang Tang, the little chatterbox, if there was another one, she would definitely break down. She didn't turn back and continued to chase with all her might. However, she was already very close to the finish line, but she didn't catch up. Mu Ling was first and she was second. Little Tang Tang was a little disappointed, but Tang Li carried her and chased after them, laughing loudly. "Ningjing, you're second. Your daughter and I are last." Little Tang Tang was stunned, but she quickly got up and stood on the horse's back. She turned back and smiled at Rui and the rest who were about to come over. "They're last." In this kind of competition, would Long Fei Yi be last if he took it seriously? Impossible. What about Gu Beiwei? Gu Beiwei could take first place even if he didn't ride a horse. Looking at her daughter from head to toe and seeing her optimistic smile, Ningjing's mouth twitched. She didn't know what her daughter would become if she continued to hang out with Tang Li. Jinzi had arrived at the foot of the hill ahead of time. He had already set up the tent and the fire. At this time, he was setting up the iron rack and preparing to barbecue. Seeing that Mu Ling had one, Jinzi didn't have much of a reaction. He casually threw a towel to Mu Ling and lowered his head to fiddle with his barbecue meat. "Sister Ning, thank you for letting me win." Mu Ling smiled brightly. "Your equestrian skills have improved a lot. Did Jinzi teach you that?" Ningjing asked jokingly. She didn't know if it was because Mu Ling was already a married woman or something else. But Ningjing felt that this girl looked different, but she couldn't tell what was different. Han Yunqi came over and was immediately attracted by the aroma of the barbecue meat. She was so hungry that she couldn't look away. Thinking back, she only found out that she was pregnant when she was disgusted by the barbecue meat. Now, looking at the barbecue meat, she didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, her appetite was very good. As soon as she walked in, Gu Beiwei said from the side, "Your Highness, the Empress, you can't." Han Yunqi glanced over and didn't have a chance to refute. Long Fei Yi had already grabbed her hand and said in a low voice, "Rest in the tent. You've been on the carriage for half a day. Su Donglin will send your lunch over later. Be good and listen to him. If you let Su Donglin give you special treatment again, I'll definitely chop off his hands." Although Long Fei spoke in a low voice, everyone still heard him. They all looked towards Han Yunqi, including Jinzi, who'd been bowing his head the entire time. Han Yunqi wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ever since she was diagnosed with the pregnancy pulse and was sent back to Yuning, she had been living a non-human life. Long Fei Yi asked for a small booklet from Tang Li. It recorded all kinds of taboos and supplements. Long Fei Yi strictly followed all the rules in the booklet. Whether it was in the palace or out of the palace, there were no exceptions to her 3 meals. He said he would make it up to her. He said he would accompany her. Why did it turn out like this? However, she had to admit that this pregnancy was far less relaxed and flexible than the last time. She didn't know if it was because she was old or if she had eaten and slept too much that she had become stupid. She was only about 5 months pregnant, but her belly was very obvious and very big. When she walked, she would unconsciously use her hand to support her waist. "Sister, I'll go in with you." Ling quickly came over to support her. However, Jinzi suddenly asked, Grand Tutor Gu, other than barbecued food, what else can't you eat when you're pregnant? Mu Ling was shocked and instinctively looked at her flat belly. Although she didn't eat much barbecued food, she liked other things such as fried, braised, or barbecued food. She especially liked spicy food. When she was making medicine, if she didn't eat until she was full, she wouldn't be able to concentrate. Gu Beiwa said indifferently, fried, braised, and barbecued food. It's best to have a light taste, less sour, and less spicy. Jinzi nodded and didn't say anything. However, Mu Ling felt uncomfortable all over. After Jinzi tormented her last night, she even told him that she hoped that the baby would come quickly. Now, it seemed that she had to seriously consider it. When Ningjing saw Mu Ling's expression and recalled what she said in Tiger's prison, she couldn't help but want to laugh. She also went over to support Han Yunxi. They were about to enter when Han Yunxi turned around and looked. Qin Min, come over and rest. Don't just stand there. After Qin Min dismounted, she stood beside Gu Beiwa and was especially quiet. Yes, Your Majesty. She curtsied. Her polite manner was exactly the same as Gu Beiwa's. On the way from Yuning to Bailey, Han Yunxi spoke a few times, but in the end, she was too lazy to continue. The women had all entered the tent to chat, so it wasn't appropriate for Long Fei and the rest of the men to enter. Tang Li moved to Jinzi's side and learned how to barbecue meat from him. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa sat at the side, watching and whispering. As for Rue and Tang Tang, they had already chased the little thing far away. As Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa chatted, they looked up at the snowy mountains in the west and asked indifferently, Lord Jean, how about we flatten Winter Crow's slave camp next year? In Winter Crow, from the nobles to the slave traders, there were slave camps that imprisoned countless slaves. The prison of the slave camp was the beginning of Jinzi's memories in this life. Jinzi's hand stiffened slightly, but he quickly continued to flip the meat. He said, How many men will Your Majesty give this humble subject? How many do you want? Long Fei Yi asked. Jinzi finally looked up and said seriously, I'll report after I think it through. In the tent, Han Yunxi, Mu Ling, and Ningjing were all sitting lazily. Only Qin Min sat upright, her back straight like a well-bred young lady. Han Yunxi and Mu Ling had just finished telling Ningjing about Qin Min's legs being poisoned. As for Qin Min's miscarriage, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi still pretended not to know anything. Now, everyone thought that Qin Min had lost her child and was recuperating. They also knew that she and Gu Beiwa had adopted a foster son in Ningzhou City, whose nickname was Shadow. Han Yunxi originally thought that Qin Min would become familiar with everyone after sitting for a while, but who knew that Qin Min would sit quietly without saying a word. The three of them chatted and laughed. Qin Min would laugh with them, but she didn't interrupt. Finally, Han Yunxi couldn't help but raise her brows and look at Qin Min Mu Ling. I wanted to speak, but Ning Jing stopped her with a look. Han Yunxi looked at Qin Min with interest. Qin Min didn't panic, but she was a little uncomfortable. She asked, Your Majesty the Empress, is there something on my face? Han Yunxi shook her head and didn't say anything. Qin Min was suspicious. Your Majesty the Empress has something to say to me? Han Yunxi shook her head again. Qin Min couldn't help but laugh and asked directly, Then why is Your Majesty the Empress looking at me? Han Yunxi said, Qin Min, why is it that the more I look at you, the more I feel like you resemble Gu Beiwa?